The Lord of the Rings full audiobook. Welcome to Soul Speak Stories full-length audiobook of The Lord of the Rings Chapter 1. Join us on an unforgettable journey into Middle-earth, where Frodo Baggins, a humble hobbit, is entrusted with a mission to destroy the One Ring and save his world from darkness. With bravery and loyalty, the Fellowship embarks on a perilous adventure, facing unimaginable dangers and powerful enemies. Let Soul Speak Story bring you into J.R.R. Tolkien's masterpiece through our immersive narration, where each chapter unveils a tale of friendship, sacrifice, and the triumph of good over evil. Legend, and it was popularly believed, whatever the old folk might say, that the hill at Bagend was full of tunnels stuffed with treasure, and if that was not enough of fame, there was also his prolonged vigor to marvel at. Time wore on, but it seemed to have little effect on Mr. Baggins. At 90 he was much the same as 50. At 99 they began to call him well preserved, but unchanged would have been nearer the mark. There were some that shook their heads and thought this was too much of a good thing. It seemed unfair that anyone should possess apparently perpetual youth as well as reputedly inexhaustible wealth. It'll have to be paid for, they said. It isn't natural and trouble will come of it. But so far trouble had not come, and as Mr. Baggins was generous with his money, most people were willing to forgive him his oddities and his good fortune. He remained on visiting terms with his relatives, except of course the Sackville-Bynes, and he had many devoted admirers among the hobbits of poor and unimportant families, but he had no close friends until some of his younger cousins began to grow up. The eldest of these and Bilbo's favorite was young Frodo Baggins. When Bilbo was 99 he adopted Frodo as his heir and brought him to live at Bag End, and the hopes of the Sackville-Bynes were finally dashed. Bilbo and Frodo happened to have the same birthday, September the 22nd. "You had better come and live here, Frodo my lad," said Bilbo one day, "and then we can celebrate our birthday parties comfortably together." At that time Frodo was still in his tween, as the hobbits called the irresponsible 20s, between childhood and coming of age. At more years passed. Each year the Bagginses had given very lively combined birthday parties at Bag End, but now it was understood that something quite exceptional was being planned for that autumn. Bilbo was going to be rather curious number and a very respectable age for a hobbit. The old Took himself had only reached 130 and Frodo was going to be 33, an important number. The date of his coming of age. Tongues began to wag in Hobbiton and Bywater, and rumor of the coming event traveled all over. The history and character of Mr. Bilbo Baggins became once again the chief topic of conversation, and the older folks suddenly found their reminiscences in welcome demand. No one had a more attentive audience than old Ham Gamgee, commonly known as the Gaffer. He held forth at the Ivy Bush, a small inn on the Bywater Road, and he spoke with some authority, for he had tended the garden at B End for 40 years and had helped old Holman in the same job before that. Now that he was himself growing old and stiff in the joints, the job was mainly carried on by his youngest son Sam Gamgee. Both father and son were on very friendly terms with Bilbo and Frodo. They lived on the hill itself in number 3 Bagshot Road, just below Bagend. A very nice, well-spoken, gentle hobbit is Mr. Bilbo, as I've always said, the Gob declared with perfect truth, for Bilbo was very polite to him, calling him Master Handfast and consulting him constantly upon the growing of vegetables. In the matter of roots, especially potatoes, the Gaffer was recognized as the leading authority by all in the neighborhood, including himself. "But what about this Frodo that lives with him?" asked Old Nose of Bywater. "Magin is his name, but he's more than half a Brandib. They say he beat me. Why any baggage in Han should go looking for a wife away there in Bookland, where folks are so queer, and no wonder they're queer," put in Daddy Tookfoot. "The Gaff is next to your neighbor if they live on the wrong side of the Brandywine River." "And right again, the old forest, that's a dark place. If half the tales be true, you're right then," said the Gaffer. "Not that the brandy bucks of Buckland lived in the old forest, they're a queer breed, seemingly they fall about with boats on that big river, and that is natural, it's more wonder the trouble game of it I say, but be that as it may, Mr. Frodo is as nice a young hobbit as you could wish to meet, very much like Mr. Bilbo, and in more than looks, after all his father was a Baines, a decent respectable hobbit was Frodo Baggins. Well, there never was much to tell of him till he was drowned it, said several voices. They had heard this in other darker rumors before, of course, but hobbits have a passion for family history and they were ready to hear it again. Well, so they say, said the gaffer. You see, Mr. Drogo, he married poor Miss Prima Brandib. She was our Mr. Bye's first cousin on her mother's side, her mother being the youngest of the old T's daughters, and Mr. Drogo was his second cousin, so Mr. Frodo is his first and second cousin once removed, either way as the saying is, if you follow me. And Mr. Drogo was staying at Brandy Hall with his father-in-law, Master Gorodoc, as he often did after his marriage, him being partial to his and old Gorok keeping a mighty generous table, and he went out boating on the Brandywine River, and he and his wife were drowned, and poor Mr. Frodo only a child in all. I've heard they went on the water after dinner in the moonlight, said Old Nose, and it was Rogo's weight that sunk the boat, and I heard she pushed him in and he pulled her in after him, said Sandyman the Hobbit. And Miller, you shouldn't listen to all you hear, Sandman, said the Gaffer, who did not much like the miller. There isn't no call to go talking. A ping and pulling boats are quite tricky enough for those that sit still without looking further for the cause of trouble. Anyway, there was this Mr. Frodo, left an orphan and stranded, as you might say, among those cave-boers, being brought up anyhow in Brandy Hall, a regular warrant by all accounts. Master Gorodoc never had fewer than a couple of hundred relations in the place. Mr. Bilbo never did a kinder deed than when he brought the lad back to live among decent folk, but I reckon it was a nasty shock for those Sackville back insists. They thought they were going to get back again that time when he went off and was thought to be dead, and then he comes back and orders them off and goes on living and never looking a day older, bless him, and suddenly he produces an heir, and as all the pea made out proper, the Sackville packs will never see the inside bag in now, or is to be hoped not. There's a tidy bit of money tucked away up there, I hear tell, said a stranger, a visitor on business from Mikkel, delving in the west faring. Oh, the top of your hill is full of tunnels packed with chests of gold and silver and jewels. By what I've heard, then you've heard more than I can speak to, answered the Gaffer. I know nothing about jewels. Mr. Bilbo's free with his money and there seems no back of it, but I know of no tunnel making. I saw Mr. Pilo when he came back a matter of 60 years ago when I was a lad. I'd not long come prentice to old him, and him being my dad's cousin, but he had me up at back down helping him to keep folks from trampling and traying all over the garden while the sale was on, and in the middle of it all Mr. Bilbo comes up the hill with a pony and some mighty big bags and a couple of chests. I don't doubt they were mostly full of treasure he had picked up in foreign parts where there be mountains of gold. They say that there wasn't enough to fill tunnels, but my lad Sam will know more about that. He's in and out of and crazy about stories of the old days, he is, and he listens to all Mr. Bilbo's tales. Mr. Bilbo has learned in his letters, meaning no harm, mark you, and I hope no harm will come of it. HS and dragons, I says to him, cabbages and potatoes are better for me, and you don't go getting mixed up in the business of your betters or you land in trouble too big for you, I says to him, and I might say it to others, he added with a look at the stranger and the miller. But the Gaffer did not convince his audience. The legend of Bilbo's wealth was now too firmly fixed in the minds of the younger generation of Hobba, but he has likely enough been added to what he brought at first, argued the miller, voicing common opinion. He's often away from home and Look at the outlandish folk that visit him, dwarves coming at night, and that old wandering conjurer Gandalf, and all you can say what you like, care for it, but Ben's a queer place and it folk got queerer, and you can say what you like about what you know no more than you do be Mr. Sandy, retorted the gaffer, disliking the miller even more than usual. If that's been queer, then we could do with a bit more queerness in these parts. There are some not far away that wouldn't offer a pint of beer to a friend if they lived in a hole of golden walls, but they do things proper at B&R. Sam said that everyone's going to be invited to the party and there's going to be presents. Maru presents for all this very month, as is that very month was September, and as fine as you could ask. A day or two later, a rumor probably started by the knowledgeable Sam was spread about that they were going to be fireworks, what is more, such as had not been seen in the Shire for nigh on a century, not indeed since the old Tuuk died. Days passed and the day drew nearer. An odd-looking wagon laden with odd-looking packages rolled into Hobbiton one evening and toiled up the hill to Bag End. The startled hobbits peered out of lamp doors to gape at it. It was driven by outlandish folk singing strange songs, dwarves with long beards and deep hoods. A few of them remained at Bag End. At the end of the second week in September, a cart came in through by water from the direction of the Brandywine Bridge in broad daylight. An old man was driving it all alone. He wore a tall pointed blue hat, a long grey cloak and a silver scarf. He had a long white beard and bushy eyebrows that stuck out beyond the brim of his hat. Small hobbit children ran after the cart all through Hobbiton and right up the hill. It had a cargo of fireworks, as they rightly guessed. At Bilbo's front door the old man began to unload. There were great bundles of fireworks of all sorts and shapes, each labeled with a large red Fenian G and the elf Rug. That was Gandalf's mark, of course, and the old man was Gandalf the wizard, whose fame in the Shire was due mainly to his skill with fires, smokes and lights. His real business was far more difficult and dangerous, but the folk knew nothing about it. To them he was just one of the attractions at the party, hence the excitement of the hobbit children. G for grand, they shouted, and the old man smiled. They knew him by sight, though he only appeared in Hobbiton occasionally and never stopped long, but neither they nor any but the oldest of their elders had seen one of his firework displays. They now belonged to the legendary past, when the old man, helped by Bilbo and some dwarves, had finished unloading. Bilbo gave a few pennies away, but not a single squib or cracker was forthcoming, to the disappointment of the onlookers. Run away now, said Gandalf, of you will get plenty when the time comes. Then he disappeared inside with Bilbo and the door was shut. The young hobbit stared at the door in vain for a while and then made off, feeling that the day of the party would never come. Inside Bag End, Bilbo and Gandalf were sitting at the open window of a small room looking out where onto the garden. The late afternoon was bright and peaceful. The flowers glowed red and golden, snapdragons and sunflowers and elms trailing all over the turf walls and peeping in at the round windows. How bright your garden looks, said Gandalf. Yes, said Bilbo, I'm very fond indeed of it and of all the dear old but I think I need a holiday. You mean to go on with your plan? Then I do. I made up my mind months ago and I haven't changed it. Very well, it is no good saying any more. Stick to your plan, your whole plan, mind, and I hope it will turn out for the best for you and for all of us. I hope so. Anyway, I mean to enjoy myself on Thursday and have my little joke. Who laugh, I wonder, said Gandalf, shaking his head. We shall see, said Bilbo. The next day more carts rolled up the hill and still more carts. There might have been some grumbling about dealing locally, but that very week orders began to pour out of Bag End for every kind of provision, commodity or luxury that could be obtained in Hobbiton or Bywater or anywhere in the neighborhood. People became enthusiastic, and they began to tick off the days on the calendar, and they watched eagerly for the postman, hoping for invitations. Before long the invitations began pouring out, and the Hobton post office was blocked in the Bywater post office were snowed under, and voluntary assistant postmen were called, for there was a constant stream of them going up the hill carrying hundreds of polite variations on "Thank you, I shall certainly come." A notice appeared on the gate at Bag End: no admittance except on party business. Even those who had or pretended to have party business were seldom allowed inside. Bilbo was busy writing invitations, ticking off answers, packing up presents, and making some private preparations of his own. From the time of Gandalf's arrival he remained hidden from view. One morning the hobbits woke to find the large field south of Bilbo's front door covered with ropes and poles for tents and pavilions. A special entrance was cut into the bank leading to the road, and wide steps and a large white gate were built there. And there the three hobbit families of Bagshot Row, adjoining the field, were intensely interested and generally envied. Old Gaffa Gamgee stopped even pretending to work in his garden. The tents began to go up. There was a specially large pavilion, so big that the tree that grew in the field was right inside it and stood proudly near one end. At the head of the chief table lanterns were hung on all its branches. More promising still to the hobbit's mind, an enormous open-air kitchen was erected in the north corner of the field. A draft of cooks from every inn and eating house from miles around arrived to supplement the dwarves and other old folk that were quartered at Bag End. Excitement rose to its height. Then the weather clouded over. That was on Wednesday, the eve of the party. Anxiety was intense. Then Thursday, September the 22nd, actually dawned. The sun got up, the clouds vanished, flags were unfurled, and the fun began. Bilbo Baggins called it a party, but it was really a variety of entertainments rolled into one. Practically everybody living near was invited. A very few were overlooked by accident. But as they turned up all the same, that did not matter. Many people from other parts of the Shire were also asked, and there were even a few from outside the borders. Bilbo met the guests and additions at the new White Gate in person. He gave away presents to all and sundry. The latter were those who went out again by a back way and came in again by the gate. Hobbits give presents to other people on their own birthdays, not very expensive ones as a rule, and not so lavishly as on this occasion, but it was not a bad system actually. In Hobbiton and Bywater, every day in the year it was somebody's birthday, so that every hobbit in those parts had a fair chance of at least one present at least once a week. But they never got tired of them. On this occasion the presents were unusually good. The hobbit children were so excited that for a while they almost forgot about eating. They were toys the like of which they had never seen before, all beautiful and some obviously magical. Many of them had indeed been ordered a year before and had come all the way from the mountain and from dale, and were of real dwarf make. When every guest had been welcomed and was finally inside the gate, there were songs, dances, music, games, and of course food and drink. There were three official meals: lunch, tea, and dinner or supper. But lunch and tea were marked chiefly by the fact that at those times all the guests were sitting down and eating together. At other times there were merely lots of people eating and drinking continuously from 11 until when the fireworks started. The fireworks were by Gondar. They were not only brought by him but designed and made by him, and the special effects, set pieces and flights of rockets were let off by him. But there was also a generous distribution of squibs, crackers, sea wrappers, sparklers, torches, dwarf candles, elf fountains, goblin barkers, and thunder claps. They were all superb. The art of Gondal improved with age. There were rockets like a flight of scintillating birds singing with sweet voices. There were green trees with trunks of dark smoke, their leaves opened like a whole spring unfolding in a moment, and their shining branches dropped glowing flowers down upon the astonished hobbits, disappearing with a sweet scent just before they touched their upturned faces. There were fountains of butterflies that flew glittering into the trees. There were pillars of colored fires that rose and turned into eagles or sailing ships, or a phalanx of flying swans. There was a red thunderstorm and a shower of yellow rain. There was a forest of silver spears that sprang suddenly into the air with a yell like an embattled army and came down again into the water with a hiss like and hot snakes. And there was also one last surprise in honor of Bilbo, and it startled the hobbits exceedingly. As Gandalf intended, the lights went out, a great smoke went up, it shaped itself like a mountain saying in the distance and began to glow at the summit. It spouted green and scarlet flames. Out flew a red golden dragon, not life-size but terribly lifelike. Fire came from its jaws, its eyes glared down. There was a whirr, and he whizzed 3 times over the heads of the crowd. They all ducked and many fell flat on their faces. The dragon passed like an express train, turned a somersault and burst over BYW water with the death-sting explosion that is the signal for supper, said Bilbo. The pain and alarm vanished at once, and the prostrate hobbits leaped to their feet. There was a splendid supper for everyone, that is, except those invited to the special family dinner party. This was held in the great pavilion with the tree. The invitations were limited to 12 dozen, a number also called by the hobbits 1 grow, though the word was not considered proper to use people, and the guests were selected from all the families to which Bilbo and Frodo were related, with the addition of a few special unrelated friends such as Gandalf. Many young hobbits were included and present by parental permission, for hobbits were easygoing with their children in the matter of sitting up late, especially when there was a chance of getting them a free meal. Bringing up young hobbits took a lot of previous enta. There were many Bagginses and Boffins, and also many Tes and Brandy Bugs. There were various Grubbs, relations of Bilbo Baggins' grandmother, and various Chubbs, connections of his grandfather, and a selection of Burrows, Boers, Brace, Skers, Brockhouses, Goodbodies, Hornblowers, and Proud F. Some of these were only very distantly connected with Bilbo, and some of them had hardly ever been in Hobbiton before, as they lived in remote corners of the Shire. The Sackville-Bines were not forgotten. Oo and his wife Lilia were present. They disliked Bilbo and detested Frodo, but so magnificent was the invitation card, written with golden ink, that they had felt it was impossible to refuse. Besides, their cousin Bilbo had been specializing in food for many years, and his table had a high reputation. All the 144 guests expected a pleasant feast, though they rather dreaded the after speech of their host, an inevitable item. He was liable to drag in bits of what he called poetry, and sometimes after a glass or two would allude to the absurd adventures of his mysterious journey. The guests were not disappointed. They had a very pleasant feast, in fact an engrossing entertainment, rich, abundant, varied, and prolonged. The purchase of provisions fell almost to nothing throughout the district in the ensuing weeks, but as Bilbo's catering had depleted the stocks of most stores, cellars, and warehouses from miles around, that did not matter much. After the feast more or less came the speech. Most of the company were, however, now in a tolerant mood, at that delightful stage which they called filling up the corners. They were sipping their favorite drinks and nibbling at their favorite dainties, and their fears were forgotten. They were prepared to listen to anything and to cheer at every full stop. "My dear people," began Bilbo, rising in his place. "Hear, hear, hear, hear," they shouted, and kept on repeating it in chorus, seeming reluctant to follow their own advice. Bilbo left his place and went and stood on a chair under the illuminated tree. The light of the lanterns fell on his beaming face. The golden buttons shone on his embroidered silk waistcoat. They could all see him standing, waving one hand in the air, the other was in his trouser pocket. "My dear Bagginses and Buffins," he began again, "and my dear Tes and Brandy bucks and grubs and chubs and burrows and horn blowers and bears brace skirts good bodies brock houses and proud foots proud feet shouted an elderly hobbit from the back of the pavilion. His name of course was Proudfoot and well merited. His feet were large exceptionally furry and both were on the table. Proudfoot's repeated Bilbo also my good Sackville binds that I welcome back at last to Bajan. Today is my 111th birthday. I am 111 today. Hooray hooray many happy returns they shouted and they hammered joyously on the tables. Bilbo was doing splendidly. This was the sort of stuff they liked, short and obvious. I hope you all enjoy yourselves as much as I am. Deafening cheers, cries of yes and no, noises of trumpets and horns, pipes and flutes and other musical instruments. There were, as has been said, many young hobbits present. Hundreds of musical crackers had been pulled. Most of them bore the mark bale on them, which did not convey much to most of the hobbits, but they all agreed they were marvelous crackers. They contained instruments small but of perfect make and enchanting tones. Indeed, in one corner some of the young Tez and Brandy bucks, supposing Uncle Bilbo to have finished since he had plainly said all that was necessary, now got up and impro to orchestra and began a merry dance tune. Master Everard Duke and Miss Mot Brandy buck got on the table and with bells in their hands began to dance the Springle Ring, a pretty dance but rather vigorous. But Bilbo had not finished teasing a horn from a youngster nearby. He blew 3 loud hoots. The noise subsided. I shall not keep you long, he cried. Cheers from all the assembly. I have called you all together for a purpose. Something in the way that he said this made an impression. There was almost silence and 1 or 2 of the Tez pricked up their ears. Indeed, for 3 purposes. First of all, to tell you that I am immensely fond of you all and that 111 years is too short a time to live among such excellent and admirable hobbits. Tremendous outburst of approval. I don't know half of you half as well as I should like, and I like less than half of you half as well as you deserve. This was unexpected and rather difficult. There was some scattered clapping, but most of them were trying to work it out and see if it came to a compliment. Secondly, to celebrate my birthday. Cheers again. I should say our birthday, for it is of course also the birthday of my heir and nephew Frodo. He comes of age and into his inheritance today. Some perun clapping from the elders and some loud shout of Frodo Frodo, jolly old Frodo from the juniors. The Sackal Baggins scowled and wondered what was meant by coming into his applause. Inheritance. Together we score 144. Your numbers were chosen to fit this remarkable total. 1 gross, if I may use the expression. No cheers. This was ridiculous. Many of his guests and especially the Sackville Bagginses were insulted, feeling sure they had only been asked to fill up the required number like goods in a package. 1 gross indeed. Vulgar expression it is also, if I may be allowed to refer to ancient history. The anniversary of my arrival by barrel at Asgaroth on the Long Lake, though the fact that it was my birthday slipped my memory on that occasion. I was only 51 then and birthdays did not seem so important. The banquet was very splendid, however, though I had a bad cold at the time, I remember, and could only say thank you very much. I now repeat it more correctly, thank you very much for coming to my little party. Obstinate silence. They all feared that the song or some poetry was now imminent and they were getting bored. Why couldn't he stop talking and let them drink his health? But Bilbo did not sing or recite. He paused for a moment. Thirdly and finally he said, I wish to make an announcement. He spoke this last word so loudly and suddenly that everyone sat up who still could. I regret to announce that though, as I said, to 111 years is far too short a time to spend among you, this is the end. I am going. I am leaving now. Goodbye. He stepped down and vanished. There was a blinding flash of light and the guests all blinked when they opened their eyes. Bilbo was nowhere to be seen. 144 flabbergasted hobbits sat speechless. Old Odo Proudfoot removed his feet from the table and stamped Then there was a dead silence until suddenly after several deep breaths every bag in buffin ch brandib grab chab boos bulja brace sklee brockhouse good body hor brower and proud for began to talk at once. It was generally agreed that the joke was in very bad taste and more food and drink were needed to cure guests of shock and annoyance. He mad I always said so was probably the most popular comment. Even the teaks with a few exceptions thought Bilbo's behavior was absurd for the moment. Most of them took it for granted that his disappearance was nothing more than a ridiculous prank, but old Rory Brandybuck was not so sure. Neither age nor an enormous dinner had clouded his wits, and he said to his daughter-in-law Esmeralda, "There's something fishy in this, my dear. I believe that Mad Benz is off again. Silly old fool, but why worry? He hasn't taken the VS with him." He called loudly to Frodo to send the wine round. Music again. Frodo was the only one present who had said nothing for some time. He had sat silent beside Bilbo's empty chair and ignored all remarks and questions. He had enjoyed the joke, of course. Even though he had been in the know, he had difficulty in keeping from laughter at the indignant surprise of the guests, but at the same time he felt deeply troubled. He realized suddenly that he loved the old hobbit dearly. Most of the guests went on eating and drinking and discussing Bilbo Baggins' oddities, pet and present, but the sackful Bagginses had already departed in wrath. Frodo did not want to have any more to do with the party. He gave orders for more wine to be served. Then he got up and drained his own glass silently to the health of Bilbo and slipped out of the pavilion. As for Bilbo Baggins, even while he was making his speech he had been fingering the golden ring in his pocket, his magic ring that he had kept secret for so many years. As he stepped down he stepped it on his finger, and he was never seen by any hobbit in Hobbiton again. He walked briskly back to his home and stood for a moment listening with a smile to the D in the pavilion and to the sounds of merry-making in other parts of the field. Then he went in. He took off his party clothes, folded up and wrapped in tissue paper his embroidered silk waistcoat, and put it away. Then he put on quickly some old untidy garments and fastened round his waist a worn leather belt. On it he hung a short sword in a battered black leather scabbard from a locked drawer smelling of old mothballs. He took out an old cloak and hood. They had been locked up as if they were very precious, but they were so patched in weather-stained that their original color could hardly be guessed. It might have been dark green. They were rather too large for him. He then went into his study and from a large strong box took out a bundle wrapped in old cloths and a leather-bound manuscript, and also a large bulky envelope. The book and bundle he stuffed into the top of a heavy bag that was standing there already nearly full. Into the envelope he slipped his golden ring and its fine chain, and then sealed it and addressed it to Frodo. Down at first he put it on the mantelpiece, but suddenly he removed it and stuck it in his pocket. At that moment the door opened and Gandalf came quickly in. "Oh, hello," said Bilbo, "but I wondered if you would turn up." "I am glad to find you visible," replied the wizard, sitting down in a chair. "I wanted to catch you and have a few final words. I suppose you feel that everything has gone off splendidly in according to plan." "Yes, I do," said Bilbo, "though that flash was surprising. It quite startled me, let alone the others. A little addition of your own, I suppose it was. You have wisely kept the ring secret all these years, and it seemed to me necessary to give your guests something else that would seem to explain your sudden vanishment." "P would spoil my joke." "Oh, you are an interfering old busybody," laughed Bilbo, "but I expect you know best as usual." "I do when I know anything, but I don't feel too sure about this whole affair. It has now come to the final point here. You've had your joke and alarmed or offended most of your relations and given the whole Shire something to talk about for 9 days or 99 more likely. Are you going any further?" "Yes, I am. I feel I need a holiday, a very long holiday, as I've told you before probably a permanent holiday. I don't expect I shall return, in fact I don't mean to, and I have made all arrangements. I am old Gandalf, I don't look it, but I'm beginning to feel it in my heart of hearts. Well preserved indeed, he snorted. Why, I feel all thin, sort of stretched, if you know what I mean, like butter that has been scraped over too much bread. That can't be right, I need a change or something. Gandalf looked curiously and closely at him. No, it does not seem right, he said thoughtfully. No, after all I believe your plan is probably the best. Well, I've made up my mind anyway. I want to see mountains again, Gandalf. Mountains, and then find somewhere where I can rest in peace and quiet without a lot of relatives prying around and a ring of confounded visitors hanging on the bell. I might find somewhere where I can finish my book. I have thought of a nice ending for it. And he lived happily ever after to the end of his days. Gandalf laughed. I hope he will, but nobody will read the book, however it so they may in years to come. Frodo has read some already. As far as it has gone, you'll keep an eye on Frodo, won't you? Yes, I will. 2 eyes, as often as I can spare them. He would come with me, of course, if I asked him. In fact, he offered to once just before the party, but he does not really want to yet. I want to see the wild country again before I die, and the mountains, but he is still in love with the Shire, with the woods and the fields and little rivers. He ought to be comfortable here. I am leaving everything to him, of course, except a few oddments. I hope he will be happy when he gets used to being on his own. It's time he was his own master now. Everything, said Gandalf. The ring as well. You agreed to that, you remember? Well, yes, I suppose so, said Bilbo. Where is it? In an envelope, if you must know, said Bilbo impatiently. There on the mantelpiece. Well, no, here it is in my pocket. He hesitated. Isn't that odd now, he said softly to himself. Yet after all, why not? Why shouldn't it stay there? Gondal looked again very hard at Bilbo, and there was a gleam in his eyes. I think, Bilbo, he said quietly, I should leave it behind. Don't you want to? Well, yes. No, now it comes to it, I don't feel like parting with it at all, I might say, and I don't really see why I should. Why do you want me to? He asked, and a curious change came over his voice. It was sharp with suspicion and annoyance. You are always being me about my ring, but you have never bothered me about the other things that I got on my journey. No, but I had to badger you, said Gandalf. I wanted the truth. It was important. Magic rings are, well, magical, and they are rare and curious. I was professionally interested in your ring, you may say, and I still am. I should like to know where it is if you go wandering again. Also, I think you have had it quite long enough. You don't need it anymore, Bilbo, unless I am quite mistaken. Bilbo flushed, and there was an angry light in his eyes. His kindly face grew hard. Why not? he cried. And what business is it of yours anyway to know what I do with my own things? It is my own. I found it. It came to me. Yes, yes, said Gandalf. There is no need to get angry. If I am angry, it is your fault, said Bilbo. It is mine, I tell you, my own, my precious. Yes, my precious. The wizard's face remained grave and attentive, and only a flicker in his deep eyes showed that he was startled and indeed alarmed. It has been called that before, he said, but not by you. But I say it now in my. Not even if Gollum said the same once. It's not his now, but mine. I shall keep it, I say. Gandalf stood up. He spoke sternly. You will be a fool if you do, Bilbo, he said. You make that clearer in every word you say. It has got far too much hold on you. Let it go, and then you can go yourself and be free. I'll do as I choose and go as I please, said Bilbo obstinately. Now, my dear hobbit, said Gandalf, all your long life we have been friends, and you owe me something. Come, do as you promised. Give it up. Well, if you want my ring yourself, say so, cried Bilbo. But you won't get it. I won't give my precious away, I tell you. His hand straight to the hilt of his small sword. Gandalf's eyes flashed. It will be my turn to get angry soon, he said. If you say that again, I shall. Then you will see. Gandalf the Gry on cloak. He took a step towards the hobbit, and he seemed to grow tall and menacing. His shadow filled the little room. Bilbo backed away to the wall, breathing hard, his hand clutching at his pocket. They stood for a while facing one another, and the air of the room tingled. Gandalf's eyes remained bent on the hobbit. Slowly his hands relaxed and he began to tremble. "I don't know what has come over you, gal," he said. "You have never been like this before. What is it all about?" "It is mine, isn't it? I found it. It Golem would have killed me if I hadn't kept it. I'm not a thief." "Whatever he said, I have never called you one," Gandalf answered, "and I am not one either. I'm not trying to rob you but to help you. I wish you would trust me as you use." He turned away and the shadow he seemed to dwindle again into an old grey man, bent and troubled. Bilbo drew his hand over his eyes. "I'm sorry," he said, "but I felt so queer, and if it would be a relief in a way not to be bothered with it anymore. It has been so growing on my mind lately. Sometimes I have felt it was like an eye looking at me, and I'm always wanting to put it on and disappear. Don't you know, wondering if it is safe and pulling it out to make sure. I tried locking it up, but I found I couldn't rest without it in my pocket. I don't know why, and I don't seem able to make up my mind." "Then trust mine," said Gandalf. "It is quite made up. Go away and leave it behind. Stop possessing it. Give it to Frodo and I will look after him." Bilbo stood for a moment, tense and undecided. Presently he sighed. "All right," he said with an effort, "I will then." He shrugged his shoulders and smiled rather ruefully. After all, that's what this party business was all about. Really, to give away lots of birthday presents and somehow make it easier to give it away at the same time. It hasn't made it any easier in the end, but it would be a pity to waste all my preparations. It would quite spoil the joke. Indeed, it would take away the only point I ever saw in the affair," said Gandalf. "Very well," said Bilbo. "He goes to Frodo with all the rest." He drew a deep breath. "And now I really must be starting, or someone else will catch me. I have said goodbye and I couldn't bear to do it all over again." He picked up his bag and moved to the door. "You have still got the ring in your pocket," said the wizard. "Well, so I have," cried Bilbo, "and with my will and all the other documents too." "Oh, you had better take it and deliver it for me. That will be safest." "No, don't give the ring to me," said Gand. "Put it on the mantelpiece. You'll be safe enough there till Frodo comes. I shall wait for him." Bilbo took out the envelope, but just as he was about to set it by the clock, his hand jacked back and the packet fell on the floor. Before he could pick it up, the wizard stooped and seized it and set it in its place. A spasm of anger passed swiftly over the hobbit's face. Again suddenly it gave way to a look of relief and a laugh. "Well, that's that," he said. "Now I'm off." They went out into the hall. Bilbo chose his favorite stick from the stand and then he whistled. Three dwarves came out of different rooms where they had been busy. "Is everything ready?" asked Bilbo. "Everything packed and labeled." "Everything," they answered. "Well, let's start then." He stepped out to the front door. It was a fine. The black sky was dotted with stars. He looked up, sniffing the air. What fun to be off again, off on the road with dwarves. "This is what I've really been longing for years." "Goodbye," he said, looking at his old home and bowing to the door. "Goodbye, Gandalf." "Goodbye for the present, Bilbo. Take care of yourself. You are old enough and perhaps wise enough. Take care." "I don't care. Don't you worry about me. I'm as happy now as I have ever been, and that is saying a great deal. But the time has come. I am being swept off my feet at last," he added, and then in a low voice as if to himself, he's sighing softly. "In the dark the road goes ever on and on, down from the door where it began. Now far ahead the road has gone, and I must fall if I can, pursuing it with eager feet until it joins some larger way where many paths and errands meet, and whither them I cannot music say." He paused, silent for a moment, then without another word he turned away from the lights and voices in the fields and tents, and followed by his three companions went round into his garden and trotted down the long sloping path. He jumped over a low place in the hedge at the bottom and took to the meadows, passing into the night like a rustle of wind in the grass. Gandalf remained for a while staring after him into the darkness. "Goodbye, my dear Bilbo, until our next meeting," he said softly, and went back indoors. Frodo came in soon afterwards and found him sitting in the dark, deep in thought. "Has he gone?" he asked. "Yes," answered Gandalf, "he has gone at last. I hoped until this evening that it was only a joke," said Frodo, "but I knew in my heart that he really meant to go. He always used to joke about serious things. I wish I'd come back sooner just to see him off. I think really he preferred slipping off quietly in the end," said Gandalf. "Don't be too troubled, he'll be all right now. He left a packet for you. There it is." Frodo took the envelope from the mantelpiece and glanced at it, but did not open it. "You'll find his will and all other documents in there, I think," said the wizard. "You are the master of has he left me that? I wonder why. Still, maybe useful it may and it may not," said Gondal. "I should not make use of it vu, but keep it secret and keep it safe. Now I am going to bed as master of Bag End." Frodo felt it his painful duty to say goodbye to the guests. Rumors of strange events had by now spread all over the field, but Frodo would only say, "No doubt everything will be cleared up in the morning." About midnight carriages came. Gardeners came by arrangement and removed in wheelbarrows those that had inadvertently remained behind. Night slowly passed. The sun rose. The hobbits rose rather later. Morning went on. People came and began by orders to clear away the pavilions and the tables and the chairs and the spoons and knives and bottles and plates and the lanterns and the flowering shrubs and boxes and the crumbs and cracker paper, the forgotten without orders binds and bothin and bugers, antiques and other guests that lived or were staying near. By midday, when even the best fed were out and about again, there was a large crowd at Bag End, uninvited but not unexpected. Frodo was waiting on the step, smiling but looking rather tired and worried. He welcomed all the callers, but he had not much more to say than before. His reply to all inquiries was simply this: "Mr. Bilbo Baggins has gone away, as far as I know, for good." Some of the visitors he invited to come inside. As Bilbo had left messages for them inside in the hall, there was piled a large assortment of packages and parcels and small articles of furniture. On every item was a label tied. There were several labels of this sort for Artjig, for his very own, from Bilbo on an umbrella. Adelard had carried off many unlabeled ones for Dorabins in memory of a long correspondence with love from Bilbo on a large waste paper basket. Dora was Drogo's sister and the eldest surviving female relative of Bilbo and Frodo. She was 99 and had written rams of good advice for more than half a century for Milo Burrow, hoping it will be useful, from BB on a gold pen and ink bottle. Milo never answered letters for Angelica's use from Uncle Bilbo on a round convex mirror. She was a young Baggins and too obviously considered her face shapely for the collection of Hugo Brace girdle from a contributor on an empty bookcase. Hugo was a great borrower of books and worse than usual at returning them for all. Lilia Sackville Baggins as a present on a case of silver spoons. Bilbo believed that she had acquired a good many of his spoons while he was away on his former journey. Lilia knew that quite well. When she arrived later in the day, she took the point at once, but she also took the spoons. This is only a small selection of the assembled presents. Bilbo's residence had got rather cluttered up with things in the course of his long life. It was a tendency of hobbit holes to get cluttered up, for which the custom of giving so many birthday presents was largely responsible. Not, of course, that the birthday presents were always new. They were one or two old madhams of forgotten uses that had circulated all around the district, but Bilbo had usually given new presents and kept those that he received. The old hole was now being cleared a little. Every one of the various parting gifts had labels written out personally by Bilbo, and several had some point or some joke, but of course most of the things were given where they would be wanted and welcome. The poorer hobbits, and especially those of Backshot Row, did very well. Old Gaffa Ganji got 2 sacks of potatoes, a new spade, a woolen waistcoat, and a bottle of ointment for creaking joints. Old Rory Brandybuck, in return for much hospitality, got a dozen bottles of old Wyards, a strong red wine from the South Farthing, and now quite mature as it had been laid down by Bilbo's father. Rory quite forgave Bilbo and voted him a cap fellow after the first bottle. There was plenty of everything left for Frodo, and of course all the chief treasures as well as the books, pictures, and more than enough furniture were left in his possession. There was however no sign nor mention of money or jewelry, not a penny piece or a glass bead was given away. Frodo had a very trying time that afternoon. A false rumor that the whole household was being distributed free spread like wildfire, and before long the place was packed with people who had no business there but could not be kept out. Labels got torn off and mixed, and quarrels broke out. Some people tried to do swaps and deals in the hall, and others tried to make off with minor items not addressed to them, or with anything that seemed unwanted or unwatched. The road to the gate was blocked with barrows and handcarts. In the middle of the commotion the Sackville Bagginses arrived. Frodo had retired for a while and left his friend Merry Brandybuck to keep an eye on things when Oo loudly demanded to see Frodo. Merry bowed politely. "He is indisposed," he said. "He is resting." "Hiding, you been?" said Lilia. "Anyway, we want to see him, and we mean to see him. Just go and tell him so." Merry left them a long while in the hall, and they had time to discover their parting gift of spoons. It did not improve their tempers. Eventually they were shown into the study. Frodo was sitting at a table with a lot of papers in front of him. He looked indisposed to see the Sackle Bages at any rate, and he stood up fidgeting with something in his pocket, but he spoke quite politely. The Sackle Bages were rather offensive. They began by offering him bad bargain prices as between friends, or various valuables and unlabeled things, when Frodo replied that only the things especially directed by Bilbo are being given away. They said the whole affair was very fishy. "Only one thing is clear to me," said Oo, "and that is that you're doing exceedingly well out of it. I insist on seeing the will." Or would have been Bilbo's heir but for the adoption of Frodo. He read the will carefully and snorted. It was unfortunately very clear and correct according to the legal customs of hobbits, which demand among other things 7 signatures of witnesses in red ink. "Foiled again," he said to his wife, "and after waiting 60 years." "Spoons, fiddlesticks!" he snapped his fingers under Frodo's nose and stumped off, but Lealia was not so easily got rid of. A little later Frodo came out of the study to see how things were going on, and found her still about the place investigating KNS and corners and tapping the floors. He escorted her firmly off the premises after he had relieved her of several small but rather valuable articles that had somehow fallen inside her umbrella. Her face looked as if she was in the throes of thinking out a really crushing parting remark, but all she found to say, turning round on the step, was, "You live a regretted young fellow. Why didn't you go too? You don't belong here. You're no bins. You're a Brandybuck. Did you hear that, Merry? That was an insult, if you like," said Frodo as he shut the door on her. "I was a compliment," said Merry Brandybuck, "and so of course not true." Then they went round the hole and evicted 3 young hobbits, 2 buffins and a boar, who were knocking holes in the walls of one of the cellars. Frodo also had that tussle with young Sancho Proudfoot, old Odo Proudfoot grandson, who had begun an excavation in a larger pantry where he thought there was an echo. The legend of Bilbo's gold excited both curiosity and hope, for legendary gold, mysteriously obtained if not positively ill-gotten, is, as everyone knows, anyone's for the finding unless the search is interrupted. When he had overcome Sano and pushed him out, Frodo collapsed on a chair in the hall. "It's time to close the shop, Merry," he said. "Lock the door and don't open it to anyone today, not even if they bring a battering ram." Then he went to revive himself with a belated cup of He had hardly sat down when there came a soft knock at the front door. Nobody again. Most likely he thought she must have thought of something really nasty, and I've come back again to say it. I can wait. He went on with his tea. The knock was repeated much louder, but he took no notice. Suddenly the wizard's head appeared at the window. If you don't let me in, Fro, I shall blow your door right down your hole and out through the hill, he said. My dear Gandalf, a half a minute, cried Frodo, running out of the room to the door. Come in, I thought it was Lealia. Well then, I forgive you, but I saw her some time ago driving a pony trap towards Bywater with a face that would have curdled new milk. She had nearly curdled me, honestly. I nearly tried on Bilbo's ring. I longed to disappear. Don't do that, said Gandalf. Down. Do be careful of that ring, Frodo. In fact, it is partly about that I have come to say a last word. Well, what about it? What do you know already? Only what Bilbo told me. I've heard his story, how he'd found it and how he used it on his journey. I mean, which story, I wonder, said Gandalf. Oh, not what he told the dwarves and put in his book, said Fro. He told me the true story soon after I came to live here. He said you had pasted him till he told you so. I had better know too. No secrets between us, Frodo, he said, but then not to go any further. It's mine anyway. That's interesting, said Gondal. Well, what did you think of it all? If you mean inventing all that about a present, well, I thought the true story much more likely, and I couldn't see the point of altering it at all. It was very unlike Bilbo to do so anyway, and I thought it rather odd. So did I, but odd things may happen to people that have such treasures if they use them. Let it be a warning to you to be very careful with it. It may have other powers than just making you vanish when you wish to. I don't understand, said Frodo. Neither do I, answered the wizard. I have merely begun to wonder about the ring, especially since last night. No need to worry, but if you take my advice you will use it very seldom or not at all. At least I beg you not to use it in any way that will cause talk or rouse suspicion. I say again, keep it safe and keep it secret. You are very mysterious. What are you afraid of? I am not certain, so I will say no more. I may be able to tell you something when I come back. I'm going off at once, so this is goodbye for the present. He got up at once, cried Frodo. Well, I thought you were staying on for at least a week. I was looking forward to your help. I did mean to, but I have had to change my mind. I may be away for a good while, but I'll come and see you again as soon as I can. Expect me when you see me. I shall slip in quietly. Ish often be visiting Shire openly. Again, I find that I have become rather unpopular. They say I am a nuisance and a disturber of the peace. Some people are actually accusing me of spiriting Bilbo away, or worse. If you want to know, there is supposed to be a plot between you and me to get hold of his wealth. Some people, exclaimed Frodo. You mean and nobilia? How abominable! I would give the bag and everything else if I could get Bilbo back and go off tramping in the country with him. I love but I begin to wish somehow that I had gone to. I wonder if I shall ever see him again. So do I, said Gandalf, and I wonder many other things. Goodbye now. Take care of yourself. Look out for me, especially at unlikely times. Goodbye. Frodo saw him to the door. He gave a final wave of his hand and walked off at a surprising pace, but Frodo thought the old wizard looked unusually bent, almost as if he was carrying a great weight. The evening was closing in, and his cloak figure quickly vanished into the twilight. Frodo did not see him again for a long time. The talk did not die down in 9 or even 99 days. The second disappearance of Mr. Bilbo Baggins was discussed in Hobon and indeed all over the Shire for a year and a day, and was remembered much longer than that. It became a fireside story for young hobbits, and eventually Mad Baggins, who used to vanish with a bang and a flash and reappear with bags of jewels and gold, became a favorite character of legend and lived on long after all the true events were forgotten. But in the meantime the general opinion of the neighborhood was that Bilbo, who had always been rather cracked, had at last gone quite mad and had run off into the blue. There he had undoubtedly fallen into a pool or a river and come to a tragic but hardly an untimely end. The blame was mostly laid on Gandalf. If only that dread wizard will leave young Frodo alone, perhaps you'll settle down and grow some hobbit sense, they said, and to all appearance the wizard did leave Frodo alone, and he did settle down, but the growth of hobbit sense was not very noticeable. Indeed, he at once began to carry on Bilbo's reputation for oddity. He refused to go into mourning, and the next year he gave a party in honor of Bilbo's 112th birthday, which he called and wait feast, but that was short of the mark, for 20 guests were invited, and there were several meals at which it snowed food and rain drink, as hobbits say. Some people were rather shocked, but Frodo kept up the custom of giving Bilbo's birthday party year after year until they got used to it. He said that he did not think Bilbo was dead when they asked, "Where is he?" Then he shrugged his shoulders. He lived alone as Bilbo had done, but he had a good many friends, especially among the younger hobbits, mostly descendants of the old Took, who had as children been fond of Bilbo and often in and out of Beg End. Felco Boffin and Fred Boer were two of these, but his closest friends were Peregrine Juke, usually called Pippin, and Merry Brandib. His real name was Maradoc, but that was seldom remembered. Frodo went tramping all over the Shire with them, but more often he wandered by himself, and to the amazement of the sensible folk he was sometimes seen far from home, walking in the hills and woods under the starlight. Merry and Pippin suspected that he visited the elves at times, as Bilbo had done. As time went on, people began to notice that Frodo also showed signs of good preservation. Outwardly he retained the appearance of a robust and energetic hobbit just out of his tweens. Some folk have all the luck, they said, but it was not until Frodo approached the usually more sober age of 50 but they began to think it queer. Frodo himself, after the first shock, found that being his own master and the Baggin of Bagend was rather pleasant. For some years he was quite happy and did not worry much about the future, but half unknown to himself the regret that he had not gone with Bilbo was steadily growing. He found himself wondering at times, especially in the autumn, about the wildlands, and strange visions of mountains that he had never seen came into his dreams. He began to say to himself, "Perhaps I shall cross the river myself one day," to which the other half of his mind always replied, "Not yet." So it went on until his 40 were running out and his 50th birthday was drawing near. 50 was a number that he felt was somehow significant or ominous. It was at any rate at that age that adventure had suddenly befallen Bilbo. Frodo began to feel restless, and the old path seemed too well trodden. He looked at maps and wondered what lay beyond their edges. Maps made in the Shire showed mostly white spaces beyond its borders. He took to wandering further afield, and more often by himself and Merry and his other friends watched him anxiously. Often he was seen walking and talking with the strange wayfarers that began at this time to appear in the Shire. There were rumors of strange things happening in the world outside, and as Gandalf had not at the time appeared or sent any message for several years, Frodo gathered all the news he could. Elves who seldom walked in the Shire could now be seen passing westward through the woods in the evening, passing and not returning, but they were leaving Middle-earth and were no longer concerned with its troubles. There were, however, dwarves on the road in unusual numbers. The ancient east-west road ran through the Shire to its end at the Grey Havens, and dwarves had always used it on their way to their mines in the Blue Mountains. They were the hobbits' chief source of news from distant parts, if they wanted any. As a rule, dwarf said little and hobbits asked no more, but now Frodo often met strange dwarves of far countries seeking refuge in the west. They were troubled, and some spoke in whispers of the enemy and of the land of Mordor. That name the hobbits only knew in legends of the dark past, like a shadow in the background of their memories, but it was ominous and disquieting. It seemed that the evil power in Mirewood had been driven out by the White Council, only to reappear in greater strength in the old strongholds of Mordor. The Dark Tower had been rebuilt, it was said. From there the power was spreading far and wide, and away far east and south there were wars and growing fear. Orcs were multiplying again in the mountains, trolls were abroad no longer dull-witted but cunning, and armed with dreadful weapons, and there were murmured hints of creatures more terrible than all these, but they had no name. Little of all this of course reached the ears of ordinary hobbits, but even the deafest and most stay-at-home began to hear queer tales, and those whose business took them to the borders saw strange things. The conversation in the Green Dragon at Bywater one evening in the spring of Frodo's 50th year showed that even in the comfortable heart of the Shire rumours had been heard, though most hobbits still laughed at them. Sam Gomri was sitting in one corner near the fire, and opposite him was Ted Sandemon the miller's son, and there were various other rustic hobbits listening to their talk. "Queer things you do hear these days, to be sure," said Sam. "Ah," said Ted, "you do if you listen, but I can hear farsar tales and children's stories at home if I want to." "No doubt you can," retorted Sam, "and I dare say there's more truth in some of them that you reckon. Who invented the stories anyway? Take dragons now." "No thank you," said Ted, "I won't. I heard tell of them when I was a youngster, but there's no cold to believe in them now. There's only one dragon in BYW water, and that's Grain," he said, getting a general laugh. "All right," said Sam, laughing with the rest, "but what about these tree men, these giants as you might call them? They do say that one bigger than a tree was seen up away beyond the North Moors not long back." "Oh, they? Well, my cousin Hal, for one, he works for Mr. Buffin in Overhill and goes up to the North Farley for the hunting. He saw one." "Say he did. Perhaps your house is always saying he's seeing things, and maybe he's seeing things that ain't there, but this one was as big as an elm tree and walking 7 yards to a stride. If it was an inch, then I bet it wasn't an inch. What he saw was an elm tree like is not, but this one was walking, I tell you, and there ain't no elm tree on the North Moors." "H can't have seen one," said Ted. There was some laughing and clapping. The audience seemed to think that Ted has scored a point. "All the same," said Sam, "you can't deny that others beside are half-assed seen queer folk crossing the Shire crossing. It, mind you, there are more that are turned back at the borders. The Bounders have never been so busy before, and I've heard tell that elves are moving west. They do say they're going to the harbors out way beyond the White Towers." Sam waved his arm vaguely. Neither he nor any of them knew how far it was to the sea past the old towers beyond the western borders of the Shire, but it was an old tradition that away over there stood the grey havens from which at times elven ships set sail never to return. "They are sailing over the sea. They're going to the West and Lane US," said Sam, half chanted the words, shaking his head sadly and solemnly. But Ted laughed. "Well, that isn't anything new if you believe the old tales, and I don't see what it matters to me. Or you let them sail, but I war you haven't seen them doing it, nor anyone else in the show." "Well, I don't know," said Sam thoughtfully. He believed he had once seen an elf in the woods, and still hoped to see more one day. Of all the legends that he had heard in his early years, such fragments of tales and half-remembered stories about the elves as the hobbits knew had always moved him most deeply. "There are some even in these parts as know the fair folk and get news of them," he said. "There's Mr. Baggin now that I work for, he told me that they were sailing, and he knows a bit about elves, and old Mr. Bilbo knew more many the talk that I had with him when I was little." "Lo, they both cracked," said Ted. "Least old Bilbo was cracked. FR's cracking. If that's where you get your news from, you'll never walk for moonshine. Well, friends, I'm off Home your good health. He drained his mug and went out noisily. Sam sat silent and said no more. He had a good deal to think about. For one thing, there was a lot to do up in the Bag End garden, and he would have a busy day tomorrow if the weather cleared. The grass was growing fast, but Sam had more on his mind than garden. After a while he sighed, got up and went out. It was early April and the sky was now clearing after heavy rain. The sun was down and a cool pale evening was quietly fading into the night. He walked home under the early stars, through Hobbiton and up the hill, whistling softly and thoughtfully. It was just at this time that Gandalf reappeared after his long absence for 3 years. After the party he had been away. Then he paid Frodo a brief visit, and after taking a good look at him he went off again. During the next year or two he had turned up fairly often, coming unexpectedly after dusk and going off without warning before sunrise. He would not discuss his own business and journeys, and seemed chiefly interested in small news about Frodo's health and doings. Then suddenly his visits had ceased. It was over 9 years since Frodo had seen or heard of him, and he had begun to think that the wizard would never return, and had given up all interest in hobbits. But that evening, as Sam was walking home and twilight was fading, there came the once familiar tap on the study window. Frodo welcomed his old friend with surprise and great delight. They looked hard at one another. "Ah well," said Gandalf, "you look the same as ever." "Frodo, do you?" Frodo replied, but secretly he thought that Gandalf looked older and more careworn. He pressed him with news of himself and of the wide world, and soon they were deep in talk, and they stayed up far into the night. Next morning, after a late breakfast, the wizard was sitting with Frodo by the open window of the study. A brief fire was on the hearth, but the sun was warm and the wind was in the south. Everything looked fresh, and the new green of spring was shimmering in the fields and on the tips of the trees' fingers. Gondal was thinking of a spring nearly 80 years before, when Bilbo had run out of Bag End without a handkerchief. His hair was perhaps whiter than it had been then, and his beard and eyebrows were perhaps longer, and his face more lined with care and wisdom, but his eyes were as bright as ever, and he smoked in blue smoke rings with the same vigor and delight. He was smoking now in silence, for Frodo was sitting still, deep in thought. Even in the light of morning he felt the dark shadow of the tidings that Gondal had brought. At last he broke the silence. "Last night you began to tell me strange things about my ring, Gandalf," he said, "and then you stopped because you'd said that such matters were left until daylight. Don't you think you better finish now? You say the ring is dangerous, far more dangerous than I guess." "In what way?" "In many ways," answered the wizard. "It is far more powerful than I ever dared to think at first, so powerful that in the end it would utterly overcome anyone of mortal race who possessed it. It would possess him." Long ago many elven rings were made, magic rings, as you call them, and they were of course of various kinds, some more potent and some less. The lesser rings were only essays in the craft before it was full grown. To the elven smiths they were but trifles, yet still to my mind dangerous for mortals. The great rings, the rings of power, they were perilous. Immortal Frodo, who keeps one of the great rings, does not die, but he does not grow or obtain more life. He merely continues until at last every minute is a weariness, and if he often uses the ring to make himself invisible, he fades. He becomes in the end invisible permanently, and walks in the twilight under the eye of the dark power that rules the rings. Yes, sooner or later, if he is strong or well-meaning to begin with, but neither strength nor good purpose will last, sooner or later the dark power will devour him." "How terrifying," said Frodo. There was another long silence. The sound of Sam Gamgee cutting the lawn came in from the garden. "How long have you known this?" asked Frodo at length. "And how much did Bilbo know?" "Bilbo knew no more than he told you. I am sure," said Gandalf, "he would certainly never have passed on to you anything that he thought would be a danger, even though I promised to look after you. He thought the ring was very beautiful and very useful at need, and if anything was wrong or queer it was himself. He said that it was growing on his mind and he was always worrying about it, but he did not suspect the ring itself was to blame. Though he had found out that the thing needed looking after, it did not seem always of the same size or weight. It shrank or expanded in an odd way and might suddenly slip off a finger when it had been tight. Yes, he warned me of that in this last letter, said Frodo, so I have always kept it on his chain. Very wise, said Gandalf, but as for his long life, Bilbo never connected it with the ring at all. He took all the credit for that to himself, and he was very proud of it, though he was getting restless and uneasy, thin and stretched. He said, a sign that the ring was getting control. How long have you known all this? asked Frodo again. No, said Gandalf, I have known much that only the wise know, Frodo. But if you mean known about this ring, well, I still do not know. One might say there is a last test to make, but I no longer doubt my guess. When did I first just begin to guess? He mused, searching back in memory. Let me see, it was in the year that the White Council drove the Dark Power from Mirwood, just before the Battle of Five Armies, that Bilbo found this ring. A shadow fell on my heart then, though I did not know yet what I feared. I wondered often how Gollum came by a great ring. As plainly it was that at least was clear from the first. Then I heard Bilbo's strange story of how he had won it, and I could not believe it. When I at last got the truth out of him, I saw at once that he had been trying to put his claim on the ring beyond doubt, much like Gollum with his birthday present. The lies were too much alike for my comfort. Clearly the ring had an wholesome power that set to work on its keeper at once. That was the first real warning I had that all was not well. I told Bilbo often that such rings were better left unused, but he resented it and soon got angry. There was little else that I could do. I could not take it from him without doing greater harm, and I had no right to do so anyway. I could only watch and wait. I might perhaps have consulted on the White, but something always held me back. Who is he? asked Frodo. I've never heard of him before. Maybe not, answered Gandalf. A bar or were no concern of his, yet he is great among the wise. He is the chief of my order and the head of the council. His knowledge is deep, but his pride has grown with it, and he takes ill any meddling. The lore of the elven rings, great and small, is his province. He has long studied it, seeking the lost secrets of their making. But when the rings were debated in the council, all that he would reveal to us of his ring law told against my fears. So my doubts slept but uneasily. Still I watched and I waited, and all seemed well with Bilbo. And the years passed. Yes, they passed, and they seemed not to touch him. He showed no signs of age. The shadow fell on me again, but I said to myself, after all, he comes of a long-lived family on his mother's side. There is time yet. Wait. And I waited until that night when he left his house. He said and did things then that filled me with a great fear that no words of shaman could allay. I knew at last that something dark and deadly was at work, and I have spent most of the years since then in finding out the truth of it. There wasn't any permanent harm done, was there? asked Frodo anxiously. He would get all right in time, wouldn't he? Be able to rest in peace? I mean, he felt better at once, said Gandalf. There is only one power in this world that knows all about the rings and their effects, and as far as I know there is no power in the world that knows all about hobbits. Among the wise I am the only one that goes in for hobbit law, an obscure branch of knowledge but full of surprises. Soft as butter they can be, and yet sometimes as tough as old tree roots. I think it likely that some would resist the rings far longer than most of the wise would believe. I don't think you need to worry about Bilbo. Of course he possessed the ring for many years and used it, so it might take a long while for the influence to wear off before it was safe for him to see it again, for instance. Otherwise he might live on for years quite happily, just stop as he was when he parted with it, for he gave it up in the end of his own accord. An important point. No, I was not troubled about dear Bilbo any more once he had let the thing go. It is for you that I feel responsible. Ever since Bilbo left I have been deeply concerned about you and about all these charming, absurd, helpless hobbits. It would be a grievous blow to the world if The dark power overcame the Shire if all your kind jolly stupid bows horn blowers buffins spray skirts and the rest not to mention the ridiculous binds became enslaved. Frodo shuddered. But why should we be, he asked, and why would he want such slaves? To tell you the truth, replied Gandalf, I believe that hitherto mark you, he has entirely overlooked the existence of hobbits. You should be thankful, but your safety has passed. He does not need you, he has many more useful servants, but he won't forget you again. And hobbits as miserable slaves would please him far more than hobbits happy and free. There is such a thing as malice and revenge. Revenge, said Frodo. Revenge for what? I still don't understand what all this has to do with Bilbo and myself and our ring. It has everything to do with it, said Gandalf. You do not know the real peril yet, but you shall. I was not sure of it myself when I was last here, but the time has come to speak. Give me the ring. For a moment Frodo took it from his breeches pocket where it was clasped to a chain that hung from his belt. He unfastened it and handed it slowly to the wizard. It felt suddenly very heavy, as if either it or Frodo's self was in some way reluctant for Gandalf to touch it. Gandalf held it up. It looked to be made of pure and solid gold. Can you see any markings on it? he asked. No, said Frodo, there are none. It is quite plain and it never shows a scratch or sign of wear. Well then, look. To Frodo's astonishment and distress, the wizard threw it suddenly into the middle of a glowing corner of the fire. Frodo gave a cry and gr for the tongs with G held him back. Wait, he said in a commanding voice, giving Frodo a quick look from under his bristling brows. No apparent change came over the ring. After a while Gandalf got up, closed the shutters outside the window and drew the curtains. The room became dark and silent, though the clack of Sam's shears, now nearer to the windows, could still be heard faintly from the garden. For a moment the wizard stood looking at the fire, then he stooped and removed the ring from the height with the tongs and at once picked it up. Frodo gasped. It's quite cool, said Gandalf. Take it. Frodo received it on his shrinking palm. It seemed to have become thicker and heavier than ever. Hold it up, said Gandalf. Looked closely. As Frodo did so, he now saw fine lines, finer than the finest pen strokes, running along the ring inside lines of fire that seemed to form the letters of a flowing script. They shone piercingly bright and yet remote, as if out of a great depth. I cannot read the fiery letters, said Frodo in a quavering voice. No, said Gandalf, but I can. The letters are elvish of an ancient mode, but the language is that of Mordor, which I will not utter here, but this in the common tongue is what it said. Close enough. One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. It is only 2 lines of a verse long, known in elven law. 3 rings for the elven kings under the sky, 7 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone, 9 for mortal men doomed to die, 1 for the Dark Lord on his dark throne in the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them in the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. He paused and then said slowly in a deep voice, this is the master ring, the 1 ring to rule them all. This is the 1 ring that he lost many ages ago to the great weakening of his power. He greatly desires it, but he must not get it. Frodo sat silent and motionless. Fear seemed to stretch out a vast hand like a dark cloud rising in the east and looming up to engulf him. This ring, he stammered. How on earth did it come to me, said Gandalf. That is a very long story. The beginnings lie back in the black years which only the lawmasters now remember. If I were to tell you all that tale, we should be sitting here when spring had passed into winter. But last night I told you of Sauron the Great, the Dark Lord. The rumors that you have heard are true. He has indeed arisen again and left his hold in Mirkwood and returned to his ancient fortress in the Dark Tower of Mordor. That name even you hobbits have heard of, like a shadow on the bard of Old stories always after a defeat and a respite the shadow takes another shape and grows again. I wish it need not have happened in my time, said Frodo. So do I, said Gandalf, and so do all who live to see such times, but that is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what to do with the time that has given us, and already Fro our time is beginning to look black. The enemy is fast becoming very strong. His plans are far from ripe, I think, but they are ripening. We shall be hard put to it. We should be very hard put to it, even if it were not for this dreadful chance. The enemy still lacks one thing to give him strength and knowledge to beat down all resistance, break the last defenses, and cover all the lands in a second darkness. He lacked the one ring the three fairest of all the elf lords hid from him, and his hand never touched them or sullied them. 7 the dwarf kings possessed, but 3 he has recovered, and the others the dragons have consumed. 9 he gave to mortal men proud and great, and so ensnared them long ago. They fell under the dominion of the one, and they became wraiths, shadows under his great shadow, his most terrible servants. Long ago, it is many a year since the 9 walked abroad, yet who knows, as the shadow grows once more they too may walk again. But come, we will not speak of such things even in the morning of this sh. So it is now the 9 he has gathered to himself, the 7 also, or else they are destroyed. The 3 are hidden still, but that no longer troubles him. He only needs the 1, for he made that ring himself. It is his, and he let a great part of his own former power pass into it, so that he could rule all the others. If he recovered it, then he will command them all again wherever they be, even the 3, and all that has been wrought with them will be laid bare, and he will be stronger than ever. And this is the dreadful chance. Fro he believed that the 1 had perished, that the elves have destroyed it as should have been done, but he knows now that it has not perished, that it has been found. So he is seeking it, and all his thought is bent on it. It is his great hope and our great fear. Why wasn't it destroyed? Cried Frodo. And how did the enemy ever come to lose it if it was so strong and it was so precious to him? He clutched the ring in his hand as if he saw already dark fingers snatching out to seize it. It was taken from him, said Gandalf. The strength of the elves to resist him was greater long ago, and not all men were estranged from them. The men of Western Est came to their aid. That is a chapter of ancient history which it might be good to recall, for there was sorrow then too, and gathering dark, but great valor and great deeds that were not wholly vain. One day perhaps I will tell you all that tale, or you shall hear it told in full by one who knows it best. And for the moment, since most of all you need to know how this thing came to you, and that will be tale enough. This is all I will say. It was Gil-galad, Elven king, and Elendil of Westernness, who overthrew Sauron, though they themselves perished in the deed. And Isildur, Elil's son, cut the ring from Sauron's hand and took it for his own. Then Sauron was vanquished, and his spirit fled and was hidden for long years, until his shadow took shape again in Mirkwood. But the ring was lost. It fell into the great river Anduin and vanished. Frodo was marching north along the east banks of the river, and near the Gladen fields he was waylaid by the orcs of the mountains, and almost all his folk were slain. He leapt into the waters, but the ring slipped from his finger as he swam, and then the orcs saw him and killed him with arrows. Gandalf paused, and there in the dark pools amid the Gladen fields he said, the ring passed out of knowledge and legend, and even so much of its history is known now only to a few, and the council of the wise could discover no more. But at last I can carry on the story. I think long after, but still very long ago, there lived by the banks of the great river on the edge of Wilderland a clever-handed and quiet-footed little people. I guess they were of hobbit kind, akin to the fathers of the STS, for they loved the river and often swam in it or made little boats of reeds. There was among them a family of high repute, for it was large and wealthier than most, and it was ruled by a grandmother of the folk, stern and wise in old law, such as they had. The most inquisitive and curious-minded of that family was called Smeagol. He was interested in roots and beginnings, and dived into deep pools. He burrowed under trees and growing plants. He tunneled into green mounds, and he ceased to look up at the hilltops over the leaves on the trees or the flowers opening in the air. His head and his eyes were down. He had a friend called Deagle of similar sort, sharper-eyed but not so quick and strong. One a time they took a boat and went down to the Gladen fields, where there were great beds of iris and flowering reeds. There Small got out and went nosing about the banks, but Deagle sat in the boat and fished. Suddenly a great fish took his hook, and before he knew where he was dragged out and down into the water to the bottom. Then he let go of his line, for he thought he saw something shining in the river bit, and holding his breath he grabbed at it. Then up he came, spluttering with weeds in his hair and a handful of mud. And he swam to the bank, and behold, when he washed the mud away, there in his hand lay a beautiful golden ring, and it shone and glittered in the sun, so that his heart was glad. But Smeal had been watching him from behind a tree, and as Deagle gloated over the ring, Smeal came softly up behind. "Give us that, Deagle, my love," said Smeagol over his friend's shoulder. "Why?" said Deagle. "Because it's my birthday, my love, and I want it," said Smeal. "I don't care," said Deagle. "I've given you a present already, more than I could have thought. I found this, and I'm going to keep it." "Are you indeed, my love?" "For some." And he caught Deagle by the throat and strangled him, because the gold looked so bright and beautiful. Then he put the ring on his finger. No one ever found out what had become of Deagle. He was murdered far from home, and his body was cunningly hidden. But Smeagol returned alone, and he found that none of his family could see him when he was wearing the ring. He was very pleased with his discovery, and he concealed it, and he used it to find out secrets, and he put his knowledge to crooked and malicious uses. He became sharp-eyed and keen-eared, for all that was hurtful. The ring had given him power according to his stature. It was not to be wondered at that he became very unpopular and was shunned when visible by all his relations. They kicked him and he bit their feet. He took to thieving and going about muttering to himself and gurgling in his throat. So they called him Gollum and cursed him and told him to go far away, and his grandmother, desiring peace, expelled him from the family and turned him out of their hole. He wandered in loneliness, weeping a little for the hardness of the world, and he journeyed up the river till he came to a stream that flowed down from the mountains, and he went that way. He caught fish in deep pools with invisible fingers, and knead them roar. One day it was very hot, and as he was bending over a pool he felt a burning on the back of his head, and a dazzling light from the water pained his wet eyes. He wondered at it, for he had almost forgotten about the sun. Then for the last time he looked up and shook his fist at her, but as he lowered his eyes he saw far above the tops of the misty mountains out of which the stream came, and he thought suddenly it would be cool and shady under those mountains. The sun could not watch me there. The roots of those mountains must be roots indeed. There must be great secrets buried there which have not been discovered since the beginning. So he journeyed by night up into the highlands, and he found a little cave out of which the dark stream ran, and he wormed his way like a maggot into the heart of the hills and vanished. Out of all knowledge the ring went into the shadows with him, and even the maker, when his power had begun to grow again, could learn nothing of it. "Gollum," cried Frodo. "Gollum, do you mean that this is the very Gollum creature that Bilbo met? How loathsome!" "I think it is a sad story," said the wizard, "and it might have happened to others, even to some hobbits that I have known." "I can't believe that Gollum was connected with hobbits, however distantly," said Frodo with some heat. "What an abominable notion it is!" "True all the same," replied Gandalf, "about their origins. At any rate I know more than hobbits do themselves, and even Bilbo's stories suggest the kingship. There was a great deal in the background of their minds and memories that was very similar. They understood one another remarkably well, very much better than a hobbit would understand, say, a dwarf or an orc or even an elf. Think of the riddles they both knew, for one thing." "Yes," said Frodo, "though other folk beside hobbit asks riddles and much of the same sort, and hobbits don't cheat." G meant to cheat all The time he was just trying to put for Bilbo off his guard, and I dare say it amused his wickedness to start a game which might end in providing him with an easy victim, but if he lost would not hurt him. Only too true, I fear, said Gondal, but there was something else in it, I think, but you do not see it. Even Gollum was not wholly ruined. He had proved tougher than even one of the wise would have guessed. As a hobbit might, there was a little corner of his mind that was still his own, and light came through it as through in the dark light out of the past. It was actually pleasant, I think, to hear a kindly voice again, bringing up memories of wind and trees, son of the grass, and such forgotten things that of course could only make the evil part of him angrier in the end, unless it could be conquered, unless it could be cured. Gondal sighed. Alas, there is little hope of that for him yet. Not no hope, no, not though he possessed the ring so long, almost as far back as he can remember, for it was long since he had worn it. Much in the black darkness, it was seldom needed. Certainly he had never faded. He was thin and tough still, but the thing was eating up his mind, of course, and the torment had become almost unbearable. All the great secrets under the mountains had turned out to be just an empty night. There was nothing more to find out, nothing worth doing, only nasty furtive eating and resentful remembering. He was altogether wretched. He hated the dark and he hated the light more. He hated everything, and the ring most of all. What do you mean, said Frodo. Surely the ring was his precious and the only thing he cared for, but if he hated it, why didn't he get rid of it, or go away, or and leave it? You ought to begin to understand, Fro. After all you have heard, said Gandalf. He hated and loved it as he hated and loved himself. He could not get rid of it. He had no will left in the matter. A ring of power looks after itself, Frodo. It may slip off treacherously, but its keeper never abandons it. At most he plays with the idea of handing it to someone else's care, and that only at an early stage when it first begins to grip. But as far as I know, Bilbo alone in history has ever gone beyond playing and really done it. He needed all my help too, and even so he would never have just forsaken it or cast it aside. It was not Gollum, Frodo, but the ring itself that decided things. The ring left him what just in time to meet Bilbo, said Frodo. Wouldn't an or have suited it better? This is no laughing matter, said Gandalf. Not for you. It was the strangest event in the whole history of the ring so far. Pilo a rifle just at that time, and putting his hand on it blindly in the dark, there was more than one power at work. Frodo, the ring was trying to get back to its master. It had slipped from Isildur's hand and betrayed him, and when chance came it caught poor Deagle and he was murdered, and after that Gollum and had devoured him, could make no further use of him. He was too small and mean, and as long as it stayed with him he would never leave his deep pool again. So now when its master was awake once more and sending out his dark thought from Mirkwood, it abandoned Gollum only to be picked up by the most unlikely person imaginable, Belb from the Shire behind. That there was something else at work beyond any design of the ring maker, I can put it to no plainer than by saying that Bilbo was meant to find the ring and not by its maker, in which case you also were meant to have it, and that may be an encouraging thought. It is not, said Frodo, though I'm not sure that I understand you. But how have you learned all this about the ring and about Gollum? Do you really know it all, or are you just guessing still? Gandalf looked at Frodo, his eyes glinted. I knew much, and I have learned much, he answered, but I'm not going to give an account of all my doings to you. The history of Elil and Isur and the One Ring is known to all the wise. Your ring is shown to be that one ring by the fire, writing alone apart from any other evidence. When did you discover that? asked Frodo, interrupting. Just now, in this room, of course, answered the wizard sharply, but I expected to find it. I have come back from dark journeys and long search to make that final test. It is the last proof, and all is now only too clear. Making out Gollum's part and fitting it into the Gap in the history required some thought. I may have started with guesses about Gollum, but I am not guessing now. I know I have seen him. You've seen Gollum, exclaimed Flo with amazement. Yes, the obvious thing to do, of course. Fon could. I tried long ago, but I have managed at last. Then what happened after Bilbo escaped from him? Do you know that? Not so clearly. What I have told you is what Gollum was willing to tell, though not of course in the way that I reported it. Golem is a liar, and you have to sift his words. For instance, he called the ring his birthday present, and he stuck to that. He said it came from his grandmother, who had lots of beautiful things of that kind. A ridiculous story. I have no doubt that Sméagol's grandmother was a matriarch, a great person in her way, but to talk of her possessing many Ellen rings was absurd, and as for giving them away, it was a lie, but a lie with a grain of truth. The murder of Deagle haunted Gollum, and he had made up a defense, repeating to his precious over and over again, as he handled bones in the dark, until he almost believed it. It was his birthday. Deagle ought to have given the ring to him. It had previously turned up just so as to be a present. It was his birthday present. So on and on. I endured him as long as I could, but the truth was desperately important, and in the end I had to be harsh. I put the fear of fire on him and wrung the true story out of him bit by bit, together with much sniveling and snarling. He thought he was misunderstood and ill-used, but when he had at last told me his history as far as the end of the riddle game in Bil's escape, he would not say any more, except in dark hints. Some other fear was on him greater than mine. He muted that he was going to get his own back. People would see if he would stand being kicked and driven into a hole and then robbed. Gollum had good friends now, good friends and very strong. They would help him. Baggins would pay for it. That was his chief thought. He hated Bilbo and cursed his name. What is more, he knew where he came from. But how did he find that out? asked Frodo. Well, as for the name, Bilbo very foolishly told it Gollum himself, and after that it would not be difficult to discover his country once Gollum came out. Oh yes, he came out. His longing for the ring proved stronger than his fear of the orcs or even the light. After a year or two he left the mountains. You see, though still bound by the fire of it, the ring was no longer devouring him. He began to revive a little. He felt old, terribly old, yet less timid, and he was mortally hungry. Light of sun and moon he still feared and hated, and he always will, I think, but he was cunning. He found out he could hide from day and moonshine and make his way swiftly and softly by dead of night with his pale cold eyes and catch small frightened or unwary things. He grew stronger and bolder with new food and new air. He found his way into Mirkwood, as one would expect. Is that where you found him? asked Frodo. I saw him there, answered Gandalf, but before that he had wandered far following Bilbo's trail. It was difficult to learn anything from him for certain, for his talk was constantly interrupted by curses and threats. What has it got? he said outward. So no, precious little cheat. Not a fair question. It cheated first at thought. It broke the rules. Not have greased it. Yes, precious, and we will. Precious. That is a sample of his talk. I don't suppose you want any more. I had weary days of it, but from hence dropped among the snars. I even gathered that his padding feet had taken him at last to Esgarote and even to the streets of Dale. Listening secretly and peering well, the news of the great events went far and wide in Wilderland, and many had heard Bilbo's name and knew where he came from. We had made no secret of our return journey to his home in the west. Gollum's sharp ears would soon learn what he wanted. Then why didn't he track Bilbo further? asked Frodo. Why didn't he come to the Shire? said Gandalf. Now we come to it, I think Gollum tried to. He set out and came back westward as far as the great river, but then he turned aside. He was not daunted by the distance, I am sure. No, something else threw him away. So my friends think those that hunt ed him. For me, the wood elves tracked him first. an easy task for them, for his trail was still fresh. Then through Mirkwood and back again it led them, though they never caught him. The wood was full of the rumor of him, dreadful tales even among beasts and birds. The woodman said that there was some new terror abroad, a ghost that drank blood. It climbed trees to find nests, it crept into holes to find the young, it slipped through windows to find cradles. But at the western edge of Mirkwood the trail turned away, it wandered off southwards and passed out of the wood Elsken and was lost. And then I made a great mistake, yes Frodo, and not the first, but I fear it may prove the worst. I let the matter be, I let him go, for I had much else to think of at that time, and I still trusted the Lord of San. Well, that was years ago, I have paid for it since with many dark and dangerous days. The trail was long cold when I took it up again after Bilbo left here, and my search would have been in vain but for the help that I had from a friend, Aragorn, the greatest traveller and huntsman of this age of the world. Together we sought for Gollum down the whole length of Wilderland without hope and without success, but at last, when I had given up the chase and turned to other parts, Gollum was found. My friend returned out of great perils, bringing the miserable creature with him. What he had been doing he would not say, he only wept and called us cruel, with many a Gollum in his throat, and when we pressed him he whined and cringed and rubbed his long hands, licking his fingers as if they pained him, as if he remembered some old torture. But I'm afraid there is no possible doubt he had made a slow, sneaking way, step by step, mile by mile, south, down at last to the land of Mordor. A heavy silence fell in the room. Frodo could hear his heart beating even outside. Everything seemed still. No sound of Sam's shears could now be heard. Yes, to Mordor, said Gandalf. Alas, Mordor draws all wicked things, and the dark power was bending all its will to gather them there. The ring of the enemy would leave its mark to leave him open to the summons, and all folk were whispering then of the new shadow in the south and its hatred of the west. There were his fine new friends who would help him in his revenge. Wretched fool, in that land he would learn much too much for his comfort, and sooner or later, as he lured in pride on the borders, he would be caught and taken for examination. That was the way of it. I feel when he was found he had already been there long and was on his way back on some errand of mischief, but that does not matter much now. His worst mischief was done. Yes, alas, through him the enemy has learned that the one has been found again. He knows where he still to a fell. He knows where Gollum found his ring. He knows that it is a great ring, for it gave long life. He knows that it is not one of the three, for they have never been lost and they endure no evil. He knows that it is not one of the 7 or the 9, for they are accounted for. He knows that it is the one, and he has at last heard, I think, of Hits and the Shire. The Shire, he may be seeking for it now, if he has not already found out where it dies. Indeed, Fro, I fear that he may even think that the long unknown, his name of Pins, has become important. But this is terrible, cried Fraud, down far worse than the worst that I imagined from your hints and warnings. O Condal, best of friends, what am I to do? For now I am really afraid. What am I to do? What a pity that Bilbo did not stab the vile creature when he had the chance. Pity, it was pity that stayed his hand. Pity and mercy not to strike without need, and he has been well rewarded. For be sure that he took so little hurt from the evil and escaped in the end, because he began his ownership of the ring so with pity. I'm sorry, said Frodo, but I am frightened, and I do not feel any pity for Gollum. You have not seen him, Gandalf broke in. No, and I don't want to, said Frodo. I can't understand you. Do you mean to say that you and the elves have let him live on after all those horrible deeds? Now at any rate he is as bad as an orc and just an enemy. He deserves death, deserves it, I dare say he does. Many that live deserve death, and some that die deserve life. Can you give it to them then? Do not be too eager to deal out death and judgment, for even the very wise cannot see all. Ans I have not much hope that Gollum can be cured before he dies, but there is a chance of it, and he is bound up with the fate of the ring. My heart tells me that he has some part to play yet, for good or ill, before the end, and when that comes the pity of Bilbo may rule the fate of many years, not least in any case we did not kill him. He is very old and very wretched. The wood elves have him in prison. They treat him with such kindness as they can find in their wise hearts. All the same, said Frodo, even if Bilbo could not kill Gollum, I wish he had not kept the ring. I wish she had never found it, and that I had not got it. Why did you let me keep it? Why didn't you make me throw it away or destroy it? Let you make you, said the wizard. Haven't you been listening to all that I've said? You are not thinking of what you are saying. But as for throwing it away, that was obviously wrong. These rings have a way of becoming found in evil hands. It might have done great evil. Worst of all, it might have fallen into the hands of the enemy. Indeed it certainly would, for this is the one, and he is exerting all his power to find it or draw it to himself. Of course, my dear Frodo, it was dangerous for you, and that has troubled me deeply, but there was so much at stake that I had to take some risk. Though even when I was far away, there has never been a day when the Shire has not been guarded by watchful eyes. As long as you never used it, I did not think that the ring would have any lasting effect on you, not for evil, not at any rate for a very long time. And you must remember that 9 years ago, when I last saw you, I still knew little for certain. But why not destroy it, as you say should have been done long ago, cried Frodo again. If you had warned me or even sent me a message, I would have done away with it. Would you? How would you do that? Have you ever tried? No, but I suppose one could hammer it or melt it. Try, said Gandalf. Try now. Frodo drew the ring out of his pocket again and looked at it. It now appeared plain and smooth, without mark or device that he could see. The gold looked very fair and pure, and Frodo thought how rich and beautiful was its color, how perfect was its roundness. It was an admirable thing, and altogether precious. When he took it out, he had intended to fling it from him into the very hottest part of the fire, but he found now that he could not do so. Not without a great struggle he weighed the ring in his hand, hesitating, and forced in himself to remember all that Gondal had told him, and then with an effort of will he made a movement as if to cast it away, but he found that he had put it back in his pocket. Gandalf laughed grimly. You see, all you to Frodo cannot easily let it go, nor will to damage it, and I could not make you except by force, which would break your mind. But as for breaking the ring, force is useless. Even if you took it and struck it with a heavy sledgehammer, it would make no tint in it. It cannot be unmade by your hands or by mine. Your small fire of course would not melt even ordinary gold. This ring has already passed through it unscathed and even unheated, but there is no smith's forge in the Shire that could change it at all. Not even the anvils and furnaces of the dwarfs could do that. It has been said that dragon fire could melt and consume the rings of power, but there is not now any dragon left on earth in which the old fire is hot enough, nor was there ever any dragon, not even Ankalagan the Black, who could have harmed the One Ring, the ruling ring, for that was made by Sauron himself. There is only one way to find the cracks of doom in the depths of a Rud ruin, a fire mountain, and cast the ring in there if you really wish to destroy it, to put it beyond the ground grasp of the enemy forever. I do really wish to destroy it, cried Frodo. Oh well, to have it destroyed. I am not made for perilous quests. I wish I had never seen the ring. Why did it come to me? Why was I chosen? Such questions cannot be answered, said Kay. You may be sure that it was not for any merit that others do not possess, not for power or wisdom at any rate, but you have been chosen, and you must therefore use such strength and heart and wits as you have. But I have so little of any of these things. You are wise and powerful. Will you not take the ring? Cried Gandalf, springing to his feet. Without power I should have power too great and terrible, and over me the ring would gain a power still greater and more deadly. His eyes flashed and his face was lit by a fire within. Do not tempt me, for I do not wish to become like the Dark Lord himself. Yet the way of the ring to my heart is by pity for weakness and the desire of strength to do good. Do not tempt me. I dare not take it not even to keep it safe unused. The wish to wield it would be too great for my strength. I shall have such need of it. Great perils lie before me. He went to the windows and drew aside the curtains and the shutters. Sunlight streamed back again into the room. Sam passed along the path outside whistling. And now, said the wizard, turning back to Frodo, the decision lies with you, but I will always help you. He laid his hand on Frodo's shoulder. I will help you bear this burden as long as it is yours to bear. We must do something soon. The enemy is moving. There was a long silence. Gandalf sat down again and puffed at his pipe as if lost in thought. His eyes seemed closed, but under the lids he was watching Frodo intently. Frodo gazed fixedly at the red embers of the hearth until they filled all his vision, and he seemed to be looking down into profound wells of fire. He was thinking of the fabled cracks of doom and the terror of the fiery mountain. Well, said Gandalf at last, what are you thinking about? Have you decided what to do? No, answered Frodo, coming back to himself out of darkness and finding to his surprise that it was not dark, and that out of the window he could see the sunlit garden. Well, perhaps yes. As far as I understand what you have said, I suppose I must keep the ring and guard it, at least for the present. Whatever it may do to me, whatever it may do, it will be slow to evil if you keep it with that purpose, said Gandalf. I hope so, said Frodo, but I hope that you may find some other better keeper soon. But in the meantime it seems that I am a danger to all that live near me. I cannot keep the ring and stay here. I ought to leave back and leave the Shire, leave everything and go away. He sighed. I should like to save the Shire if I could, though there have been times when I thought the inhabitants too stupid and dull words, and have felt that an earthquake or invasion of dragons might be good for them, but I don't feel like that now. I feel that as long as the Shire lies behind safe and comfortable, I shall find wandering more bearable. I shall know that somewhere there is a firm foothold, even if my feet cannot stand there again. Of course I have sometimes thought of going away, but I imagined it as a kind of holiday, a series of adventures like Bilbo or Red ending in peace. But this would mean exile, a flight from danger into danger, drawing it after me, and I suppose I must go alone if I am to do that and save the Shire. But I feel very small and very uprooted and well, desperate. The enemy is so strong and terrible. He did not tell Gandalf, but as he was speaking a great desire to follow Bilbo flamed up in his heart, to follow Bilbo and even perhaps to find him again. It was so strong that it became his fear. He could almost have run out there and then down the road without his hat, as Bilbo had done on a similar morning long ago. My dear Frodo, exclaimed Gandalf, hits really are amazing creatures. As I have said before, you can learn all that there is to know about their ways in a month, and yet after 100 years they can still surprise you at a pinch. I hardly expected to get such an answer, not even from you. But Bilbo made no mistake in choosing his hair, though he little thought how important it would prove. I'm afraid you are right. The ring will not be able to stay hidden in the Shire much longer, and for your own sake as well as for others you will have to go and leave the name of Baggins behind you. That name will not be safe to have outside the Shire or in the wild. I will give you a traveling name now. When you go as Mr. Underhill. I don't think you need to go alone, not if you know anyone you can trust and who would be willing to go by your side, and that you would be willing to take into unknown perils. But if you look for a companion, be careful in choosing, and be careful of what you say, even to your closest friends. The enemy has many spies and many ways of hearing. Suddenly he stopped, as if listening. Frodo became aware that all was very quiet inside and outside. Jondal crept to one side of the window, then with a dart he sprang to the sill and thrust the long arm out and downwards. There was a sark, and up came Sam G's curly head, hold by one ear. Well, bless my beard, said Gandalf. Sam Gamgee is it now? What may you be doing? Lord bless you, Mr. Gans, sir, no leastly I Was just trimming the grass barred under the window. If you follow me. He picked up the shards and exhibited them as evidence. I don't, said Gandalf grimly. It is some time since I heard the sound of your shears. How long have you been eavesdropping, sir? I don't follow you. Be begging your pardon, there ain't no eaves and beggin', and that's a fact. Don't be a fool. What have you heard, and why did you listen? Gandalf's eyes flashed and his brows stuck out like bristles. Mr. Frodo, sir, cried Sam, quaking. Don't let him hurt me, sir. Don't let him turn me into anything unnatural my old dad would take on. So I meant no harm. Oh, my honor, sir, he won't hurt you, said Frodo, hardly able to keep from laughing, although he was himself startled and rather puzzled. He knows as well as I do that you mean no harm, but just you up and answer his question straight away. Well, sir, said Sam, dithering a little, I heard a great deal that I didn't rightly understand about an enemy and rings and Mr. Bilbo and dragons in a fiery mountain and else, sir. I listened 'cause I couldn't help myself, if you know what I mean. Nor bless me, sir, but I do love tales of that sort, and I believe them too, whatever Ted may say. Else, sir, I would dearly love to see them. Couldn't you take me to see elves, sir, when you go? Suddenly Gandalf laughed. Come inside, he shouted, and putting out both his arms he lifted the astonished Sam Shears' grass clippings and all right through the window and stood him on the floor. Take you to see elves, he said, eyeing Sam closely but with a smile flickering on his face. So you heard that Mr. Frodo is going away? I did, sir, and that's why I choked, which you heard. Seemingly I tried not to, sir, but it started me. I was so upset it can't be helped, Sam, said Frodo sadly. He had suddenly realized that flying out of the Shire would mean more painful partings, and merely saying farewell to the familiar comforts of Bag End. I shall have to go, but, and here he looked hard at Sam, if you really care about me you will keep that dead secret. See if you don't. If you even breathe a word of what you've heard here, then I hope Gandalf will turn you into a spotted toad and fill the garden full of grass snakes. Sam fell to his knees trembling. Get up, Sam, said Gandalf. I have thought of something better than that, something to shut your mouth and punish you properly for music listening. You shall go away with Mr. Frodo. Me, sir, cried Sam, springing up like a dog invited for a walk. Me, and the L and all, oh hooray, he shouted, and then burst into tears. You ought to go quietly, and you ought to go soon, said Gondal. 2 or 3 weeks had passed and still Frodo made no sign of getting ready to go. I know, but it's difficult to do both, he objected. If I just vanished like PBO, the tale would be all over the Shire in no time. Of course you mustn't vanish, said Gondal. That wouldn't do at all. I said soon, not instantly. If you can think of any way of slipping out of the SH without this being generally known, it will be worth a little delay, but you must not delay too long. What about the autumn, on or after our birthday, asked Frodo. I think I could probably make some arrangements by then. To tell the truth, he was very reluctant to start now that it had come to the point. Baggins seemed a more desirable residence than it had for years, and he wanted to savor as much as he could of his last summer in the SH. When autumn came, he knew that part at least of his heart would think more kindly of Jing, as it always did in that season. He had indeed privately made up his mind to leave on his 50th birthday, Bilbo's 128th. It seemed somehow the proper day on which to set out. Unfollow him. Following Bilbo was uppermost in his mind, and the one thing that made the thought of leaving bearable. He thought as little as possible about the ring and where it might lead him in the end, but he did not tell all his thoughts to Gandalf. What the wizard guessed was always difficult to tell. He looked at Frodo and smiled. Very well, he said, I think that will do, but it must not be any later. I'm getting very anxious in the meanwhile. Do take care and don't let out any hint of where you are going, and see that Sam Gamey does not talk. If he does, I really shall turn him into a toad. As for where I'm going, said Frodo, it would be difficult to give that away. For I have no clear idea myself yet. Don't be absurd, said Gandalf. I'm not warning you against leaving an address at the post office, but you are leaving the Shire, and that should not be known until you are far away, and you must go, or at least set out, either north, south, west or east, and the direction should certainly not be known. I've been so taken up with the thought of leaving Bag End and of saying farewell that I have never even considered the direction, said Frodo. For where am I to go, and by what shall I steer? What is to be my quest? Bilbo went to find a treasure they and back again, but I go to lose one and not return as far as I can see. But you cannot see very far, said Gandalf. Neither can I. It may be your task to find the cracks of doom, but that quest may be for others. I do not know. At any rate, you are not ready for that long road yet. No indeed, said Frodo, but in the meantime what course am I to take towards danger? But not too rashly nor too straight, answered the wizard. If you want my advice, make for Rivendell. That journey should not prove too perilous, though the road is less easy than it was, and it will grow worse as the year fails. Rivendell, said Frodo. Very good, I will go east, and I will make for Rivendell. I will take stiff as the elves. He will be delighted. He spoke lightly, but his heart was moved suddenly with the desire to see the house of Alan Half-Elven and breathe the air of that deep valley where many of the fair folk still dwelt in peace. One summer's evening, an astonishing piece of news reached the ivy bush and green dragon giants and the other ports on the borders of the Shire were forgotten for more important matters. Mr. Frodo was selling Bagend. Indeed, he had already sold it to the Sackville Bines for a nice bid too, said some, and a bargain price, said others, and that's more likely when Mistress Lil is the buyer. Oo had died some years before at the ripe but disappointed the age of 102. Just why Mr. Frodo was selling his beautiful hole was even more debatable than the price. A few held the theory, supported by NDS and hints of Mr. Baggin himself, that Frodo's money was running out. He was going to leave Hobbiton and live in a quiet way on the proceeds of the sale down in Buckland among his Brandybuck relations, as far from the Sackville baggages as may be. Some added, but so firmly fixed had the notion of the immeasurable wealth of the Bines of Bagend become that most found this hard to believe, harder than any other reason or unreason that their fancy could suggest. To most it suggested a dark and yet unrevealed plot by Gandalf, though he kept himself very quiet and did not go about by day. It was well known that he was hiding up in Bag End, but however a removal might fit with the designs of his wizardry, there was no doubt about the fact. Frodo Baggins was going back to B. Yes, I shall be moving this autumn, he said. Mary Bryck is looking out for a nice hole for me, or perhaps a small house. As a matter of fact, with Mary's help he had already chosen and bought a little house at Crick Hollow in the country beyond Bucklebury. To all but Sam he pretended he was going to settle down there permanently. The decision to set out eastwards had suggested the idea to him, for Buckland was on the eastern borders of the SH, and as he had lived there in childhood, his going back would at least seem credible. Gandalf stayed in the SH for over 2 months. Then one evening at the end of June, soon after Frodo's plan had been finally arranged, he suddenly announced that he was going off again the next morning, only for a short while. I hope, he said, but I'm going down beyond the southern borders to get some news if I can. I have been idle longer than I should. He spoke lightly, but it seemed to Frodo that he looked rather worried. Has anything happened? He said. Well, no, but I have heard something that has made me anxious and needs looking into. If I think it necessary after all for you to get off at once, I shall come back immediately, or at least send word. In the meantime, stick to your plan, but be more careful than ever, especially of the ring. Let me impress on you once more, don't use it. He went off at dawn. I may be back any day, he said. At the very latest I shall come back to the farewell party, I think, after All you may need my company on the road. At first Frodo was a good deal disturbed and wondered often what Gandalf could have heard, but his uneasiness wore off, and in the fine weather he forgot his troubles for a while. The Shire had seldom seen so fair a summer or so rich in autumn. The trees were laden with apples, honey was dripping from the combs, and the corn was tall and full. Autumn was well underway before Frodo began to worry about Gandalf again. September was passing and there was still no news of him. The birthday and the removal drew nearer, and still he did not come or send word. Band began to be busy. Some of Frodo's friends came to stay and help him with the packing. There was Frida Boer and FCO Boffin, and of course his special friends Pip and Chook and Mary Brandybuck. Between them they turned the whole place upside down. On September 20th 2 covered carts were went off laden to Buckland, conveying the furniture and goods that Frodo had not sold to his new home by way of the Brandywine Bridge. The next day Frodo became really anxious, and kept a constant lookout for Gandalf. Thursday, his birthday morning, dawned as fair and clear as it had long ago for Bilbo's great party. Still Gandalf did not appear. In the evening Frodo gave his farewell feast. It was quite small, just a dinner for himself and his 4 helpers, but he was troubled and fell in no mood for it. I thought that he would so soon have to part with his young friends weighed on his heart. He wondered how he would break it to them. The 4 younger hobbits were however in high spirits, and the party soon became very cheerful in spite of Gandalf's absence. The dining room was bare except for a table and chairs, but the food was good and there was good wine. Frodo's wine had not been included in the to the Sackville Bagginses. Whatever happens to the rest of my stuff when the SBS get their clothes on it, at any rate I have found a good home for this, said Frodo as he drained his glass. It was the last drop of old yards when they had sung many songs and talked of many things they had done together. They toasted Bilbo's birthday and then they drank his health and froze together. According to Frodo's custom, then they went out for a sniff of air and glimpse of the stars, and then they went to bed. Frodo's party was over and Gandalf had not come. The next morning they were busy packing another cart with the remainder of the luggage. Mary took charge of this and drove off with Fatty, that is Friedrich. Someone must get these and warm the house before you arrive, said Mary. Well, see you later the day after tomorrow if you don't go to sleep on the way. FCO went home after lunch, but Pippin remained behind. Frodo was restless and anxious, listening in vain for a sound of Gandu. He decided to wait until nightfall. After that, if Gandalf wanted him urgently, he would go to Crickhollow and might even get there first. Frodo was going on foot. His plan for pleasure and a last look of the Shire, as much as any other reason, was to walk from Hobbiton to Bucklebury Ferry, taking it fairly easy. I shall get myself a bit into training too, he said, looking at himself in a dusty mirror in the half-empty hall. He had not done any stress walking for a long time, and the reflection looked rather flabby. He thought after lunch the Sackville Bagginses, Lilia and her Sander son Litho, turned up, much to Frodo's annoyance. Ours at last, said Lilia as she stepped inside. It was not polite nor strictly true, for the Sala of Bajan did not take effect until midnight, but Lilia can perhaps be forgiven. She had been obliged to wait about 77 years longer for Bajan than she once hoped, and she was now 100 years old anyway. She had come to see that nothing she had paid for had been carried off, and she wanted the keys. It took a long while to satisfy her, as she had brought a complete inventory with her and went right through it. In the end she departed with Litho and the spare key and the promise that the other key would be left at the Gamgee in Bagshot Row. She snorted and showed plainly that she thought the Gamgee capable of plundering the whole during the night. Frodo did not offer her any tea. He took his own tea with Pippin and Sam Gamgee in the kitchen. It had been officially announced that Sam was coming back to Buckland to do for Mr. Frodo and look after his bit of garden, an arrangement that was approved by the Gaffer, though it did not console him for the prospect of having Lealia as a neighbour. Last meal at Bag End, said Frodo, pushing back his chair. They left the washing up for Lealia. Pippin and Sam strapped up their 3 packs and piled them in the porch. We go. Pippin went out for a last stroll in the garden. Sam disappeared. The sun went down. Bag End seemed sad and gloomy and dishevelled. Fro wandered around the familiar rooms and saw the light of the sunset fade on the walls, and shadows creep out of the corners. It grew slowly dark indoors. He went out and walked down to the gate at the bottom of the path, and then on a short way down the hill road. He half expected to see Gandalf come striding up through the dusk. The sky was clear and the stars were glowing bright. It's going to be a fine night, he said aloud. That's good for a beginning. I feel like walking. I can't bear any more hanging about. I'm going to start, and Gandalf must follow me. He turned to go back and then stopped, for he heard voices just round the corner by the end of Backshot Row. One voice was certainly the old Gaffer's, the other was strange and somehow unpleasant. He could not make out what it said, but he heard the Gaffer's answers, which were rather shrill. The old man seemed put out. No, Mr. Back has gone away, but this morning, and my Sam went with him, and anyway all his stuff went yet sold out and gone, I tell you. But why is not one of my business or yours? We two, that ain't no secret. He's moved to Buckleberry or some such place way down yonder. Yes, it is a tidy way. I've never been so far myself. They queer folks in Buckland. No, I can't give no message. Good night to you. Footsteps went away down the hill. Frodo wondered vaguely why the fact that they did not come up on the hill seemed a great relief. I am sick of questions and curiosity about my doings, I suppose, he thought. What an inquisitive lot they all are. He had half a mind to go and ask the Gaffer who the inquirer was, but he thought better or worse of it and turned and walked quickly back to Bag End. Pippin was sitting on his pack in the porch. Sam was not there. Two stepped inside the dark door. Sam, he called. Sam, time coming, sir, came the answer from far within, followed soon by Sam himself, wiping his mouth. He had been saying farewell to the beer barrel in the cellar. Sam said. Frodo, yes sir, I'll ask for a bit now, sir. Frodo shut and locked the round door and gave the key to Sam. Are down with this to your home, Sam, he said, then cut along the row and meet us as quick as you can at the gate in the lane beyond the meadows. We're not going through the village tonight. Too many ears pricking and eyes prying. Sam ran off at full speed. Well, now we're off at last, said Frodo. They shouldered their packs and took up their sticks and walked around the corner to the west side of Bag End. Goodbye, said Frodo, looking at the dark blank windows. He waved his hand and then turned and, following Bilbo, if he had known it, hurried after Peregrine down the garden path. They jumped over the low place in the hedge at the bottom and took to the fields, passing into the darkness like a rustle in the grasses at the bottom of the hill. On its western side they came to the gate opening onto a narrow lane. There they halted and adjusted the straps for their packs. Presently Sam appeared, trotting quickly and breathing hard. His heavy pack was hoisted high on his shoulders, and he had put on his head a tall shapeless felt bag which he called a hat. In the gloom he looked very much like a dwarf. I'm sure you have given me all the heaviest stuff, said Frodo. I pity snails and all that carry their homes on their backs. I could take a lot more yet. Sir, my packet is quite light, said Sam stoutly. And truthfully, no you don't, Sam, said Pippin. It is good for him. He's got nothing except of what he ordered us to pack. He's been slack lately and he'll feel the weight less when he's walked off some of his own. Be kind to a poor old hobbit, laughed Frodo. I shall be as thin as a willow wand, I'm sure, before I get to Buckland. But I was talking nonsense. I suspect you have taken more than your share, Sam, and I shall look into it at our next packing. He picked up his stick again. Well, we all like walking in the dark, he said, so let's put some miles behind us before bed. For a short way they followed the lane westwards, then leaving it they turned left and took quietly to the fields again. They went in single file along hedgerows and the borders of cisses, and night fell dark about them. In their dark cloaks they were as invisible as if they all had magic rings. Since they were all hobbits and were trying to be silent, they made no noise that even hobbits would hear. Even the wild things in the fields and woods hardly noticed their passing. After some time they crossed the water west of Hobbiton by a narrow plank bridge. The stream was there no more than a winding black ribbon bordered with leaning arler trees. A mile or two further south they hastily crossed the great road from 228:57, the Brandywine Bridge. They were now in the Chand, and bending southeastwards they made for the green hill country. As they began to climb its first slopes they looked back and saw the lamps in Hobbiton far off twinkling in the gentle valley of the water. Soon it disappeared in the folds of the darkened land and was followed by Bywater beside its grey pool. When the light of the last farm was far behind, peeping among the trees, Frodo turned and waved a hand in farewell. "I wonder if I shall ever look down into that valley again," he said quietly. When they had walked for about 3 hours they rested. The night was clear, cool and starry, but smoke-likey wisps of mist were creeping up the hillsides from the stream, and deep meadows, thin-clad birches swaying in a light wind above their heads, made a black net against the pale sky. They ate a very frugal supper for hobbits and then went on again. Soon they struck a narrow road that went rolling up and down, fading grey into the darkness ahead, the road to Woodhole and Stock and the Buckleberry Ferry. It climbed away from the main road in the water valley and wound over the skirts of the green hills towards Woody and a wild corner of the East Farthing. After a while they plunged into a deeply cloven track between tall trees that rustled their dry leaves in the night. It was very dark. At first they talked or hummed a tune softly together, being now far away from inquisitive ears. Then they marched on in silence, and Pippin began to lag behind. At last they began to climb a steep slope. He stopped and yawned. "I am so sleepy," he said, "that soon I shall fall down on the road." "Are you going to sleep on your legs? It's nearly midnight." "I thought you liked walking in the dark," said Frodo, "but there is no great hurry. Mary expects us sometime the day after tomorrow, but that leaves us is nearly 2 days more. We'll halt at the first likely spot." "The wind's in the west," said Sam. "If we get to the other side of this hill we shall find a spot that is sheltered and snug enough, sir. There is a dry furwood just ahead." If I remember rightly, Sam knew the land well, within 20 miles of Hobbiton, but that was the limit of his geography. Just over the top of the hill they came on the patch of firwood. Leaving the road they went into the deep resin-scented darkness of the trees and gathered dead sticks and cones to make a fire. Soon they had a merry crackle of flame at the foot of a large fir tree, and they sat around it for a while until they began to nod. Then each in an angle of the great tree's roots they curled up in their cloaks and blankets and were soon fast asleep. They set no watch. Even Frodo feared no danger yet, for they were still in the heart of the Shire. A few creatures came and looked at them. When the fire had died away, a fox passing through the wood on business of his own stopped several minutes and sniffed. "Hobbits," he thought, "well, what's next? I heard of strange doing in this land, but I seldom heard of a hobbit sleeping outdoors under the wreath. Three of them. There's something mighty queer behind this." He was quite right, but he never found out any more about it. The morning came pale and clammy. Frodo woke up first and found that the tree root had made a hole in his back and that his neck was stiff. "Oh, walking for pleasure. Why didn't I drive?" he thought, as he usually did at the beginning of an expedition. "And all my beautiful feather beds are sold to the Sackville Packines. These tree roots would do them good." He stretched. "Wake up, hobbits," he cried. "It's a beautiful morning." "Oh, what's so beautiful about it?" said Pippin, peering over the edge of his blanket with one eye. "Sam, get breakfast ready for 9:30. Have you got the bath water hot?" Sam jumped up, looking rather bleary. "Oh no, sir, I haven't, sir," he said. Frodo stripped the blankets from Pippin and rolled him over, and then walked off to the edge of the wood away eastward. The sun was rising red out of the mid that lay thick in the world, touched with gold and red. The autumn trees seemed to be sailing rootless in The shadowy sea a little below him to the left the road ran down steeply into a hollow and disappeared. When he returned Sam and Pippin had got a good fire going. Water, shouted Pippin. Where's the water? I don't keep water in my pockets, said Frodo. We thought you had gone to find some, said Pippin. Busy setting out the food and cups. You had better go now. You can come too, said Frodo, and bring all the water bottles. There was a stream at the foot of the hill. They filled their bottles and the small camping kettle at a little fall, where the water fell a few feet over an outcrop of grey stone. It was icy cold, and they spluttered and puffed as they bathed their faces and hands. When their breakfast was over and their packs all trussed up again, it was after 10:00 and the day was beginning to turn fine and hot. They went down the slope and across the stream where it divided under the road, and up the next slope and up and down another shoulder of the hills, and by that time their cloaks, blankets, water, food and other gear already seemed a heavy burden. The day march promised to be warm and tiring work. After some miles, however, the road ceased to roll up and down. It climbed to the top of a steep bank in a weary zigzagging sort of way, and then prepared to go down for the last time. In front of them they saw the lower lands dotted with small clumps of trees that melted away in the distance to a brown woodland haze. They were looking across the woody end towards the Brandywine River. The road wound away before them like a piece of string. The roads go on forever, said Pippin, but I can't without rest. It's high time for lunch. He sat down on the bank at the side of the road and looked way east into the haze beyond which lay the river and the end of the Shire in which he had spent all his life. Sam stood by him. His round eyes were wide open, for he was looking across lands he had never seen to a new horizon. Do elves live in those woods? he asked. Not that I've ever heard, said Pippin. Frodo was silent. He too was gazing eastward along the road as if he had never seen it before. Suddenly he spoke aloud, but as if to himself, saying, slowly, the road goes ever on and on down from the door where it began. Now far ahead the road has gone, and I must follow if I can, pursuing it with weary feet until it joins some larger way where many paths and errands meet with. Then I cannot say. That sounds a bit like old Bilbo's rhyming, said Pippin. Or is it one of your imitations? It does not sound altogether encouraging. I don't know, said Frodo. It came to me then as if I was making it up, but I may have heard it long ago. Certainly it reminds me very much of Bilbo. In the last years before he went away, he used to often say that there was only one road, and it was like a great river. It springs where every doorstep and every path was its tributary. It's a dangerous business, Frodo, going out your door, he used to say. You step onto the road, and if you don't keep your feet, there's no knowing where you might be swept off to. Do you realize that this is the very path that goes through Mirkwood, and if you let it might take you to the Lonely Mountain or even further into worse places? He used to say that on the path outside the front door at Bag End, especially after he had been out for a long walk. Well, the road won't sweep me anywhere for an hour at least, said Pippin, slinging his pack. The others followed his example, putting their packs against the bank and their legs out into the road. After a rest they had a good lunch and then more rest. The sun was beginning to get low and the light afternoon was on the land as they went down the hill. So far they had not met a soul on the road. This way was not much used, being hardly fit for carts, and there was little traffic to the woody end. They had been jogging along again for an hour or more when Sam stopped for a moment as if listening. They were now on level ground, and the road, after much winding, lay straight ahead through grasslands sprinkled with tall trees, outliers of the approaching woods. I can hear a pony or a horse coming along the road behind, said Sam. They looked back, but the turn of the road prevented them from seeing far. I wonder if that's Gandalf coming after us. But even as he said it he had a Feeling that it was not so and a sudden desire to hide from the view of the rider came over him. It may not matter much, he said apologetically, but I would rather not be seen on the road by anyone. I'm sick of my doings being noticed and discussed, and if it is Gandalf, he added as an afterthought, we can give him a little surprise to pay him out for being so late. Let's get out of sight. The other two ran quickly to the left and down into a little hollow not far from the road. There they lay flat. Frodo hesitated for a second. Curiosity or some other feeling was struggling with his desire to hide. The sound of hoofs drew nearer. Just in time he threw himself down in a patch of long grass behind the tree that overshadowed the road. Then he lifted his head and peered cautiously above one of the great doors. Around the corner came a black horse, no hobbit pony but a full-sized horse, and on it sat a large man who seemed to crouch in the saddle, wrapped in a great black cloak and hood so that only his boots in the high stirrups showed below. His face was shadowed and invisible when it reached the tree and was level with Frodo. The horse stopped. The riding figure sat quite still with his head bowed as if listening. From inside the hood came a noise as of someone sniffing to catch an elusive scent. The head turned from side to side of the road. A sudden unreasoning fear of discovery laid hold on Frodo, and he thought of his ring. He hardly dared to breathe, and yet the desire to get it out of his pocket became so strong that he began slowly to move his hand. He felt that he had only to slip it on and he would be safe. The advice of Gandalf had seemed absurd. Bilbo had used the ring, and I am still in the Shire, he thought as his hand touched the chain on which it hung. At that moment the rider sat up and shook the reins. The horse stepped forward, walking slowly at first and then breaking into a quick trot. Frodo crawled out to the edge of the road and watched the rider until he dwindled into the distance. He could not be quite sure, but it seemed to him that suddenly, before it passed out of sight, the horse turned aside and went into the trees on the right. Well, I call that very queer and indeed disturbing, said Frodo to himself as he walked towards his companions. Pippin and Sam had remained flat in the grass and had seen nothing, so Frodo described the rider and his strange behavior. I can't say why, but I felt certain he was looking or smelling for me, and also I felt certain that I did not want him to discover me. I've never seen or felt anything like an in a Shire before. But what has one of the big people got to do with us, said Pippin, and what is he doing in this part of the world? There are some men about, said Frodo, down in the South Farthing have had trouble with big people, I believe, but I have never heard of anything like this rider. I wonder where he comes from. Begging your pardon, put in Sam suddenly, but I know where he comes from. It's from Hobbin that this black rider comes, unless there's more than one, and I know where he's going to. What do you mean, said Frodo sharply, looking at him in astonishment. Why didn't you speak up before? I've only just remembered it, sir. It was like this when I got back to our hole yesterday evening with the key. My dad, he says to me, hello Sam, he says, I thought you might be away with Mr. Frodo this morning. There's been a strange customer asking for Mr. Baggin of Bag and he's only just gone. I've sent him to Buckleberry. Not that I like the sound of him. He seemed my tip put out when I told him Mr. Baggin had left his old home for good. Hissed at me, he did. It gave me quite a shudder. What sort of a fellow was he, says I. Did Gaffer? I don't know, says he, but he wasn't a hobbit. He was tall and black like, and he stooped over me. I reckon it was one of the big folk from foreign parts. He spoke funny. I couldn't stay to hear more, sir, since you were waiting. I didn't give much heed to it myself. The Gaffer is getting old and more than a bit blind, and it must have been near dark when this fellow came out the hill and I found him taking the air at the end of our row. I hope he hasn't done no harm, sir. Nor me. The can't be blamed anyway, said Frodo. As a matter of fact, I heard him talking to a stranger who seemed to be inquiring for me, and I nearly went to ask him who it was. I wish I had or you had told me about it before I might have been more careful on the road. Still there may be no connection between the rider and the gaffer. Stranger, said Pippin, we left Hobbit and secretly enough, and I don't see how he could have followed us. What about the smelling, sir, said Sam, and the gaffer said he was a black chap. I wish I had waited for Fro muttered, but perhaps it would only have made matters worse. Then you know, I guess, something about this rider, said Pippin, who had caught the muttered words. I don't know, and I would rather not guess, said Frodo. All right, cousin Frodo, you can keep your secret for the present if you want to be mysterious. In the meanwhile, what are we to do? I should like a bite and a suit, but somehow I think we had better move on from here. Your talk of sniffing riders with invisible noses has unsettled me. Yes, I think we will move on now, said Frodo, but not on the road. In case the rider comes back or another follows him, we ought to do a good step more today. Buckland is still miles away. The shadows of the trees were long and thin on the grass as they started off again. They now kept the stones through to the left of the road and kept out of sight of it as much as they could. This hindered them, for the grass was thick and tusky and the ground uneven, and the trees began to draw together into thickets. The sun had gone down red behind the hills at their backs, and evening was coming on before they came back to the road at the end of the long level over which it had run straight for some miles. At that point it bent left and went down into the lowlands of the Yale, making for Stock, but Elaine branched right, winding through a road of ancient oak trees on its way to Woodhall. That is the way for us, said Frodo. Not far from the road meeting they came on the huge hulk of a tree. It was still alive and had leaves on the small branches that it had put out around the broken stumps of its long fallen limbs, but it was hollow and could be entered by a great crack on the side away from the road. The hobbits crept inside and sat there upon the floor of old leaves and decayed wood. They rested and had a light meal, talking quietly and listening. From time to time twilight was about them as they crept back into the lane. The west wind was sighing in the branches, leaves were whispering. Soon the road began to fall gently but steadily into the dusk. A star came out above the trees in the darkening east before them. They went abreast and in step to keep up their spirits. After a time, as the stars grew thicker and brighter, the feeling of disset left them and they no longer listened for the sound of hoofs. They began to hum softly, as hobbits have a way of doing as they walk along, especially when they are drawing near to home at night. With most hobbits it is a supper song or a bed song, but these hobbits hummed a walking song, though not of course without any mention of supper and bed. Bilbo Baggins had made the words to a tune that was as old as the hills and taught it to Frodo as they walked in the lanes of the water valley and talked about adventure. Around the corner we may a sudden tree or standing stone alone. Music, the shad, then the world behind, then the world behind, and music, then the song ended and music now sang. P. It in a high voice. Hush, said Frodo, I think I hear hoops again. They stopped suddenly and stood as silent as tree shadows, listening. There was a sound of hoofs in the lane some way behind, but coming slow and clear down the wind. Quickly and quietly they slipped off the path and ran into the deeper shade under the oak trees. Don't let us go too far, said Frodo. I don't want to be seen, but I want to see if this is another black rider. Very well, said Pippin, but don't forget the sniffing. The hoofs drew nearer. They had no time to find any hiding place better than the general darkness under the trees. Salon Pippin crouched behind a large tree bole while Frodo crept back a few yards towards the lane. It showed gray and pale, a line of fading light through the wood above it. The stars were thick in the dim sky, but there was no moon. The sound of hoe stopped as Frodo watched. He saw something dark pass across the lighter space between two trees and then halt. It looked like the black shade of a horse led by a smaller black shadow. The black shadow stood close to the point where they had left the path and it swayed from side to side. Frodo thought he heard the sound of snuffling. The shadow bent to the ground and then began to crawl towards him. Once More the desire to slip on the ring came over Frodo, but this time it was stronger than before, so strong that almost before he realized what he was doing his hand was groping in his pocket. But at that moment there came a sound like mingled song and laughter. Clear voices rose and fell in the starlit air. The black shadow straightened up and retreated. It climbed on the shadowy horse and seemed to vanish across the lane into the darkness on the other side. Frodo breathed again. Elves, exclaimed Sam in a hoarse whisper. Elves, sir, he would have burst out of the trees and dashed off towards the voices if they had not called him back. Yes, it is elves, said Frodo. One can meet them sometimes in the woody end, but they wander into it in spring and autumn out of their own lands away beyond the Tower Hills. I'm thankful that they do. You did not see but that Black Rider stopped just here and was actually crawling towards us when the song began. As soon as he heard the voices he slipped away. What about the elf, said Sam, too excited to trouble about the Rider. Can't we go and see him? Listen, they're coming this way, said Frodo. We have only to wait. The singing drew nearer. One clear voice rose now above the others. It was singing in the fair elven tongue of which Frodo knew only a little and the others knew nothing, yet the sound, blending with the melody, seemed to shape itself in their thought into words which they only partly understood. This was the song as Frodo heard it: Snow White, O Lady clear, O Queen beyond the western seas, O light to us that wander here amid the world of woven trees. Giltharel, O Elberth, clear are thy eyes and bright thy breath. Snow White, we sing to thee in a far land beyond the sea. O stars in the sunless year with shining hand by her were sown in windy fields, now bright and clear we see your silver blossom blown. O Elberth Gilead, we still remember, we who dwell in this far land beneath the trees, thy starlight on the western seas. Music. The song ended. These are high elves. They spoke the name of Elberth, said Frodo in amazement. Few of the fairest folk are ever seen in the Shire, not many now remain in Middle-earth east of the Great Sea. This is indeed a strange chance. The hobbits sat in shadow by the wayside. Before long the elves came down the lane towards the valley. They passed slowly and the hobbits could see the starlight glimmering on their hair and in their eyes. They bore no light, yet as they walked a shimmer like the light of the moon above the rim of the hills before it rises seemed to fall about their feet. They were now silent, and as the last elf passed he turned and looked towards the hobbits and laughed. Hail Frodo, he cried, you are abroad late, or are you perhaps lost? Then he called aloud to the others, and all the company stopped and gathered round. This is indeed wonderful, they said. 3 hobbits in a wood at night, we have not seen such a thing since Bilbo went away. What is the meaning of it? The meaning of it, fair people, said Frodo, is simply that we seem to be going the same way as you are. I like walking under the stars, but I would welcome your company, but we have no need for other company, and hobbits are so dull. They laughed. And how do you know that we go the same way as you, for you do not know whither we are going? And how do you know my name? asked Frodo in return. We know many things, they said. We have seen you often before with Bilbo, though you may not have seen us. Who are you, and who is your lord? asked Frodo. I am Gilder, answered the leader, the elf who had first hailed him. Gilder and Glorian of the house of Finrod. We are exiles, and most of our kindred have long ago departed, and we too are now only tarrying here a while. Here we return over the great sea, but some of our kinsfolk dwell still in peace in Rivendell. Come now, Frodo, tell us what you are doing, for we see that there is some shadow of fear upon you. All wise people, interrupted Pippin eagerly, tell us about the Black Riders. Black Riders, they said in low voices. Why do you ask about Black Riders? Because 2 Black Riders have overtaken us today, or one has done so twice, said Pippin. Only a little while ago he slipped away as you drew near. The elves did not answer once, but spoke together softly in their own tongue. At Length Gilder turned to the hobbits. We will not speak of this here, he said. We think you had best come now with us. It is not our custom, but for this time we will take you on your road, and you shall lodge with us tonight if you will. O fair folk, this is good fortune beyond my hope, said Pippin. Sam was speechless. I thank you indeed, Gilder and Glorian, said Frodo, bowing. Elam, a star shines on the hour of our meeting, he added in high elven speech. Be careful, friends, cried Gilder, laughing. Speak no secrets, here is a scholar in the ancient tongue. Bilbo was a good master. Hail, elf friend, he said, bowing to Frodo. Come now with your friends and join our company. You best walk in the middle so that you may not stray. You may be weary before we halt. Why, where are you going, asked Frodo. For tonight we shall go to the woods on the hills above Woodhall. It is some miles, but you shall have rest at the end of it, and it will shorten your journey tomorrow. They now marched on again in silence and passed like shadows in faint lights. 4. Elves, even more than hobbits, could walk when they wished without sound or footfall. Pippin soon began to feel sleepy and staggered once or twice, but each time a tall elf at his side put out his arm and saved him for a fall. Sam walked along Frodo's side as if in a dream, with an expression on his face half of fear and half of astonished joy. The woods on either side became denser, the trees were now younger and thicker, and as the lane went lower, running down into a fold of the hills, there were many deep breaks of hazel on the rising slopes at either hand. At last the elves turned aside from the path. A green ride lay almost unseen through the thickets in the right, and this they followed as it would away back up the wooded slopes on the top of a shoulder of the hills that stood out into the lower land of the river valley. Suddenly they came out of the shadow of the trees, and beyond them lay a wide space of grass, grey under the night. On three sides the woods pressed upon it, but eastward the ground fell steeply, and the tops of the dark trees growing at the bottom of the slope were below their feet. Beyond the lowlands lay dim and flat under the stars. Nearer at hand a few lights twinkled in the village of Woodhall. The elves sat on the grass and spoke together in soft voices. They seemed to take no further notice of the hobbits. Frodo and his companions wrapped themselves in cloaks and blankets, and drowsiness stole over them. The night grew on and the lights in the valley went out. Pippin fell asleep pillowed on a green hillock. Away high in the east swung Remir, the netted stars, and slowly above the mists red Boril rose, glowing like a jewel of fire. Then by some shift of airs all the mists was drawn away like a veil, and there leaned up as he climbed over the rim of the world the swordsman of the sky, Manilvagar, with his shining belt. The elves all burst into song. Suddenly under the trees a fire sprang up with a red light. Come, the elves called to the hobbits, come, now is the time for speech and mirth. Pippin sat up and rubbed his eyes. He shivered. There is a fire in the hall and food for hungry guests, said an elf standing before him. At the south end of the greensward there was an opening. There the green floor ran into the wood and formed a wide space like a hall roofed by the boughs of trees. Their great trunks ran like pillars down each side. In the middle there was a wood fire blazing, and upon the tree pillars torches with lights of gold and silver were burning steadily. The elf sat around the fire upon the grass or upon the say or rings of old trunks. Some went to and fro bearing cups and pouring drink. Others brought food on heaped plates and dishes. Well, this is poor fare, they said to the hobbits, for we are lodging in the greenswood far from our hallies. If ever you are our guests at home we will treat you better. It seems to me good enough for a birthday party, said Frodo. Pippin afterwards recalled little of either food or drink, for his mind was filled with the light upon the elf faces and the sound of voices so various and so beautiful that he felt in a waking dream. But he remembered that there was bread surpassing the savor of a fair white loaf to one who is starving, and fruits sweet as wild berries and richer than the tended fruits of gardens. He drained a cup that was filled with fragrant draught, cool as a clear fountain, golden as a summer afternoon. Sam could never describe in words nor picture clearly to himself what he felt or thought that night, though it remained in his memory as one of the chief events of his life. The nearest he ever got was to say, well, sir, if I could grow apples like that I would call myself a gardener. But it was the singing that went to my heart, if you know. What I mean. Frodo sat eating, drinking and talking with delight, but his mind was chiefly on the words spoken. He knew a little of the elf speech and listened eagerly. Now and again he spoke to those that served him and thanked them in their own language. They smiled at him and said, laughing, "Here is a jewel among hobbits." After a while Pippin fell fast asleep and was lifted up and borne away to a bower under the trees. There he was laid upon a soft bed and slept the rest of the night away. Sam refused to leave his master when Pippin had gone. He came and sat killed up at Frodo's feet, whereat last he nodded and closed his eyes. Frodo remained long awake talking with Gilder. They spoke of many things old and new, and Frodo questioned Gilder much about happenings in the wide world outside of the Shire. The tidings were mostly sad and ominous, of gathering darkness, the walls of men, and the flight of the elves. At last Frodo asked the question that was nearest to his heart. "Tell me, Gildo, have you ever seen Bilbo since he left us?" Gilder smiled. "Yes," he answered. "Twice he said farewell to us on this very spot, but I saw him once again far from here. He would say no more about Bilbo." And Frodo fell silent. "You do not ask me or tell me much concerns yourself," Frodo said. "Gilder, but I already know a little, and I can read more in your face and in the thought behind your questions. You are leaving the Shire, and yet you doubt that you will find what you seek or accomplish what you intend, or that you will ever return. Is that not so?" "It is," said Frodo, "but I thought my going was a secret known only to Gandalf and my faithful Sam." He looked down at Sam, who was snoring gently. "The secret will not reach the enemy from us," said Gilder. "The enemy," said Frodo. "Then you know why I'm leaving the Shire." "I do not know what reason the enemy is pursuing you," answered Gilder, "but I perceive that he is strange indeed, though that seems to me, and I warn you that peril is now both before you and behind you, and upon either side." "You mean the riders?" "I fear that they were servants of the enemy." "What are the Black Riders? Has Gandalf told you nothing?" "Nothing about such creatures." "Then I think it is not for me to say more, lest terror should keep you from your journey, for it seems to me that you have set out only just in time. If indeed you are in time, you must now make haste and neither stay nor turn back, for the Shire is no longer any protection to you." "I cannot imagine what information would be more terrifying than your hints and warnings," exclaimed Frodo. "I knew that danger lay ahead, of course, but I did not expect to meet it in our own Shire. Can't a hobbit walk from the water to the river in peace?" "But it is not your own Shire," said Gilder. "Others dwelt there before hobbits were, and others will dwell there again when hobbits are no more. The wide world is all about you. You can fence yourselves in, but you cannot forever fence it out. I know, and yet it has always seemed so safe and familiar. What can I do now?" "My plan was to leave the Shire secretly and make my way to Rivendell, but now my footsteps are dogged before I ever get to Buckland." "I think you should still follow that plan," said Gilder. "I do not think the road would prove too hard for your courage. But if you desire clearer counsel, you should ask Gandalf. I do not know the reason for your flight. These things Gandalf must know. I suppose that you will see him before you leave the Sh. I hope so, but that is another thing that makes me anxious. I've been expecting Gondal for many days. He was to have come to Hobbiton at the latest 2 nights ago, but he has never appeared. Now I am wondering what can have happened. Should I wait for him?" Gildo was silent for a moment. "I do not like this news," he said at last. "That Gondal would be late does not bode well, but it is said, 'Do not meddle in the affairs of wizards, for they are subtle and quick to anger.' The choice is yours to go or wait." "And it is also said," answered Frodo, "Go not to the elves for counsel, for they will say both no and yes." "Is it indeed?" laughed Gilder. "Elves seldom give ungin advice, for advice is a dangerous gift even from the wise to the wise, and all courses may run ill. But what would you do? You have not told me all concerning yourself, and how then shall I choose better than you? But if you demand advice, I will. For friendship's sake give it. I think you should now go at once without delay, and if Gandalf does not come before you set out, then I also advise this: do not go alone, take such friends as are trusty and willing. Now you should be grateful, for I do not would give this counsel gladly. The elves have their own labors and their own sorrows, and they are little concerned with the ways of hobbits or of any other creatures upon earth. Our paths cross there seldom by chance or purpose. In this meeting there may be more than chance, but the purpose is not clear to me, and I fear to say too much. I am deeply grateful, said Frodo, but I wish you could tell me plainly what the Black Riders are. If I take your advice, I may not see Gondal for a long while, and I ought to know what is the danger that pursues me. Is it not enough to know that they are servants of the enemy? Answered Gilder. Flee them, speak no words to them, they are deadly. Ask no more of me, but my heart forbodes that ere all is ended, you, Frodo, son of Drogo, will know more of these fell things than Gilder and Glorian. May Albert protect you, but where shall I find courage? Asked Frodo. That is what I chiefly need. Courage is found in unlikely places, said Gilder. Be of good hope, sleep now. In the morning we shall have gone, but we will send our messages through the lands. The wandering companies shall know of your journey, and those that have power for good shall be on the watch. I name you elf friend, and may the stars shine upon the end of your road. Seldom have we had such delight in strangers, and it is fair to hear words of the ancient speech from thee of other wanderers in the world. Frodo felt sleep coming upon him even as Gilder finished speaking. I will sleep now, he said, and the elf led him to a bower beside Pippin, and he threw himself upon a bed and fell at once into a dreamless slumber. In the morning Frodo woke refreshed. He was lying in a bower made by a living tree with branches laced and drooping to the ground. His bed was of fern and grass, deep and soft and strangely fragrant. The sun was shining through the fluttering leaves, which were still green. Upon the tree he jumped up and went out. Sam was sitting on the grass near the edge of the wood. Pippin was standing studying the sky in weather. There was no sign of the elves. They have left us food and drink and bread, said Pippin. Come and have your breakfast. The bread tastes almost as good as it did last night. I did not want to leave you any, but Sam insisted. Frodo sat down beside Sam and began to eat. What is the plan for today? Asked Pippin. To walk to Bucklebury as quick as possible, answered Frodo, and gave his attention to the food. You think we shall see anything of those riders? Asked Pippin cheerfully. Under the morning sun the prospect of seeing a whole troop of them did not seem very alarming to him. Yes, probably, said Frodo, not liking the reminder, but I hope to get across the river without their seeing us. Did you find anything about them from Gilder? Not much, only hints and riddles, said Frodo evasively. Did you ask about the sniffing? We didn't discuss it, said Frodo with his mouth full. Oh, you should have. I'm sure he very important in that case. I'm sure Gildo would have refused to explain it, said Frodo sharply. And now leave me in peace for a bit. I don't want to answer a string of questions while I'm eating. I want to think. Good heavens, said Pippin at breakfast. He walked away towards the edge of the green. From Frodo's mind the bright morning, treacherously bright, he thought, had not banished the fear of pursuit, and he pondered the words of Gilder. The merry voice of Pippin came to him. He was running on the green turf and singing. No, I could not, he said to himself. It is one thing to take my young friends walking over the Shire with me until we are hungry and weary and food and bed are sweet. To take them into exile where hunger and weariness may have no cure is quite another. Even if they are willing to come, the inheritance is mine alone. I don't think I ought even to take Sam. He looked at Sam Gamgee and discovered that Sam was watching him. Well, Sam, he said, what about it? I am leaving the Shire as soon as I can. In fact, I have made my mind now. Not even to wait a day at Crick Hollow if it can be helped. Very good, sir. You still mean to come with me? Adu, it is going to be very dangerous. Sam, it is already dangerous. Most likely neither of us will come back. If you don't come back, sir, then I shall land. That's certain, said Sam. Don't you leave him. They said to me leave him. I said I never meant to. I'm going with him if he climbs to the moon, and if any of those Black Riders try to stop him, I have Sam Gu to reckon with. I said. They laughed. Who are they and what are you Talking about the Elser we had some talk last night and they seemed to know you were going away, so I didn't see the use of denying it. Wonderful folk helps are, sir, wonderful they are, said Frodo. Do you like them still now you have had a closer view? They seem a bit above my likes and dislikes, so to speak, answered Sam slowly. It don't seem to matter what I think about them, they are quite different from what I expected, so old and young and so gay and sad as it were. Frodo looked at Sam rather startled, half expecting to see some outward sign of the odd change that seemed to have come over him. It did not sound like the voice of the old Sam Gamgee that he thought he knew, but it looked like the old Sam Gamgee sitting there, except that his face was unusually thoughtful. Do you feel any need to leave the Shire now that you wish to see them has come true already? He asked. Yes, sir, I don't know how to say it, but after last night I feel different. I seem to see ahead in a kind of way. I know we're going to take a very long road into darkness, but I know I can't turn back. It isn't to see elves now, nor dragons, nor mountains that I want. I don't rightly know what I want, but I have something to do before the end, and it lies ahead, not in the Shire. I must see it through, sir, if you understand me. I don't altogether, but I understand that Gandalf chose me a good companion. I'm content we will go together. Frodo finished his breakfast in silence, then standing up he looked over the land ahead and called to Pip and Pi. Ready to start, he said as Pip and ran up. We must be getting off at once. We slept late and there are a good many miles to go. You slept late, you mean, said Pippin. I was up long before, and we are only waiting for you to finish eating and thinking. I have finished both now, and I'm going to make for Buckleberry Ferry as quick as possible. I'm not going out of the way back to the road we left last night. I'm going to cut straight across country from here. Then you are going to fly, said Pippin. You won't cut straight on foot anywhere in this country. We can get straight to the road anyway, answered Frodo. The F is east from Wood Hall, but the hard road curves away to the left. You can see a bend of it way north over there. It goes around the north end of the Marish so as to strike the causeway from the bridge above Stock, but that is miles out of the way. We could save a quarter of the distance if we made a line for the ferry from where we stand. Shortcuts make long delays, argued Pippin. The country is rough around here, and there are bugs and all kinds of difficulties down in the Marish. I know the lands in these parts, and if you are worrying about black riders, I can't see it is any worse meeting them on a road than in the wood or a field. It is less easy to find people in the woods and fields, answered Frodo, and if you're supposed to be on the road, there's some chance that you will be looked for on the road and not off it. All right, said Pippin, I will follow you into every bog and ditch, but it is hard. I had counted on passing the Golden Perch, had stopped before sundown, the best beer in the East Faring, or it used to be. It is a long time since I tasted it. Well, that settles it, said Frodo. Shortcuts make delays, but inns make longer ones at all costs. We must keep you away from the Golden Pch. We want to get to Buckleberry before dark. What do you say, Sam? I will go along with you, Mr. Frodo, said Sam, in spite of private misgiving and a deep regret for the best beer in the East Faring. Then if we are going to toil through Bee and Briar, let's go now, said Pippin. It was already nearly as hot as it had been the day before, but clouds were beginning to come up from the west. It looked likely to turn to rain. The hobbits scrambled down a deep green bank and plunged into the thick trees below. Their course had been chosen to leave Woodhall on their left and to cut slanting through the woods that clustered along the eastern side of the hills until they reached the flats beyond. Then they could make straight for the ferry over country that was open except for a few ditches and fences. Frodo reckoned they had 18 miles to go in a straight line. He soon found that the thicket was closer and more tangled than it had appeared. There were no paths in the undergrowth, and they did not get On very fast. When they had struggled to the bottom of the bank, they found a stream running down from the hills behind in a deeply dug bed with steep slippery sides overhung with brambles. Most inconveniently it cut across the line they had chosen. They could not jump over it, nor indeed get across it at all without getting wet, scratched and muddy. They halted, wondering what to do first. Check, said Pippin, smiling grimly. Sam Gamgee looked back through an opening in the trees. He caught a glimpse of the top of a green bank from which they had climbed down. Look, he said, clutching Frodo by the arm. They all looked, and on the edge high above them they saw against the sky a horse standing. Beside it stooped a black figure. They at once gave up any idea of going back. Frodo led the way and plunged quickly into the thick bushes behind the stream. He said to Pippin, "We were both right. The shorgun had gone crooked already, but we got under cover only just in time. You've got sharp ears, Sam. Can you hear anything coming?" They stood still, almost holding their breath as they listened, but there was no sound of pursuit. "I don't fancy he would try bringing his horse down that bank," said Sam, "but I guess he knows we came down it. We had better be going on." Going on was not altogether easy. They had packs to carry, and the bushes and brambles were reluctant to let them through. They were cut off from the wind by the ridge behind, and the air was still and stuffy. When they forced their way at last into more open ground, they were hot and tired and very scratched, and they were also no longer certain of the direction in which they were going. The banks of the stream sank as it reached the levels and became broader and shallower, wandering off towards the Marish and the river. "Why, this is Stock Brook," said Pippin. "If we're going to try and get back onto our course, we must cross it once and bear right." They waded the stream and hurried over a wide open space, rush-grown and treeless on the further side. Beyond that they came again to a belt of trees, tall oaks for the most part, with here and there an elm tree or an ash. The ground was fairly level and there was little undergrowth, but the trees were too close for them to see far ahead. The leaves blew upwards in sudden gusts of wind, and spouts of rain began to fall from the overcast sky. Then the wind died away and the rain came streaming down. They trudged along as fast as they could over patches of grass and through thick drifts of old leaves, and all about them the rain pattered and trickled. They did not talk, but kept towards the south. "We are not walking long ways through this wood. It is not a very broad belt. I should have said no more than a mile at the widest, and we ought to have been through it by now. It is no good starting to go in zigzags," said Frodo. "That won't mend matters. Let us keep on as we are going. I'm not sure that I want to come out into the open yet." They went on for perhaps another couple of miles. Then the sun gleamed out of ragged clouds again and the rain lessened. It was now past midday and they felt it was high time for lunch. They halted under an elm tree. Its leaves, though fast turning yellow, were still thick, and the ground at its feet was fairly dry and sheltered. When they came to make their meal, they found that the elves had filled their bottles with a clear drink, pale golden in color. It had the scent of a honey made of many flowers and was wonderfully refreshing. Very soon they were laughing and snapping their fingers at rain and at black riders. The last few miles they felt would soon be behind them. Frodo propped his back against the tree trunk and closed his eyes. Sam and Pippin sat near, and they began to hum and then to sing softly to Theo: "Heal my heart and rainfall and wind, may and many miles be still to go, but under I will lie." They began again louder. They stopped short. Suddenly Fro sprang to his feet. A long-drawn wail came down the wind like the cry of some evil and lonely creature. It rose and fell and ended on a high piercing note. Even as they sat and stood as if suddenly frozen, it was answered by another cry, fainter and further off, but no less chilling to the blood. There was then a silence broken only by the sound of the wind and the leaves. What do you think that was?" Pippin asked at last, trying to speak lightly but quavering a little. "If it was a bird, it was one that I have never heard in the Shire before." "It was not a bird or beast," said Frodo. "It was a call or a signal. There were words in that cry that I could not catch them, but no hobbit had such a voice." No more was said about it. They were all thinking of the riders, but no One spoke of them they were now reluctant either to stay or go on, but sooner or later they had got to get across the open country to the ferry, and it was best to go sooner, and in daylight in a few moments they had shouldered their packs again and were off. Before long the wood came to a sudden end. Wide grasslands stretched before them. They now saw that they had in fact turned too much to the south. Away over the flats they could glimpse the low hill of Buckleberry across the river, but it was now to their left, creeping cautiously out from the edge of the trees. They set off across the open as quickly as they could. At first they felt afraid. Away from the shelter of the wood far back behind them stood the high place where they had breakfasted. Frodo half expected to see a small distant figure of a horseman on the ridge dark against the sky, but there was no sign of one. The sun, escaping from the breaking clouds as it sank towards the hills they had left, was now shining brightly again. Their fear left them, though they still felt uneasy, but the land became steadily more tame and well ordered. Soon they came into well-tended fields and meadows. There were hedges and gates and quays for drainage. Everything seemed quiet and peaceful, just an ordinary corner of the Shire. There the spirits rose with every step. The line of the river grew nearer, and the black riders began to seem like phantoms of the woods now left far behind. They passed along the edge of a huge turnip field and came to a stout gate. Beyond it a rutted lane ran between low well-laid hedges towards a distant clump of trees. Pippin stopped. "I know these fields and this gate," he said. "This is Long Farmer Maggot's lands. That's his farm away there in the trees." "Oh, one trouble after another," said Frodo, looking nearly as much alarmed as if Pippin had declared the lane was the slot leading to a dragon's den. The others looked at him in surprise. "What's wrong with old Macca?" asked Pippin. "He's a good friend to old the Brandy Bucks. Of course there's a terror to trespassers and keeps ferocious stalks, but after all folk down here are near the border and have to be more on their guard." "I know," said Frodo, "but all the same," he added with a shamefaced laugh, "I'm terrified of him and his dogs. I have avoided this farm for years and years. He caught me several times trespassing after mushrooms when I was younger at Brandy Hall. On the last occasion he beat me and then took me and showed me to his dogs. See, lads," he said, "next time this young vomit sets foot on my land you can eat him. Now see him off." And they chased me all the way to the ferry. I've never got over the fright, though I dare say the beasts knew their business would not really have touched me." Pion laughed. "Well, it's time you made it up, especially if you are coming back to live in Bookland. Old Mega is really a state fellow if you leave his mushrooms alone. Let's get into the lane and then we shb trespassing. If we meet him I'll do the talking. He's a friend of Mary's and I used to come here with him a good deal at one time." They went along the lane until they saw the thatched roofs of a large house and farm buildings peeping out among the trees ahead. The Maggots and the Putty Foots of stock and most of the inhabitants of the Marish were house dwellers, and this farm was stoutly built of brick and had a high wall all around it. There was a wide wooden gate opening out of the wall into the lane. As they drew nearer a terrific banging and barking broke out, and the loud voice was heard shouting, "Come on!" Fro and Sam stopped dead, but Pippin walked on a few paces. The gate opened and three huge dogs came pelting out into the lane and dashed towards the travelers barking fiercely. They took no notice of Pippin, but Sam shrank against the wall while two wolfish-looking dogs sniffed at him suspiciously and snarled as he moved. The largest and most ferocious of the three halted in front of Frodo, bristling and growling. Through the gate there now appeared a broad thick-set hobbit with a round red face. "Hello, hello, and who may you be and what may you be wanted?" he asked. "Good afternoon, Minister Maggot," said Pippin. The farmer looked at him closely. "Well, if it isn't Master Pippin, Mr. Perig 2K should say," he cried, changing from a scowl to a grin. "It's a long time since I saw you around here. It's lucky For you that I know you, I was just going out to set my dogs on any strangers. There are some funny things going on today. Of course we do get queer folk wandering in these parts at times too near the river," he said, shaking his head, "but this fellow was the most outlandish I've ever set eyes on. He won't cross my land without leave a second time, not if I can stop it." "What fellow do you mean? Then you haven't seen him?" said the farmer. "He went up the lane towards the causeway not a long while back. He was a funny customer and asking funny questions, but perhaps you'll come along inside and we'll pass the news more comfortable. I have a drop of good ale on tap if you and your friends are willing." Mrjik. It seemed plain that the farmer would tell them more if allowed to do it in his own time and fashion, so they all accepted the invitation. What about the dogs?" asked Frodo anxiously. The farmer laughed. "They won't harm you, not unless I tell him to." "Here, Rip Pang Heel," he cried Wolf to the relief of Frodo and Sam. The dogs walked away and let them go free. Pippin introduced the other two to the farmer. "Mr. Frodo Baggins," he said. "You may not remember him, but he used to live at Brandy Hall." At the name Baggin, the farmer started and gave Frodo a sharp glance. For a moment Frodo thought that the memory of stolen mushrooms had been aroused and that the dogs would be told to see him off, but Farmer Maggot took him by the arm. "Well, if that isn't queerer than ever," he exclaimed. "Mr. Baggin, is it? Come inside, we must have a talk." They went into the farmer's kitchen and sat by the wide fireplace. Mrs. Maggot brought out beer in a huge jug and filled 4 large mugs. It was a brew, and Pippin found himself more than compensated for missing the golden perch. Sam sipped his beer suspiciously. He had a natural mistrust of the inhabitants of other parts of the sh, and also he was not disposed to be quick friends with anyone who had beaten his master however long ago. After a few remarks about the weather and the agricultural prospects, which were no worse than usual, Farmer Maggot put down his mug and looked at them all in turn. "Now, Mr. Peregrin," he said, "where might you be going from, and where might you be going to? Were you coming to visit me? For if so, you had gone past my gate without my seeing you." "Well, no," answered Pippin, "to tell you the truth, since you have guessed it, we got into the lane from the other end. We had come over your fields, but that was quite by accident. We lost our way in the woods back near Wood Hole, trying to get a short cut to the ferry." "Well, if you were in a hurry, the road would have served you better," said the farmer, "but I wasn't worrying about that. You have leave to walk over my land if you have a mind, Mr. And you, Mr. Baines, though I dare say you still like mushrooms." He laughed. "Ah yes, I recognize the name. I recollect the time when young Frodo Baggins was one of the worst young rascals in Buckland, but it wasn't the mushrooms I was thinking of. I just heard the name Jens before you turned up." "What do you think that funny customer asked me?" They waited anxiously for him to go on. "Well," the farmer continued, approaching his point with slow relish, "he came riding on a big black horse in at the gate, which happened to be open, and right up to my door, all black. He was himself too, and cloaked and hooded up as if he did not want to be known. Now what in the Shire can they want? I thought to myself, we don't see many of the big folk over the border, and anyway I had never heard of any like this black fellow. 'Good day to you,' I says, going out to her. 'This lane don't lead anywhere, and wherever you may be going, your quickest way will be back to the road.' I didn't like the looks of him. When Grip came out, he took one sniff and let out a yelp as if he had been stung. They put down his tail and bolted off howling. The black fell said, 'Quite still, I come from yonder,' he said, slow and stiff likey, pointing back west over my fields. 'If you please, have you seen Baggins?' he asked in a queer voice, and bent down towards me. I could not see any face, for his hood fell down so low, and I felt a sort of shiver down my back, but I did not see why he should come riding over my land so bold. 'Be off,' I said, 'there are no Baggins is here. You're in the wrong.' 3 hours and 32 minutes, part of the Shire you'd better go back west to Hobbiton, but you can go by road this time. Baines has left, he answered in a whisper. He is coming, he is not far away. I wish to find him. If he passes, will you tell me? I will come back with gold. No you won't, I said. You'll go back where you belong. Double quick, I give you 1 minute before I call all my dogs. I gave a sort of hast. It might have been laughing and it might not. Then he spurred his great horse right at me and I jumped out of the way only just in time. I called the dogs but he swung off. And 3:32, 39, rode through the gate and up the lane towards the causeway like a bee of thunder. What are you think of that? Frodo sat for a moment looking at the fire, but his only thought was how on earth would they reach the ferry. I don't know what to think, he said at last. Then I'll tell you what to think. Then I'll tell you what to think, said Maggot. You should never have gone mixing yourself up with hobbit and folk, Mr. Frodo. Folk are queer up there. Sam stirred in his chair and looked at the farmer with an unfriendly eye. But you were always a reckless lad. When I heard you had left the brandy box and got off to that old Bilbo, I said that you were going to find trouble. Mark my words, this all comes from those strange doings of Mr. Bilbo's. His money was got in some strange fashion in foreign parts. They say maybe there is some that want to know what has become of the golden jewels that he found buried in the hill in Hobbiton. As I hear. Frodo said nothing. The shrewd guesses of the farmer were rather disconcerting. Well, Mr. Frodo, Maggot went on, I'm glad that you've made the sense to come back to Buckland. My advice is stay there and don't get mixed up with these outlandish folk. You'll have friends in these parts. If any of these black fellows come after you again, I'll deal with them. I'll see you're dead or have left this sh or anything you like, for as like as not it is old Mr. Bilbo they want use of. Maybe you're right, said Frodo, avoiding the farmer's eye and staring at the fire. Maggot looked at him thoughtfully. Well, I see you have ideas of your own, he said. Is as plain as my nose that no accident brought you in that ride or here on the same afternoon, and maybe my news was no great news to you after all. I'm not asking you to tell me anything you have a mind to keep yourself, but I see you are in some kind of trouble. Perhaps you're thinking it won't be too easy to get to the ferry without being caught. I was thinking so, said Frodo. We have got to try and get there, and it won't be done by sitting and thinking, so I'm afraid we must be going. Thank you very much indeed for your kindness. I've been in terror of you and your dogs for over 30 years, Farmer Maggot, though you may laugh to hear it. It's a pity, for I've missed a good friend, and now I'm sorry to leave you so soon, but I'll come back perhaps one day if I get the chance. You'll be welcome when you come, said Maggot, but now I have a notion it's near sundown already and we're going to have our supper, for we mostly go to bed soon after the sun. If you and Mr. Perrin and all would stay and have a bite with us, we would be pleased, and so should we, said Frodo, but we must be going at once. I'm afraid even now it will be dark before we can reach the ferry. But wait a minute, I was going to say after a bit of supper I'll get out a small wagon and I'll drive you all to the ferry, and that will save you a good step, and it might also save you trouble of another sort. Frodo now accepted the invitation gracefully, to the relief of Pippin and Sam. The sun was already behind the western hills and the light was failing. Two of Maggot's sons and his 3 daughters came in, and a generous supper was laid on the large table. The kitchen was lit with candles and the fire was mended. Mrs. Maggot bustled in and out. 1 or 2 other hobbits belonging to the farm household came in a short while. 14 sat down to eat. There was beer of plenty and a mighty dish of mushrooms and bacon, besides much other solid farmhouse fare. The dogs lay by the fire and ged rinds and cracked bones. When they had finished, the farmer and his sons went out with a lantern and got the wagon ready. It was dark in the yard when the guests came out. They threw their packs on board and climbed in. The farmer sat in the driving seat and whipped up his 2 stout ponies. His wife stood in the light of the open door. You be careful of yourself, maggot, she called. Don't go arguing with any foreigners and come straight back, I will, said he, and drove out of the gate. There was now no breath of wind stirring. The night was still and quiet, and a chill was in the air. They went without lights and took it slowly. After a mile or two the lane came to an end, crossing a deep dike and climbing a short slope up onto the high-banked causeway. Maggot got down and took a good look either way, north and south, but nothing could be seen in the darkness, and there was not a sound in the still air. Thin strands of river mist were hanging above the trees and crawling over the fields. It's going to be thick, said Maggot, but I'll not light my lantern till I turn for home. We'll hear anything on the road long before we meet it tonight. It was 5 miles or more from Maggot's Lane to the ferry. The hobbits wrapped themselves up, but their ears were strained for any sound above the creak of the wheels and the slow clop of the ponies' hoofs. The wagon seemed slower than a snail to Frodo. The wagon seemed slower than a snail to Frodo. Beside him Pippin was nodding toward sleep, but Sam was staring forwards into the rising fog. They reached the entrance to the ferry lane at last. It was marked by 2 tall white posts that suddenly loomed up on their right. Farmer Maggot drew in his ponies and the wagon creaked to a hole. They were just beginning to scramble out when suddenly they heard what they had all been dreading: hoofs on the road. Ahead the sound was coming towards them. Maggot jumped down and stood holding the ponies' heads and peering forward into the gloom. Clip clop came the approaching rider. The fall of the hoofs sounded loud in the still foggy air. You'd better be hid him, Mr. Fro, said Sam anxiously. You get down in the wagon and cover up with blankets and we'll send this rider to the routes. He climbed out and went to the farmer's side. Black riders would have to ride over him to get near the wagon. Clop. The rider was nearly on them. Hello there, said the farmer, throwing the R's to Sam and striding forward. Don't you come a step nearer. What do you want and where are you going? I want Mr. Baggins. Have you seen him? But the voice was the voice of Mary Brandybuck. A dark lantern was uncovered and its light fell on the astonished face of the farmer. Mr. Mary, he cried. Yes, of course. Who did you think it was? Frodo sprang out of the wagon to greet him. Hello, Mary. So there you are at last, said Mary. The first was beginning to wonder if you would turn up at all today, and I was just going back to supper when it grew foggy. I came across the road towards Stock to see if you had fallen any ditches, but I'm blessed if I know which way you have come. Where'd you find them, Mr. Maggot, and your duck pond? No, I call on trespassing, said the farmer. I nearly set my dogs on him, but they'll tell you all the story, I have no doubt. Now if you'll excuse me, Mr. Mary and Mr. Frodo and all, I'd best be turning for home. Mrs. Midget will be wearing with the night getting thick. He backed the wagon into the lane and turned it. Well, good night to you all, he said. It's been a queer day on no mistake, but all is well that ends well, though perhaps we should not say that until we reach our own doors. I'll not deny that I'll be glad now when I do. He lit his lanterns and got up. Suddenly he produced a large basket from under the seat. I was nearly forgetting, he said. Mrs. Maggot put this up for Mr. Baggins with her compliments. He handed it down and moved off, followed by a chorus of thanks and good nights. They watched the pale rings of light round his lanterns as they dwindled into the pogy night. Suddenly Frodo laughed. From the covered basket he held the scent of mushrooms was rising. Now we had better get home ourselves, said Mary. There's something funny about all this, I see, but it must wait till we get in. They turned down the ferry lane, which was straight and well kept and edged with large whitewashed stones. In 100 yards or so it brought them to the river bank, where there was a broad wooden landing stage. A large flat ferry boat was moored beside it. The white bollards near the water's edge glimmered in the light of 2 lamps on high posts behind them. The mists in the flat fields were now above the hedges, but the water before them was dark with only a few curling wisps like steam among the reeds by the bank. There seemed to be less fog on the further side. Mary led the pony over a gangway onto the ferry and the others followed. Mary then pushed slowly off with a long pole. The Brandywine flowed slow and broad before them. On the other side the bank was steep and up it a winding path climbed from the further landing. Lamps were twinkling there behind loomed up the Buck Hill, and out of it, through stray shrouds of mist, shone many round windows, yellow and red. They were the windows of Brandy Hall, the ancient home of the Brandy Bucks. Long ago good old Buck, head of the old Buck family, one of the oldest in the Marish or indeed in the Shire, had crossed the river which was the original boundary of the land eastwards. He built an excavator. Brandy Hall changed his name to Brandy Buck and settled down to become master of what was virtually a small independent country. His family grew and grew, and after his days continued to grow until Brandy Hall occupied the whole of the low hill and had 3 large front doors, many side doors, and about 100 windows. The Brandy Bucks and their numerous dependents then began to burrow and later to build all round about. That was the origin of Buckland, a thickly inhabited strip between the river and the old forest, a sort of colony from the Shire. Its chief village was Bucklebury, clustering in the banks and slopes behind Brandy Hall. The people in the Mish were friendly with the Buckers, and the authority of the master of the hall, as the head of the Brandybuck family was called, was still acknowledged by the farmers between Stock and Roshi, but most of the folk of the old Shire regarded the Bucklands as peculiar half-foreigners as it were, though as a matter of fact they were not very different from the other hobbits of the Four Fairings, except in one point: they were fond of boats and some of them could swim. Their land was originally unprotected from the east, but on that side they had built a hedge. The high hay it had been planted many generations ago, and was now thick and tall, for it was constantly tended. It ran all the way from Brandywine Bridge in a big loop, curving away from the river to Hen, where the Withy Windle flowed out of the forest into the Brandywine, well over 20 m from end to end. But of course it was not a complete protection. The forest drew close from the hedge in many places. The Buckers kept their doors locked after dark, and that also was not usual in the Shire. The ferry boat moved slowly across the water. The Buckland shore drew nearer. Sam was the only member of the party who had not been over the river before. He had a strange feeling as the slow gurgling stream slipped by. His old life lay behind in the mists, dark adventure lay in front. He scratched his head and for a moment had a passing wish that Mr. Frodo could have gone on living quietly at Bag End. The 4 hobbits stepped off the ferry. Mary was tying it up and Pippin was already leading the pony up the path when Sam, who had been looking back as if to take farewell of the shine, said in a hoarse whisper, "Look back, Mr. Frodo. Do you see anything on the far stage under the distant lamps?" They could just make out a figure. It looked like a dark black bundle left behind, but as they looked it seemed to move and sway this way and that as if searching the ground. It then crawled or went crouching back into the gloom beyond the lamps. "What in the Shire was that?" exclaimed Mary. "Something that's following us," said Frodo, "but don't ask any more now. Let's get away at once." They hurried up the path to the top of the bank, but when they looked back the far shore was shrouded in mist and nothing could be seen. "Thank goodness you don't keep any boats on the west bank," said Frodo. "Can horses cross the river?" "Oh, they can go 20 miles north of the Brandywine Bridge, or they might swim," answered Mary, "though I never heard of any horse swimming in the Brandywine. But what have horses to do with it? I'll tell you later. Let's get indoors and then we can talk." "All right, you and Peepo your way, so I'll just ride on and tell Fatty B that you're coming. We'll see about supper and things." "We had our supper early with Farmer Maggot," said Frodo, but we could do it another. You shall have it and give me that basket, said Merry, and rode ahead into the darkness. It was some distance from the Brandywine to Frodo's new house at Crick Hollow. They passed Buck Hill and Brandy Hall on their left, and on the outskirts of Bucklebury struck the main road of Buckland that ran south from the bridge half a mile northward. Along this they came to a lane opening on their right. This they followed a couple of miles as it climbed up and down into the country. At last they came to a narrow gate in a thick hedge. Nothing could be seen of the house in the dark. It stood back from the lane in the middle of a wide circle of lawn surrounded by a belt of low trees inside the outer hedge. Frodo had chosen it because it stood in an out-of-the-way corner of the country and there were no other dwellings close by. You could get in and out without being noticed. It had been built a long while before by the Brandy Bucks for the use of guests or members of the family that wished to escape from the crowded life of Brandy Hall. For a time it was an old-fashioned countrified house, as much like a hobbit hole as possible. It was long and low with no upper story, and it had a roof of turf, round windows and a large round door. As they walked up the green path from the gate no light was visible. The windows were dark and shuttered. Frodo knocked on the door and Fatty Booer opened it. A friendly light streamed out. They slipped in quietly and shut themselves and the light inside. They were in a wide hall with doors on either side. In front of them a passage ran back down the middle of the house. Well, what do you think of it? asked Merry, coming up the passage. We've done our best in a short time to make it look like home. After all, Fatty and I only got here with the last cartload yesterday. Frodo looked round. It did look like home. Many of his own favorite things, or Bilbo things they reminded him sharply of him in their new setting, were arranged as nearly as possible as they had been at Bag End. It was a pleasant, comfortable, welcoming place, and he found himself wishing that he was really coming here to settle down in quiet retirement. It seemed unfair to have put his friends to all this trouble, and he wondered again how he was going to break the news to them that he must leave them so soon, indeed at once. Yet that would have to be done that very night before they all went to bed. It's delightful, he said with an effort. I hardly feel that I have moved at all. The Tra hung up their clerks and piled their packs on the floor. Merry led them down the passage and threw open a door at the far end. Firelight came out. An ap of steam. A bath, cried Pippin. Oh, blessed Murad, do which order shall we go in? said Frodo. Eldest first or quickest first? You'll be the last either way, Master Peregrine. Trust me to arrange things better than that, said Merry. We can't begin life in Cra Hollow with a quarrel over baths. In that room there are 3 tubs and a copper full of boiling water. There are also towels, mats and soap. Get inside and be quick. Merry and Fatty went into the kitchen on the other side of the passage and busied themselves with the final preparations for a late supper. States of competing songs came from the bathroom, mixed with the sound of splashing and wallowing. The voice of Pippin was suddenly lifted up above the others in one of Bilbo's favorite bath songs, seeing hay for the bath, clo of day that gosh's the weary em away. Hean is he that will not sing. O utter hut is a noble thing. O sweet is the sound of falling rain, and the brook that loves from hill to plain. But better than rain or rippling streams is water hot that smokes and steams. ow, your cold weed may pour me down a thirsty throat, and glad indeed, but better is beer and drink we like, and water hot pour on the back. O water fair that leaps on high with a fountain wide beneath the sky, but never did fountain sound so sweet. A splashing hot water with my feet. There was a terrific splash and a shout of from Frodo. It appeared that a lot of Pippin's bath had imitated a fountain and left on high. Merry went to the door. What about subbing beer in the throat? he called. Fro came out drying his hair. There's so much water in the air. I'm coming into the kitchen too. Finish, he said. Locke, said Mary, looking in. The stone floor was swimming. You ought to mop all that up before you get anything to eat. Peregrin, he said, hurry up or we wait for you. They had supper in the kitchen on the table near the fire. I suppose you three don't want mushrooms again, said Figaro without much hope. Yes we shall, cried Pippin. They're mine, said Frodo, given to me by Mrs. Maggot, a queen among farmers' wives. Take your greedy hands away and I'll serve. Hobbits have a passion for mushrooms, surpassing even the greediest likings of big people, a fact which partly explains young Frodo's long expedition to the renowned fields of the Marish and the wrath of the injured Maggot. On this occasion there was plenty for all, even according to Hobbit standards. There were also many other things to follow, and when they had finished, even Fatty Booer heaved a sigh of content. They pushed back the table and drew chair around the fire. We'll clean up later, said Mary. Now tell me all about it. I guess that you have been having adventures, which was not quite fair without me. I want a full account, and most of all I want to know what was the matter with old Maggot and why he spoke to me like that. He sounded almost as if he was scared. That was possible. We have all been scared, said Pippin after a pause in which Frodo stared at the fire and did not speak. You would have been too if you had been chased before 2 days by black riders. And what are they? Black figures riding on black horses, answered Pippin. If Frodo won't talk I will tell you the whole tale from the beginning. And then he gave a full account of their journey from the time when they left Hobbit, and Sam gave various supporting nods and exclamations. Frodo remained silent. I should think you were making it all up, said Mary. If I had not seen that black shape on the landing stage and heard that queer sound in Maggot's voice. What do you make of it all, Frodo? Cousin Frodo has been very close, said Pippin, but the time has come for him to open out. So far we have been given nothing more to go on. Then Farmer Meets guessed that it was something to do with old Bilbo's treasure. That was only a guess, said Fro hastily. Maggot doesn't know anything. Oh, Maggot is a shrewd fellow, said Mary. A lot goes on behind his round face that does not come out in his talk. I've heard that he used to go into the old forest at one time, and he has the reputation of knowing a good many strange things. But you can at least tell us, Frodo, whether you think his guess is good or bad. I think, answered Frodo slowly, that it was a good guess. As far as it goes, there is a connection with Bilbo's old adventures, and the writers are looking, or perhaps one ought to say searching, for him or for me. I also fear, if you want to know, that it is no joke at all, and that I am not safe here or anywhere else. He looked around at the windows and walls as if he was afraid they would suddenly give way. The others looked at him in silence and exchanged meaning glances among themselves. It's coming out in the minute, whispered Pippin to Mary. Mary nodded. Well, said Frodo at last, sitting up and straightening his back as if he had made a decision. I can't keep it dark any longer. I have got something to tell you all, but I don't quite know how to begin. I think I could help you, said Mary quietly, by telling some of it myself. What do you mean, said Frodo, looking at him anxiously. Just this, my dear old Frodo. You're miserable because you don't know how to say goodbye. You meant to leave the Shire, of course, but danger has come on you sooner than you expected, and now you are making up your mind to go at once, and you don't want to. We are very sorry for you. Frodo opened his mouth and shut it again. His look of surprise was so comical that they laughed. Dear old Fro, said Pippin, did you really think you had thrown dust in all our eyes? You've not been nearly careful or clever enough for that. You have obviously been planning to go and saying farewell to all your haunts. All this year, since April, we have constantly heard your muttering, shall I ever look down into that valley again, I wonder, and things like that, and pretending that you had come to the end of your money and actually selling your beloved bee to the Sackville-Bynes, and all those close talks with Gandalf. Good have, said Frodo, I thought I had been both careful and clever. I don't know what Gandalf would say. It's all the Shire discussing my departure then. Oh no, said Mary, don't worry about that. The secret won't keep for long, of course, but at present it is, I think, only known to us conspirators. After all, you must remember that we know you well and are often with you. We can usually guess what you are thinking. I knew Bilbo too, to tell you the Truth, I had been watching you rather closely ever since he left. I thought you would go after him sooner or later. Indeed, I expected you to go sooner. Lately we've been very anxious. We have been terrified that you might give us the slip and go off suddenly all on your own like he did. Ever since the spring we have kept our eyes open and done a good deal of planning on our own account. You're not going to escape so easily. But I must go, said Frodo. It cannot be helped, dear friends. It is wretched for us all, but it is no use your trying to keep me, since you have guessed so much. Please help me and do not hinder me. You do not understand, said Pippin. You must go, and therefore we must too. Merry and I are coming with you. Sam is an excellent fellow and would jump down a dragon's throat to save you if he did not trip over his own feet. You will need more than one companion on your dangerous adventure. Oh, my dear and most beloved hobbits, said Frodo, deeply moved. But I could not allow it. I decided that long ago too. You speak of danger, yet you do not understand. There is no treasure hunt, no therein back journey. I'm flying from deadly peril into deadly peril. Of course we understand, said Merry firmly. That is why we've decided to come. We know the ring is no long nothing matter, but we are going to do our best to help you against the enemy. The ring, said Frodo, now completely amazed. Yes, the ring, said Merry. My dear old hobbit, you don't allow for the inquisitiveness of friends. I've known about the existence of the ring for years before Bilbo went away, in fact, but since he obviously regarded it as a secret, I kept the knowledge in my head until we formed our conspiracy. I did not know Bilbo, of course, as well as I know you. I was too young, and he was also more careful, but he was not careful enough. If you want to know how I first found out, I will tell you. Go on, said Frodo faintly. It was the Sackville Bagginses that were his downfall, as you might expect. One day a year before the party, I happened to be walking along the road when I saw Bilbo ahead. Suddenly in the distance the SBS appeared coming towards us. We both slowed down, and then hey presto, so he vanished. I was so startled that I hardly had the wits to hide myself in a more ordinary fashion, but I got through the hedge and walked along the field. Inside I was peeping through into the road after the SBS had passed and was looking straight at FBO when he suddenly reappeared. I caught a glint of gold as he put something back in his trouser pocket. After that I kept my eyes open. In fact, I confess that I spined, but you must admit that it is very intriguing, and I was only in my teens. I must be the only one in the besides you, Frodo, that has ever seen the old fellow's secret book. You have read his book, cried Frodo. Good heavens above, is nothing safe? Not too safe, I should say, said Merry, but have only had one rapid glance, and that was difficult to get. He never left the book about. I wonder what became of it. I should like another look. Have you got it, Frodo? No, it was not at back end. He must have taken it away. Well, as I was saying, Merry proceeded, I kept my knowledge to myself till spring, when things got serious. Then we formed our conspiracy, and as we were serious too and meant business, we have not been too scrupulous. You're not a very easy nut to crack, and Gondal is worse. But if you want to be introduced to our chief investigator, I can produce him. Where is he? said Frodo, looking around as if he expected a moss and sinister figure to come out of a cupboard. Step forward, Sam, said Merry, and Sam stood up with a face scarlet up to the ears. Here's our collector of information, and he collected a lot, I can tell you, before he was finally caught, after which I may say he seemed to regard himself as on parole and dried up. Sam, cried Frodo, feeling that amazement could get no further and quite unable to decide whether he felt angry, amused, relieved, or merely foolish. Yes, sir, said Sam, begging your pardon, sir, but I meant no wrong to you, Mr. Frodo, nor to Mr. Gondal for that matter. He has some sense, mind you, and when you said go alone, he said no, take someone as you can trust. But it does not seem that I can trust anyone, said Frodo. Sam looked at him unhappily. Well, it all depends on what you want, put in Merry. You can trust us to stick to you through thick and thin to the bitter end, and you can trust us to keep any secret of yours closer than you keep it yourself, but you cannot trust us to let you face trouble alone and go off without a word. We're your friends, Frodo. Anyway, there it is. We know most of what Gandalf has told you. We know a good deal about the ring. We are horribly afraid, but we are coming with you or following you like hounds. After all, sir, added Sam, you did all to take the elves' advice. Gilder said you should take them as willing, and you can't deny it. I don't deny it, said Frodo, looking at Sam, who was now grinning. I don't deny it, but I'll never believe you are sleeping again. Whether you snore or not, I shall kick you hard to make sure. You are a set of deceitful scoundrels, he said, turning to the others. But bless you, he laughed, getting up and waving his arms. I give in. I will take Gilder advice. If the danger were not so dark, I should dance for joy. Even so, I cannot help feeling happy, happier than I have felt for a long time. I had dreaded this evening. Good. That's settled, they shouted, and they danced. Around him, Merry and Pippin began a song which they had apparently got ready for the occasion. It was made on the model of the dwarf song that started on his adventure long ago and went to the same tune. Farewell, we call to and haul, the wind may blow and rain may fall, we must break of day far over wood mountain to our where elves yet dwell inland beneath the misty. Through moor and waste we ride in haste and with, then we cannot tell, with foes ahead behind. Yozath, the sky shall be our bed until at last are to be our journey done, our errand sp. We must away, we ride before the break of day. Very good, said Frodo, but in that case there are a lot of things to do before we go to bed under a roof for tonight, or at any rate. Oh, that was poetry, said Pippin. Do you really mean to start before the break of day? I don't know, I fear those black riders, and I'm sure it is unsafe to stay in one place long, especially in a place to which it is known I was going. Also, Gilder advised me not to wait, but I should very much like to see Gandalf. I could see that even Gilder was disturbed when he heard that Gandalf had never appeared. It really depends on two things: how soon could the riders get to Buckleberry, and how soon should we get off? It will take a good deal of preparation. The answer to your second question, said Merry, is that we could get off in an hour. I've prepared practically everything. There are 6 poundies in the stable across the fields. Doors and tackle are all packed except for a few extra clothes and the perishable food. It seems to have been a very efficient conspiracy, said Frodo, but what about the black riders? Would it be safe to wait one day for Gondal? Oh, that all depends on what you think the riders would do if they found you here, answered Merry. They could have reached here by now, of course, if they were not stopped at the north gate where the hedge runs out to the river bank just side of the bridge. The gate guards would not let them through by night, though they might break through even in the daylight. They would try to keep them out, I think, at any rate until they got the message through to the master of the hole, for they would not like the look of the riders and would certainly be frightened of them. But of course Buchan cannot resist a determined attack for long, and it is possible that in the morning even a black rider that rode up and us for Mr. Baggin would be let through. It is pretty generally known that you are coming back to live at Crick. Fro sat for a while in thought. I have made up my mind, he said finally. I'm starting tomorrow as soon as it is light, but I'm not going by road. It would be safer to wait here than that. If I go through the north gate, my departure from Buckland will be known at once, instead of being secret for several days at least, as it might be, and what is more, the bridge and the east road near the borders will certainly be watched. Whether any rider gets into Buckland or not, we don't know how many there are, but there are at least 2 and possibly more. The only thing to do is to go off in a quite unexpected direction, but that can only mean going into the old forest, said Fedar, horrified. You can't be thinking of doing that. It is quite as dangerous as black Riders not quite, said Mary. It sounds very desperate, but I believe Frodo is right. It is the only way of getting off without being allowed at once. With luck we might get a considerable start, but you won't have any luck in the old forest, objected Fedar. No one ever has luck in there. You'll get lost. People don't go in there. Oh yes they do, said Mary. The brandy bucks go in occasionally when the fit takes them. We have a private entrance. Frodo went in once long ago. I've been in several times, usually in daylight, of course, when the trees are sleepy and fairly quiet. Well, do as you think best, said Fedar. I'm more afraid of the old forest than of anything I know about. The stories about it are a nightmare. My vote hardly counts as I'm not going on the journey. Still, I'm very glad someone is stopping behind to tell Gand what you've done when he turns up, as I sure he will before long. Fond as he was of Fratty Booer had no desire of leaving the sh nor to see what lay outside it. His family came from East Faring, from Butchford and Bridgefields in fact, but he had never been over the Brandywine Bridge. His task, according to the original plans of the conspirators, was to stay behind and deal with inquisitive folk, and to keep up as long as possible the pretense that Mr. Baggins was still living at Criollo. He had even brought along some old clothes of Fro's to help him in playing the part. They little thought how dangerous that part might prove. Excellent, said Frodo when he understood the plan. We could not have left any message behind for Gandalf, otherwise I don't know where these writers can read or not, of course, but I should not have dared to risk a written message in case they got in and searched the house. But if Fatty is willing to hold on the fort, and I can be sure of Gandalf knowing the way we have gone, that decides me. I'm going into the old forest first thing tomorrow. Well, that's that, said Pippin. On the whole, I would rather have our job than Fatty's waiting here till Black Riders come. You wait well till you are well inside the forest, said Frida. You'll wish you were back here with me before this time tomorrow. It's no good arguing about it any more, said Mary. We have still got to tidy up and put the finishing touches to the packing before we get to bed. I shall call you all before the break of day. When at last he had gotten to bed, Frodo could not sleep for some time. His legs ached. He was glad that he was riding in the morning. Eventually he fell into a vague dream in which he seemed to be looking out of a high window over a dark sea of tangled trees. Down below among the roots there was the sound of creatures crawling and sniffing. He felt sure they would smell him out sooner or later. Then he heard a noise in the distance. At first he thought it was a great wind coming over the leaves of the forest. Then he knew that it was not leaves but the sound of the sea far off, a sound he had never heard in waking life, though it had often troubled his dreams. Suddenly he found he was out in the open. There were no trees after all. He was on a dark heath, and there was a strange salt smell in the air. Looking up, he saw before him a tall white tower standing alone on a high ridge. A great desire came over him to climb towards the tower, but suddenly a light came in the sky and there was a noise of thunder. Frodo woke suddenly. It was still dark in the room. Mary was standing there with the candle in one hand and banging on the door with the other. All right, what is it? said Frodo, still shaken and bewildered. What is it? cried Mary. It's time to get up. It's 4:30 and very foggy. Come on, Sam's already getting breakfast ready. Even Pippin is up. I'm just going to settle the ponies and fetch the one that is to be the baggage carrier. Wake that slugger Fatty, at least he must get up and see us off soon after 6 o'clock. The 5 hobbits were ready to start. Fatty Booer was still yawning. They stole quietly out of the house. Mary went in front leading a Latin pony and took his way along a path that went through a spinney behind the house and then cut across several fields. The leaves of trees were glistening and every twig was dripping. The grass was grey with cold dew. Everything was still and far away. Noises seemed near and clear. Fowls chattering in a yard, someone closing a door over distant house in their shed. They found the Ponies, sturdy little beasts of the kind loved by hobbits, not speedy but good for a long day's work. They mounted, and soon they were riding off into the mist, which seemed to open reluctantly before them and close forbiddingly behind them. After riding for about an hour slowly and without talking, they saw the hedge looming suddenly ahead. It was tall and netted over with silver cobwebs. "How are you going to get through this?" asked Frodo. "Follow me," said Merry, "and you will see." He turned to the left along the hedge, and soon they came to a point where it bent inwards, running along the lip of a hollow. A cutting had been made at some distance from the hedge and went slingily gently down into the ground. It had walls of bricks at the sides which rose steadily until suddenly they arced over and formed a tunnel that dived deep under the hedge and came out in the hollow on the other side. Here Fatty Booer halted. "Goodbye, Frodo," he said. "I wish you were not going into the forest. I only hope you will not need rescuing before the day is out. Good luck to you today, and every day, if there are no worse things ahead than the old forest." "I shall be lucky," said Frodo. "Tell Gandalf to hurry along the east road. We shall soon be back on it and going as fast as we can." "Goodbye, goodbye," they cried, and rode down the slope and disappeared from Frida's sight into the tunnel. It was dark and damp at the far end. It was closed by a gate of thick-set iron bars. Merry got down and unlocked the gate, and when they all had passed through, he pushed it to again shut with a clang, and the lock clicked. The sound was ominous. "There," said Merry, "you have left the sh and are now outside and on the edge of the old forest." "Are the stories about true?" asked Pippin. "I don't know what stories you mean," Merry answered. "If you mean the old bogey stories Fatty's nurses used to tell him about goblins and wolves and things of that sort, I should say no. At any rate, I don't believe him. But the forest is queer. Everything in it is very much more alive and more aware of what's going on, so to speak, than things that are in the Shire. And the trees do not like strangers. They watch you. They are usually content merely to watch you as long as daylight lasts, and don't do much. Occasionally the most unfriendly ones that may drop a branch or stick a root out will grasp you with the long claw, but at night things can be most alarming, or so I'm told. I've only once or twice been here after dark, and then only near the hedge. I thought all the trees were whispering to each other, passing news and plots along the unintelligible language, and the branches swayed and grope without any wind. They do say the trees do actually move and can surround strangers and hem them in. In fact, not long ago they attacked the hedge. They came and planted themselves right by it and leaned over it, but the hobbits came and cut down hundreds of trees and made a great bonfire in the forest and burned all the ground in a long strip east of the hedge. After that the trees gave up the attack, but they became very unfriendly. There is still a wide bare space not far inside where a bonfire was made." "Is it only the trees that are dangerous?" asked Pippin. "There are various queer things living deep in the forest and on the far side," said Merry, "or at least I've heard so, but I've never seen any of them. But something makes paths whenever one comes inside. One finds open tracks, but they seem to shift and change from time to time in a queer fashion. Not far from this tunnel there is, or was for a long time, the beginnings of a quite broad path leading to the bonfire glade, and then on more or less in our direction east and a little north. That is the path I'm trying to find." The hobbits now left the tunnel gates and rode across the wide H. On the far side there was a faint path leading up to the floor of the forest 100 yards and more beyond the hedge, but it vanished as soon as it brought them under the trees. Looking back they could see the dark line of hedge through the stems of trees that were redly thick about them. Looking ahead they could see only tree trunks of innumerable sizes and shapes, straight or bent, twisted, leaning, squat or slender, smooth or geared and branched, and all the stems were green or gray with moss and slimy shaggy growths. Merry alone seemed fairly cheerful. "You had better lead on and find that path," Frodo said to him. "Don't let us lose one another. I'll forget which way the hedge lies." They picked a way among the trees, and their ponies plodded along carefully, avoiding the many ring and interlacing roots. There was no undergrowth. The ground was rising steadily, and as they went forward it seemed that the trees became taller, darker and thicker. There was no sound except an Occasional drip of moisture falling through the still leaves. For the moment there was no whispering or movement among the branches, but they all got an uncomfortable feeling that they were being watched, with disapproval deepening to dislike and even enmity. The feeling steadily grew until they found themselves looking up quickly or glancing back over their shoulders as if they expected a sudden blow. There was not as yet any sign of a path, and the trees seemed constantly to bar their way. Pippin suddenly felt that he could not bear it any longer, and without warning let out a shout. "Oi, oi! I'm not going to do anything, just let me pass through, will you?" The others halted, startled, but the cry fell as if muffled by a heavy curtain. There was no echo or answer, though the wood seemed to become more crowded and more watchful than before. "I should not shout if I were you," said Mary. "It does more harm than good." Frodo began to wonder if it was possible to find a way through, and if he had been right to make the others come into this abominable wood. Mary was looking from side to side and seemed already uncertain which way to go. Pippin noticed it. "It has not taken you long to lose us," he said, but at that moment Mary gave a whistle of relief and pointed ahead. "Well, well," he said, "these trees do shift. There is a bonfire glade in front of us, or I hope so, but the path to it seems to have moved away." The light grew clearer as they went forward. Suddenly they came out of the trees and found themselves in a wide circular space. There was sky above them, blue and clear to their surprise, for down under the forest roof they had not been able to see the rising morning in the lifting of the mist. The sun was not, however, high enough yet to shine down into the clearing, though its light was on treetops. The leaves were all thicker and greener about the edges of the glade, enclosing it with an almost solid wall. No tree grew there, only rough grass and many tall plants, stocky and faded hemlocks, wood, parsley, fireweed sending into fluffy ashes, and rampant nettles and thistles. A dreary place, but it seemed a charming and cheerful garden after the close forest. The hobbits felt encouraged and looked up hopefully at the broadening daylight in the sky. At the far side of the glade there was a break in the wall of trees and a clear path beyond it. They could see it running on into the wood, wide in places and open above, though every now and again the trees drew in and overshadowed it with their dark boughs. Up this path they rode, up this path they rode. They were still climbing gently, but they now went much quicker and with better heart, for it seemed to them that the forest had relented and was going to let them pass unhindered after all. But after a while the air began to get hot and stuffy. The trees drew close again on either side, and they could no longer see far ahead. Now stronger than ever they felt again the ill will of the wood pressing on them. So silent was it that the fall of their ponies' hoofs rustling on dead leaves and occasionally stumbling on hidden roots seemed to thud in their ears. Frodo tried to sing a song to encourage them, but his voice sank to air. "Where's in the shadowed land despair not, for though dark they stand or woods there be, must end at last, and see the open sun go past the setting sun, the rising sun, the day's end, all the day beyond, for it, for east or west all woods must fail, fail." Even as he said the word his voice faded into silence. The air seemed heavy and the making of wood wearisome. Just behind them a large branch fell from an old overhanging tree with a crash into the path. The tree seemed to close in before them. "They do not like all that about yanding and failing," said Mary. "The first should not sing any more at present. Wait till we get to the edge, and then we'll turn and give them a rousing." Chorus. He spoke cheerfully, and if he felt any great anxiety he did not show it. The others did not answer. They were depressed. A heavy weight was settling steadily on Frodo's heart, and he regretted now with every step forward that he had ever thought of challenging the menace of the trees. He was indeed just about to stop and propose was going back, if that was still possible, when things took a new turn. The path stopped climbing and became for a while nearly level. The dark trees drew aside, and ahead they could see the path going Almost straight forward before them, but some distance off, there stood a green hilltop, treeless, rising like a bald head out of the encircling wood. The path seemed to be making directly for it. They now hurried forward again, delighted with the thought of climbing out. For a while above the roof of the forest the path dipped and then again began to climb upwards, leading them at last to the foot of the steep hillside. There it left the trees and faded into the turf. The wood stood all around the hill like thick hair that ended sharply in a circle around a shaven crown. The hobbits led their ponies up, winding round and round until they reached the top. There they stood and gazed about them. The air was gleaming and sunlit but hazy, and they could not see to any great distance near at hand. The mist was now almost gone, though here and there it lay in hollows of the wood, and to the south of them, out of a deep fold cutting right across the forest, the fog still rose like steam or wisps of white smoke. That said Merry, pointing with his hand, that is the line of the Withy Windle. It comes down out of the downs and flows southwest through the forest to join the Brandywine below. Hastened, we don't want to go that way with the Withy Windle Valley. It is said to be the queerest part of the whole wood, the center of which all the queerness comes, as it were. The others looked in the direction that Mary pointed out, but they could see little but mists over the damp and deep-cut valley, and beyond the southern half of the forest faded from view. The sun on the hilltop was now getting hot. It must have been about 11:00, but the autumn haze still prevented them from seeing much in other directions. In the west they could not make out either the line of the hedge of the or the valley of the Brandywine. Beyond it, northward, where they looked most hopefully, they could see nothing that might be the line of the great east road of which they were making. They were on an island in a sea of trees, and the horizon was veiled on the southeastern side. The ground fell very steeply, as if the slopes of the hill were continued far down under the trees, like island shores that really are the sides of a mountain rising out of deep waters. They sat on the green edge and looked out over the woods below them while they ate their midday meal. As the sun rose and past noon, they glimpsed far off in the eastern the grey-green lines of the downs that lay beyond the old forest on that side. That shielded him greatly, for it was good to see a sight of anything beyond the wood's borders, though they did not mean to go that way if they could help it. The Barrow Downs had a sinister reputation in Hobbit legend as the forest itself. At length they made up their minds to go on again. The path that had brought them to the hill reappeared on the northward side, but they had not followed it far before they became aware that it was bending steadily to the right. Soon it began to descend rapidly, and they guessed that it must actually be heading towards the Wee Windle Valley, not at all the direction they wished to take. After some discussion they decided to leave this misleading path and strike northward, for although they had not been able to see it in front of the hilltop, the road must lie that way, and it could not be many miles off. Also northward and to the left of the path the land seemed to be drier and more open, climbing up to slopes where the trees were thinner and pines and firs replaced the oaks and ashes and other strange and nameless trees of denser wood. At first their choice seemed to be good. They got along at a fair speed, though whenever they got a glimpse of the sun in an open glade they seemed uncomfortably to have veered eastwards. But after a time the trees began to close in again just where they had appeared from distance to be thinner and less tangled. The deep folds in the ground were discovered unexpectedly, like the ruts of great giant wheels of wide moats and sunken roads long disused and choked with brambles. These lay unusually right across their line of march and could not be crossed by scrambling down and out again, which was troublesome and difficult with their ponies. Each time they climbed down they found the hollow filled with thick brushes and matted undergrowth, which somehow would not yield to the left but only gave way when they turned to the right, and they had to go some distance along the bottom before they could find a way up the further bank. Each time they clambered out the trees seemed deeper and darker, and always to the left and upwards. It was most difficult to find a way, and they were forked to the right and downwards. After an hour or two they had lost all clear sense of direction, though they knew well enough that they had long ceased to go northward at all. They were being headed off and were simply following a course chosen for them eastwards and southwards into the heart of the forest and not out of it. The afternoon was wearing away when they scrambled and stumbled into a fold that was wider and deeper than any they had yet met. It was so steep and overhung that it proved impossible to climb out of it again either forwards or backwards without leaving their ponies and their baggage behind. All they could do was to follow the fold downwards. The ground grew soft and in places boggy springs appeared in the banks, and soon they found themselves following a brook that trickled and babbled through a weedy bed. Then the ground began to fall rapidly, and the brook, growing strong and noisy, flowed and leaped swiftly downhill. They were in a deep dim-lit gully overarched with trees high above them. After stumbling along for some way along the stream, they came quite slowly out of the gloom as if through a gate. They saw the sunlight before them. Coming to the opening, they found that they had made their way down through a cleft in a high-speed bank across a cliff. At its feet was a wide space of grass and reeds, and in the distance could be glimpsed another bank almost as steep. A golden afternoon of late sunshine lay warm and drowsy upon the hidden land between. In the midst of it there wound lazily a dark river of brown water bordered with ancient willows, arched over with willows, blocked with fallen willows, and flecked with thousands of faded willow leaves. The air was thick with them, fluttering yellow from the branches, for there was a warm and gentle breeze blowing softly in the valley, and the reeds were rustling and the willow boughs were creaking. "Well, now I have at least some notion of where we are," said Mary. "We've come almost in the opposite direction which we intended. This is the river. Why, the Windle. I will go on explore." He passed out into the sunshine and disappeared into the long grasses. After a while he reappeared and reported that there was fairly solid ground between the cliff foot and the river. In some places firm turf went down to the water's edge. "What's more," he said, "there seems to be something like a footpath winding along the side of the river. If we turn left and follow it, we shall be bound to come out on the east side of the forest eventually." "I dare say," said Pippin, "that this, if the track goes so far and does not simply lead us into a bog and leave us there. Who made the track, do you suppose? And why, I'm sure it was not for our benefit. I'm getting very suspicious of this forest and everything in it, and I begin to believe all the stories about it. And have you any idea how far east for we should have to go?" "No," said Mary the first, "haven't. I don't know in the least how far down the wee window we are, or who could possibly come here often enough to make a path along it, but there is no other way out that I can see or think of, there being nothing else for it." They filed out, and Mary led them to the path that he had discovered. Everywhere the reeds and grasses were lush and tall, in places far above their heads, but once found the path was easy to follow as it turned and twisted, picking out the sounder ground among the bogs and pools. Here and there it passed over other rails running down gullies into the Withywindle out of the higher forest lands, and at these points there were tree trunks or bundles of brushwood laid carefully across. The hobbits began to feel very hot. There were armies of flies of all kinds buzzing around their ears, and the afternoon sun was burning on their backs. At last they came suddenly into a thin shade. Great grey branches reached across the path. Each step forward became more reluctant than the last. Sleepiness seemed to be creeping out of the ground and up their legs and falling softly out of the air on their heads and eyes. Frodo felt his chin go down and his head nod just in front of him. Pippin fell forward onto his knees. Frodo halted. "He's no good," he heard Mary saying. "Can't go another step without rest. Must have nap. It's cool under the willows." This fly's trot did not like the sound of this. "Come on," he cried, "we can't have a nap yet. We must get clear of the forest first." But the others were too far gone to care. Beside them stood yawning and blinking stupidly. Suddenly Frodo himself Felt sleep overwhelm him, his head swam, there now seemed hardly a sound in the air, the flies had stopped buzzing, only a gentle noise on the edge of hearing, a soft fluttering as of a song half whispered seemed to stir in the balls above. He lifted his heavy eyes and saw leaning over him a huge willow tree, old and high, enormous it looked, its sprawling branches going up like reaching arms with many long fingered hands, its knotted and twisted trunk graping in wide fissures that leaked faintly as the boughs moved, the leaves fluttering against the bright sky dazzled him, and he toppled over, lying where he fell upon the grass. Merry and Pippin dragged themselves forward and lay down with their backs to the willow trunk behind them. The great cracks gaped wide to receive them as the tree swayed and creaked. They looked up at the gray and yellow leaves moving softly against the light and singing. They shut their eyes, and then it seemed that they could almost hear words, cool words saying something about water and sleep. They gave themselves up to the spell and fell fast asleep at the foot of the great grey willow. Gu lay for a while fighting with the sleep that was overpowering him, then with an effort struggled to his feet again. He felt a compelling desire for cool water. Wait for me, Sam, he stammered. Must bathe feet a minute. Half in a dream he wandered forward to the riverward side of the tree where the great winding roots grew into the stream like G-dragon at straining down to drink. He straddled one of these and paddled his hot feet into the cool brown water, and there he too suddenly fell asleep with his back against the tree. Sam sat down and scratched his head and yawned like a cavern. He was worried. The afternoon was getting late and he thought this sudden sleepiness uncanny. There's more behind this than sun in warm air, he muttered to himself. I don't like this great big tree, I don't trust it hard, it's singing about sleep now, this won't do at all. He pulled himself to his feet and staggered off to see what had become of the ponies. He found that two had wandered on a good way along the path and he had just caught them and brought them back towards the others when he heard two noises, one loud and the other soft but very clear. One was the splash of something heavy falling into the water, the other was a noise like the snick of a lock when a door quietly closes fast. He rushed back to the bank. Frodo was in the water close to the hedge and a great tree root seemed to be over him and holding him down, but he was not struggling. Sam gripped him by the jacket and dragged him from under the root and then with difficulty pulled him onto the bank. Almost at once he woke and coughed and spluttered. Do you know, Sam, he said at length, the beastly tree threw me in, I felt it, the big rot just twisted around and tipped me in. You were dreaming, I expect, Mr. Frodo said. Sam, you shouldn't sit in such a place if you feel sleepy. Oh, what about the others? Frodo asked. I wonder what sort of dreams they were having. Where they ran round to the other side of the tree, and then Sam undertook the click he had heard. Pippin had vanished. The crack by which he had laid himself had closed together so that not a could be seen. Merry was trapped. Another crack had closed about his waist. His legs lay outside, but the rest of him was inside a dark opening, the edges of which gripped like a pair of pantsers. Frodo and Sam beat first upon the tree trunk where Pippin had lain. They then struggled frantically to pull open the jaws of the crack that held poor Merry. It was quite useless. What a foul thing to happen, cried Frodo wildly. Why did we ever come to this dreadful forest? I wish we were all back at Criollo. He kicked the tree with all his strength. Bears to his own feet. A hardly perceptible shiver ran through the stream and up to the branches. The leaves rustled and whispered with a sound of now faint and far off laughter. I suppose we haven't got an axe among our luggage, Mr. Frodo asked Sam. I brought a little hatchet for chopping firewood, said Frodo. That wouldn't be much use. Wait a minute, cried Sam, struck by an idea suggested by firewood. We might do something with fire. We might, said Frodo doubtfully. We might succeed in roasting Pip and alive inside. We might try to hurt or frighten this tree to begin with, said Sam. Fiercely, if it don't let them go I'll have it down if I have to ignore it. He ran to the ponies and before long came back with 2 tinder boxes and a hatchet. Quickly they gathered dry grass and leaves and bits of bark and made a pile of broken twigs and chopped sticks. These they had heaped against the trunk on the far side of the tree, and for the prisoners, as soon as Sam had struck a spark into the tinder it kindled the dry grass and a flurry of flame and smoke went up. The twigs cackled, little fingers of fire licked against the dry scored rind of the ancient tree and scorched it. A tremor ran through the whole willow. The leaves seemed to hiss above their heads with a sound of pain and anger. A loud scream came from Merry, and from far inside the tree they heard Pippin give a muffled yell. Put it out, cried Merry. He'll sque me. Do you don't he don't go who what, shouted Frodo, rushing around to the corner of the side of the tree. Put it out, begged Merry. The branches of the willow began to sway violently. There was a sound as of a wind rising and spreading outwards to the branches of all the other trees round about, as though they had dropped a stone into a quiet slumber of the river valley and set up ripples of anger that ran out over the whole forest. Sam kicked at the little fire and stamped out the sparks, but Frodo, without any clear idea why he did so or what he hoped for, ran along the path crying, "Help, help, help!" It seemed to him that he could hardly hear the sound of his own shrill voice. It was blown away from him by the willow wind and drowned in the clamor of leaves. As soon as the words left his mouth he felt desperate, lost and witless. Suddenly he stopped. There was an answer, or so he thought, but it seemed to come from behind him, away down the path further back into the forest. He turned around and listened, and soon there could be no doubt someone was singing a song. A deep glad voice was singing carelessly and happily, but it was singing nonsense. Willow, half hopeful and half afraid of some new danger. Frodo and Sam now both stood still. Suddenly, out of a long string of nonsense words, or so they seemed, the voice rose up loud and clear and burst into the song. Down shining in the sunlight, waiting on thee of the lady Isly, woman slender as the willow, one clearer as the water springing, come the long hopping home again. Can you hear him ringing? Hey come, dairy doll, Amario, goldberry, mel, yellow berry. Oh poor old willow man, you to your roots away. Tom's in a hurry now, evening will follow day. Tom's going home again, waterly bringing. Hey come, narrow, can't you hear me singing? Frodo and Sam stood as if of enchanted. The wind puffed out, the leaves hung silently again on stiff branches. There was another burst of song, and then suddenly, hopping and dancing along the path, there appeared above the reeds an old battered hat with a tall crown and a long blue feather stuck into the band. With another hop and a bound there came into view a man, or so it seemed. At any rate he was too large and heavy for a hobbit, if not quite tall enough for one of the big people, though he made noise enough for one, stomping along with great yellow boots on his thick legs and charging through grass and rushes like a cow going down to drink. He had a blue coat and a long brown beard. His eyes were blue and bright. His face was red as a ripe apple, but creased into and wrinkles of laughter. In his hands he carried a large leaf. On a stray small pile of white water lies help, cried Frodo and Sam, running towards him with their hands stretched out. Who steady there, cried the old man, holding up one hand, and they stopped short as if they had been struck stiff. Now my little fellows, where be you are going to, puffing like the ballow? What's the matter there then? Do you know who I am? I'm Tom Bombadil. Tell me what's your trouble? Tom's in a hurry now, don't you crush my lies. My friends are caught in the real tree, queed Frodo breathlessly. Master Mar's been squeezing a crack. What? Shouted Tom Bombadil, leaping up the air. Old man, willow, not worse than that. Oh, that can soon be mended. I know the tune for him. Old grey willow man, I'll freeze his marrow cold if he don't behave himself. I'll sing his roots off. I'll sing a wind up and blow lee and branch away. ran Willow setting down his lies carefully on the grass, he ran to the tree. There he saw Merry's feet still sticking out. The rest had already been drawn further inside. Tom put his mouth to the crack and began singing into it in a low voice. They could not catch the words, but evidently Merry was aroused. His legs began to kick. Tom sprang away and, breaking off a hanging brat, he smoked the side of the willow. In it. You let them out again, old man Willow, he said, and what for? You are thinking of you should not be waking. Hate earth, dig deep, drink water, go to sleep. Hill is talking. He then seized Merry's feet and drew him out of the suddenly widening crack. There was a tearing creep and the other crack split open, and out of it Pippin sprang as if he had been kicked. Then with a loud snap both cracks closed fast again. A shudder ran through the tree from root to tip and complete silence fell. Thank you, said the hob one after another. Tom Bombadil burst out laughing. Well, my little fellows, said he, stooping so that he peered into their faces, you shall come home with me. The table is all laden with yellow cram, honeycomb and white bread and butter, gold berries awaiting. Time enough for questions around the supper table. You follow after me as quick as you are able. With that he picked up his lies and then with a beckoning wave of his hand went hopping and dancing along the path eastward, still singing loudly and nonsensically. Too surprised and too relieved to talk, the hobbits followed after him as fast they could, but that was not fast enough. Tom soon disappeared in front of them, and the noise of his singing got fainter and further away. Suddenly his voice came floating back to them with a loud hello. Along my yellow friends, up the wee window, tea going on ahead with canned for to kindle. Down sinks the sun, but soon you'll be groping when the night shadows fall. Then the door will open, out from the window panes light will twinkle. Yellow, fear no alder, black he no high willow, fear neither root nor bough, goes on before you. Hey now, Meridol will be waiting for you. After that the hobbits heard no more. Almost at once the sun seemed to sink into the trees behind them. They thought of the slanting light of evening glittering into the Brandywine River, and the windows of Bucklebury beginning to gleam with hundreds of lights. Great shadows fell across them. Trunks and branches of trees hung dark and threatening all over the path. White mists began to rise and curl on the surface of the river and stray about the roots of the trees upon its borders. Out of the very ground at their feet a shadowy steam arose and mingled with the swiftly falling dusk. It became difficult to follow the path, and they were very tired. Their legs seemed laden. Strange furtive noises ran among the bushes and reeds on either side of them, and if they looked up to the pale sky they caught sight of queer galed and knobby faces that loomed dark against the twilight and led down at them from the high bank at the edges of the wood. They began to feel that all this country was unreal, and that they were stumbling through an ominous dream that led to no awakening. Just as they felt their feet slowing down to a standstill, they noticed the ground was gently rising. The water began to murmur in the darkness. They caught the white glimmer of foam where the river flowed over a short fall. Then suddenly the trees came to an end and the mists were left behind. They stepped out from the forest and found a wide sweep of grass welling up before them. The river, now small and swift, was leaping merrily down to meet them, glinting here and there in the light of the stars which were already shining in the sky. The grass under their feet was smooth and short as if it had been mown or shaven. The eaves of the forest behind were clipped and thin as a hedge. The path was now plain before them, well tended and bordered with stone. It up to the top of a grassy knoll, now grey under the pale starry night, and there still high above them on a further slope they saw the twinkling lights of a house. Down again the path went, and then up again, up a long smooth hillside of turf towards the light. Suddenly a wide yellow beam flowed out brightly from a door that was open. There was Tom Bombadil's house before them. Up down under hill behind it a steep shoulder of the land lay grey and bare, and beyond that the dark shapes of the Barrow Down stalked away to the eastern night. They all hurried forward, hobbits and ponies. Already half their weariness and all their fears had fallen from them. Hey come Merry Doll rolled out the song to greet them. Hey come Merry Doll, hope belong middies putes phonies all. We're all fond of parties, now let the fun begin. Let us sing together. Then another clear voice as young and ancient as spring, like the song of a glad water flowing down into the night from a bright morning in the hills, came falling like silver to meet music. Them wind the open hill bells on the Hebbree by the shady pulleys by the water. Music Tom Riv that song. The hobbit stood upon the threshold and a golden light was all about them. The four hobbits stepped over the wide stone threshold and stood still, blinking. They were in a long low room filled with the light of lamps swinging from beams on the roof, and on the table of dark polished wood stood many candles, tall and yellow, burning brightly. In a chair at the far side of the room facing the outer door sat a woman. Her long yellow hair rippled down her shoulders, her gown was green as young reeds shot with silver like beads of dew, and her belt was of gold shaped like a chain of flag lies set in the pale blue eyes of forget-me-nots. About her feet in wide vessels of green and brown earth, and where white water lies were floating so that she seemed to be enthroned in the midst of a pool. Enter good guests, she said, and as she spoke they knew it was her sea-clear voice they were heard singing. They came a few timid steps further into the room and began to bow low, feeling strangely surprised and awed, like folk that knocking at a cottage door to beg for a drink of water have been answered by a fair young elf queen clad in living flowers. But before they could say anything she sprang lightly up and over the lily balls and ran laughing towards them, and as she ran her ground rustled softly like the wind in the flowering borders of a river. Come, dear folk, she said, taking Frodo by the hand, laugh and be merry. I am Goldberry, daughter of the river. Then lightly she passed them, and closing the door she turned her back to it with her white arms spread out across it. Let us shut out the night, she said, for you are still afraid perhaps of mist and tree shadows in deep water and untamed things. Fear nothing, for tonight you are under the roof of Tom Bombadil. The hobbits looked at her in wonder, and she looked at each of them and smiled. Fair Lady Goldberry, said Frodo at last, feeling his heart moved with a joy that he did not understand. He stood as he had at times stood, enchanted by fair elven voices, but the spell that was now laid upon him was different. Less keen and lofty was the delight, but deeper and nearer to the mortal heart, marvelous and yet not strange. Fair Lady Goldberry, he said again, now the joy that was hidden in the songs we heard is made plain to me. O slender as the willow wand, O clearer than clear water, O reed by the living pool, fair river daughter, O springtime and summertime and spring again after our wind on the waterfall and leaves laughter. Suddenly he stopped and stammered, overcome with his surprise to hear himself saying such things. But Goldberry laughed. Welcome, she said, I've not heard that folk of the Shire was so sweet-tongued, but I see you are an elf friend. The light in your eyes and the ring in your voice tells it. It is a merry meeting. Sit now, sit and wait for the master in the house. He will not be long. He is attended your tired beasts. The hobbits sat down gladly in low rush-seated chairs, while Goldberry busied herself around the table, and their eyes followed her, for the slender grace of her movement filled them with quiet delight. From somewhere behind the house came a sound of singing. Every now and again they caught among many a dairy doll and merry doll and ring and ding jello the repeated words, Old Tom Bommel here, a merry fellow, bright blue as jacket is, and his boots are yellow. Fair lady, said Frodo again after a while, tell me if my asking does not seem foolish, who is Tom Bombadil? He is, said Goldberry, staying his swift movements and smiling. Frodo looked at her questioningly. He is as you have seen him, she said in answer to his look. He is the master of the wood, water and hill. Then all this strange land belongs to him? No indeed, she answered, and her smile faded. That would indeed be a burden, she added in a low voice as if to herself. The trees and the grasses and all things growing or living in the and belong to each of themselves. Tom Vadile is the master. No one has ever caught old Tom walking in the forest, wading in the water, leaping on the hilltops under the light and shadow. He has no fear. Tom Bombadil is master. A door opened and in came Tom Bombadil. He had now no hat and his thick brown hair was covered with autumn leaves. He laughed and going to Goldberry took her hand. "Here's my pretty lady," he said, bowing to the hobbits. "Here's my Goldberry cloth all in silver green with flowers in her griddle. He's the table Hayden. I see yellow cream and honeycomb and white bread and butter, milk, cheese and green herbs and ripe berries gathered. Is that enough for us? Is the supper ready?" "It is," said Goldberry, "but the guests perhaps are not." Tom clapped his hands and cried, "Tom, Tom, your guests are tired and oh, and you had near forgotten. Come now, merry friends, and Tom will refresh you. You shall clean grimy hands and wash your weary faces, cast off your muddy cloaks and comb out your tangles." He opened the door and they folded him down the short passage, and round the sharp turn they came to a low room with a sloping roof. A penthouse it seemed, but built on the north end of the house. Its walls were of clean stone, but they were mostly covered with green hanging mats with yellow curtains. No, the floor was flagged and strewn with fresh green rushes. There were 4 deep mattresses, each piled with white blankets, laid on the floor along one side. Against the opposite wall was a long bench laden with white earthenware basins, and beside it stood brown IW filled with water, some cold, some steaming hot. There were soft green slippers set ready beside each bed. Before long, washed and refreshed, the hobbits were seated at the table, 2 on each side, while at either end sat Goldberry and the master. It was a long and merry meal, though the hobbits ate as only famished hobbits can eat. There was no luck. The drink in their drinking bowl seemed to be clear cold water, yet it went to their hearts like wine and set free their voices. The guests became suddenly aware that they were singing merrily, as if it was easier and more natural than talking. At last Tom and Goldberry rose and cleared the table swiftly. The guests were commanded to sit quiet and were set with chairs, each with a footstool to his tired feet. There was a fire in the wide hearth before them, and it was burning with a sweet smell as if it were built of applewood. When everything was set in order, all the lights in the room were put out except one lamp and a pair of candles at each end of the chimney shelf. Then Goldberry came and stood before them holding a candle, and she wished them each a good night and deep sleep. "Have peace now," she said, "until the morning. Heed no nightly noises, for nothing passes door and window here save moonlight and starlight and the wind off the hilltop. Good night." She passed out of the room with the glimmer in a rustle. The sound of her footsteps was like a stream falling gently away downhill over cool stones. With the quiet of night, Tom sat on a while beside them in silence, while each of them tried to muster the courage to ask one of the many questions they had meant to ask for supper. Sleep gathered on their eyelids at last. Frodo spoke. "Did you hear me calling, master, or was that just chance that brought you at that moment?" Tom stirred like a man taken out of an unpleasant dream. "What said he? Did I hear you callin'? And I did not hear. I was busy singing. Just chance brought me then, if chance you call it. It was no plan of mine, though I was waiting for you. We heard news of you and learned that you were wandering. We guessed you'd come here along down the water. All paths lead that way down to the Windle. Old Ray Willow man, he's a mighty singer, and it's hard for little folk to escape his cunning mazes. That Tom had an errand there that he dared not hinder." Tom nodded as if sleep was taking him again, but he went on in a soft singing voice, "I had an on there gathering water, lies green leaves and lies white, to please my pretty lady the last year the years, and to keep them from the winter to flower by their pretty feet till the sound snows are melted each year at summer's end. I go to find them for her in a wide pool deep and clear far down the withy wind. There they open first in spring, and there they linger latest by that pool. Long ago I found the river daughter fair young Goldberry sitting in the rushes, sweet was her singing then and her heart was beating. He opened his eyes and looked at them with sudden glint of blue, and that proved well for you, for now I shall no longer go down deep again along the forest water, not while the year is old, nor shall I be passing old man will lose house side is of springtime, not till the merry spring when the river daughter dances down the wy path to bathe in the water. He fell silent again, but Frodo could not help asking one more question. The one that most desired to have answered. Tell us, master, he said, about the Willow Man. What is he? I've never heard of him before. No, don't, said Merry and Pippin together, sitting suddenly upright. Not now, not until the morning. Oh, that is right, said the old man. Now is the time for resting. Some things are ill to hear when the world's in shadow. Sleep till the morning light, lest on the pillow heed no nightly noise. Fear no gry willow. And with that he took down the lamp and blew it out, and grasping a candle in either hand he led them out of the room. Their mattresses and pillows were soft as down, and the blankets were of white wool. They had hardly lay themselves on the deep beds and drawn the light covers over them before they were asleep in the dead night. Frodo lay in a dream without light. Then he saw the young moon rising under its thin light. There loomed before him a black wall of rock pierced by a dark arch like a great gate. It seemed to Frodo that he was lifted up and passing over. He saw that the rock wall was the circle of hills, and that within it was a plain, and in the midst of the plain stood a pinnacle of stone like a vast tower, but not made by hands. On its top stood the figure of a man. The moon as it rose seemed to hang for a moment above his head and glistened in his white hair as the wind stirred it up. From the dark plain below came the crying of fell voices and the howling of many wolves. Suddenly a shadow like the shape of great wings passed across them. The figure lifted his arms and a light flashed from the staff that he wielded. A mighty eagle swept down and bore him away. The voices wailed and the wolves yammed. There was a noise like a strong wind blowing, and on it was borne the sound of hoofs galloping from the east. Sirs, thought Frodo as he wakened with the sound of the hoofs still echoing in his mind. He wondered if he would ever again have the courage to leave the safe of these stone walls. He lay motionless, still listening, but all was now silent, and at last he turned and fell asleep again and wandered into some other unremembered dream. At his side Pippin lay dreaming pleasantly, but a change came over his dreams and he turned and groaned. Suddenly he woke, or thought he had, and yet still heard in the darkness the sound that had disturbed his dream. The noise was like branches fretting in the wind, twig fingers scraping wall and window. He wondered if there were willow trees close to the house, and then suddenly he had a dreadful feeling that he was not in an ordinary house at all, but inside the willow, and listening to that horrible dry creaking voice laughing at him. Again he sat up and felt the soft pillows yield to his hands, and he lay down again relieved. He seemed to hear the echo of words in his ears: fear nothing, have peace until the morning. He knowing noise, then he went to sleep again. It was the sound of water that Merry heard falling into his quiet sleep, water streaming down gently and then spreading and spreading irresistibly all around the house into a dark shoreless pool. It gurgled under the walls and was rising slowly but surely. I shall be drowned, he thought. It will find its way in, and then I shall drown. He felt that he was lying a soft slimy bee, and springing up he set his foot on the corner of a cold hard flagstone. Then he remembered where he was and lay down again. He seemed to hear or remember hearing nothing passes doors or windows save the moonlight and starlight and the wind off the hilltop. A little breath of sweet air moved the curtain. He breathed deep and fell asleep again. As far as he could remember, Sam slept through the night in a deep content. If logs are contented, they woke up all four at once. In the morning light Tom was moving about the room whistling like a starling. When he heard them stir he clapped his hands and cried, "Hey, come merry doll, dairy doll Mahar." He drew back the yellow curtains and the hobbit saw that these had covered the windows at either end of the room, one looking east and the other looking west. They leapt up refreshed. Frodo ran to the eastern window and found himself looking into a kitchen garden grey with dew. He had half expected to see turf right up to the walls. Turf all pocked with hoof. Prince actually his view was screened by a tall line of beams on poles, but above and far beyond them the grey top of the hill loomed up against the sunrise. It was a pale morning in the east. Behind the long clouds, like lines of soiled wool stained red at the edges, lay glimmering deeps of yellow. The sky spoke of rain to come, but the light was broadening quickly and the red flowers of the beans began to glow against the wet green leaves. Pippin looked out of the western window down into a pool of mist. The forest was hidden under a fog. It was like looking down onto a sloping cloud roof from above. There was a fold or channel where the mist was broken into many plumes and billows. The valley of the Withy Windle. The stream ran down the hill of the left and vanished into the white shadows. Near at hand was a flower garden and a clipped hedge, silver netted, and beyond that grey shaven grass pale with dew drops. There was no willow tree to be seen. "Good morning, merry friends," cried Tom, opening the eastern window wide. A cool air flowed in. It had a rainy smell. Sun won't show her face much today. I'm thinking I have been walking wide, leaping onto hilltops since the grey dawn began. Nosing wind and weather, wet grass underfoot, wet sky above me. I waken Goldberry singing under window, but not wakes hobbit folk in the early morning. In the night little folk wake up in the darkness and sleep after light has come. Ring aim a awake now, my merry friends, forget the L noises ringing en mahar. If you come soon you'll find breakfast on the table, if you come late you'll get grass and rain water. Needless to say, not that Tom's threat sounded very serious. The hobbits came soon and left the table late, and only when it was beginning to look rather empty. Neither Tom nor Goldberry were there. Tom could be heard about the house, clattering in the kitchen and up and down the stairs and singing the here and there outside. The room looked westward over the mist-clouded valley, and the window was open. Water dripped down from the thatched eaves above. Before they had finished breakfast the clouds had joined into an unbroken roof, and a straight grey rain came softly and steadily down. Behind its deep curtain the forest was completely veiled. As they looked out of the window there came falling gently, as if it was flowing down, the rain out of the sky, the clear voice of Goldberry singing up above them. They could hear few words, but it seemed plain to them that the song was a rain song, as sweet as showers on dry hills, that told the tale of a river from the spring in the highlands to the sea far below. The hobbits listened with delight, and Frodo was glad in his heart and blessed the kindly weather because it delayed them from departing. The thought of going had been heavy upon him from the moment he awoke, but he guessed now that they would not go further that day. The upper wind settled in the west, and deeper and wetter clouds rolled up to spill their laden rain on the bare heads of the downs. Nothing could be seen all around the house but falling water. Frodo stood near the open door and watched the white chalky path turn to a little river of milk and go bubbling away down into the valley. Tom Bombadil came trotting around the corner of the house, waving his arms as he was warding off the rain, and indeed when he sprang over the threshold he seemed quite dry except for his boots. These he took off and put in the chimney corner. Then he sat in the largest chair and called the hobbits to gather around him. "This is Goldberry's washing day," he said, "and her autumn cleaning too wet for hobbit folk, yet them rest while they are able. It's a good day for long tales, for questions and for answers, so Tom will start talking." He then told them many remarkable stories, sometimes half as if speaking to himself, sometimes looking at them suddenly with a bright blue eye under his deep brows. Often his voice would turn to song and he would get out of his chair and dance about. He told them tales of bees and flowers, the ways of trees and the strange creatures of the forest, about the evil things and good things, things friendly and things unfriendly, cruel things and kind things, and secrets hidden under brambles. Right as they listened they began to understand the lives of the forest apart from themselves, indeed to feel themselves as the strangers where all other things were all at home, moving constantly in and out of this talk was Old Man Willow, and Frodo learned now enough to content him, indeed more than enough, for it was not comfortable law. Tom's words laid bare the hearts of trees and their thoughts, which were often dark and strange and filled with a hatred of things that go free upon the earth, wing biting, breaking, hacking, and bird destroyers and usurpers. It was not called the Old Forest without a reason, for it was indeed ancient, a survivor of vast forgotten woods, and in it there lived, yet aging no quicker than the hills, the fathers of trees, remembering times when they were lords. The countless years had filled them with pride and rooted wisdom and with malice, but none were more dangerous than the great willow. His heart was rotten, but his strength was green, and he was cunning and the master of winds, and his song and thought ran through the woods on both sides of the river. His great thirsty spirit drew power out of the earth and spread like fine root threads in the ground and invisible twig fingers in the air, till it had under its dominion nearly all the trees of the forest, from the hedge to the downs. Suddenly Tom's talk left the woods and went leaping up the young stream, over bubbling waterfalls, over pebbles and worn rocks, and among small flowers and close grass and wet crannies, wandering at last up onto the downs. They heard of the great barrows and the green mounds and the stone rings upon the hills, and in the hollows among the hills sheep were bleating in flocks. Green walls and white walls rose there, were fortresses on the heights. Kings of little kingdoms fought together, and the young sun shone like fire on the red metal of their new and greedy swords. There was victory and defeat. The towers fell, fortresses were burned, and flames went up into the sky. Gold was piled on the bias of dead kings and queens, and mounds covered them, and the stone doors were shut, and the grass grew over all. Sheep walked for a while biting the grass, but soon the hills were empty again. A shadow came out of dark places, is far away, and the bones were stirred in the mounds. Barrow wights walked in the hollow places with a clink of rings on cold fingers and gold chains in the wind. Stone rings grinned out of the ground like broken teeth in the moonlight. The hobbits shuddered even in the Shire. The rumors of the Barrow wights of the Barrow Downs beyond the forest had been heard, but it was not a tale that any hobbit liked to listen to, even by a comfortable fireside far away. These four now suddenly remembered what the joy of this house had driven from their minds. The house of Tom Bombadil nested under the very shoulder of those dreaded hills. They lost the thread of his tale and shifted uneasily, looking aside at one another. When they caught his words again, they found that he had now wandered into strange regions beyond their memory and beyond their waking thought, into times when the world was wider and the seas flowed straight into the western shore, and still on and back Tom went, singing out into ancient starlight when only the elf sirs were awake. Then suddenly he stopped, and he saw that he nodded as if he were falling asleep. The hobbit sat still before him, enchanted, and it seemed as if under the spell of his words the wind had gone and the clouds had dried up and the day had been withdrawn and darkness had come from east and west, and all the sky was filled with the light of white stars. Whether the morning and evening of one day or of many days had passed, Frodo could not tell. He did not feel either hungry or tired, only filled with wonder. The stars shone through the window, and the silence of the heavens seemed to be round him. He spoke at last out of his wonder and sudden fear. That silence. "Who are you, master?" he asked. "What?" said Tom, sitting up and his eyes glinting in the gloom. "Don't you know my name yet?" "That's the only answer. Tell me, who are you?" "Alone, yourself and nameless, but you are young and I am old." "Eldest, that's what I am. Mark my words, my friends. Tom was here before the river and the trees. Tom remembers the first raindrop and the first acorn. He made paths before the big pap and saw the little people arriving. He was here before the kings in the graves of the Barites when the elves passed westward. Tom was here already before the seas were bent. He knew the dark under the stars when it was fearless. Before the Dark Lord came from outside, a shadow seemed to pass by the window, and the hobbits glanced hastily through the panes. When they turned again, Goldberry stood in the door behind. Framed in the light, she held a candle, shielding its flame from the draw in her hand, and the light flowed through it like sunlight through a white shell. "The rain has ended," she said, "and New waters are running downhill under the stars, let us now laugh and be glad, and then let us have food and drink, cried Tom. Long tales are thirsty and long listenings hungry, work morning, noon and evening. With that he jumped out of his chair and with bound took a candle from the chimney shelf and lit it in the flame that Goldberry held. Then he danced about the table. Suddenly he hopped through the door and disappeared. Quickly he returned bearing a large and laden tray. Then Tom and Goldberry set the table, and the hobbit sat half in wonder and half in laughter, so fair was the grace of Goldberry, then so merry and odd that the capering of Tom it in some fashion they seemed to weave a single dance, neither hindering the other. In and out of the room and round about the table, and with great speed food and vessels and lights were set in order, the boards blazed with candles white and yellow. Tom bowed to his guests. Supper is ready, said Goldberry, and now the hobbit saw that she was clothed all in silver with a white girdle, and her shoes were like fish's maul, but Tom was all in clean blue as rain washed forget-me-kns, and he had green stockings. It was a supper even better than before. The hobbits, under the spell of Tom's words, may have missed one meal or many, but when the food was before them it seemed at least a week since they had eaten. They did not sing or even speak much for a while, and paid close attention to business, but after a time their hearts and spirits rose high again, and their voices rang out in mirth and laughter. After they had eaten, Goldberry sang many songs for them, songs that began merrily in the hills and fell softly down into silence, and in the silences they saw in their minds pools and waters wider than any they had known, and looking into them they saw the sky below them and the stars like jewels in the depths. Then once more she wished them each good night and left them by the fireside, but Tom now seemed wide awake and plied them with questions. He appeared already to know much about them and all their families, and indeed to know much of all the history and doings of the Shire down from they hardly remembered. Among the hobbits themselves it no longer surprised them, but he made no secret that he owed his recent largely to Farmer Maggot, whom he seemed to regard as a person of more importance than they had imagined. There's earth under his own feet and clay on his fingers, wisdom in his bones, and both his eyes are open, said Tom. It was also clear that Tom had dealings with the elves, and it seemed that in some fashion news had reached him from Gilder concerning the flight of Frodo. Indeed, so much did Tom know, and so cunning was his questioning, that Frodo found himself telling him more about Bilbo and his own hopes and fears than he had told before even to Gandalf. Tom wagged his head up and down, and there was a glint in his eyes when he heard of the riders. Show me the precious ring, he said suddenly in the midst of the story, and Frodo, to his own astonishment, drew out the chain from his pocket and, unfastening the ring, handed it at once to Tom. It seemed to grow larger as it lay for a moment on his big brown-skinned hand, then suddenly he put it to his eye and laughed. For a second the hobbits had a vision both comical and alarming of his bright blue eye gleaming through a circle of gold. Then Tom put the ring round the end of his little finger and held it up to the candle light. For a moment the hobbits noticed nothing strange about this, then they gasped. There was no sign of Tom disappearing. Tom laughed again, and then he spun the ring in the air and it vanished with a flash. Frodo gave a cry, and Tom leaned forward and handed it back to him with a smile. Frodo looked at it closely and rather suspiciously, like one who has lent a trinket to a juggler. It was the same ring, all looked the same and weighed the same, but that ring had always seemed to Frodo to weigh strangely heavy in the hand. But something prompted him to make sure. He was perhaps a trifle annoyed with Tom for seeming to make so light of what even Gandalf thought was so piously important. He waited for an opportunity when the talk was going on again and Tom was telling an absurd story about badgers in their queer ways. Then he slipped the ring on. Merry turned towards him to say something and gave a start and checked an exclamation. Frodo was delighted in a way. It was his own ring all right, for Merry was staring blankly at his chair and obviously could not see him. He got up and crept quietly away from the fireside towards the outer door. "Hey there," cried Tom, glancing towards him with the most seeing look in his shining eyes. "Hey, come Frodo there, where be you in?" Old Tom Bumil's not as blind as that yet. "Take off your golden ring, your hand's more fair. Without it come back, leave your game and sit down beside me. We must talk a little while more and think of the morning. Tom must teach the right road and keep your feet from wandering." Frodo laughed, trying to feel pleased, and taking off the ring he came and sat down again. Tom now told them that he reckoned the sun would shine tomorrow and it would be a glad morning and setting out would be hopeful, but they would not do well to start early, for weather in that country was a thing that even Tom could not be sure of for long, and it would change sometime quicker then he could changed his jacket. "I am no weather master," he said, "nor is that goes on two legs." By his advice they decided to make early due north from his house over the western and lower slopes of the downs. They might hope in that way to strike the East-Ar road in a day's journey and avoid the barrows. He told them not to be afraid but to mind their own business. "Keep on the green grass, don't you go a meddling with old stone or cold whites or prying in their houses, unless you be strong folk with hearts that never fooled." Thank you for joining Soul Speak Story on this epic journey through the Lord of the Rings. We hope you felt the thrill, the heart, and the magic of Middle-earth. Frodo's quest, the bravery of the Fellowship, and the timeless struggle between light and darkness make this story unforgettable. If you enjoyed this adventure, subscribe to Soul Speak Story for more full-length audiobooks, captivating tales, and timeless legends brought to life. There's always another story waiting to be told.